out process, and then that's it. Then you got to go gung-ho and try to put the puck in the opposition's net ASAP.
Just to paint a picture of what the Bell Center in Montreal looks like right now before the game, we touched on it, Dave, off the air.
Yep.
You can look around here, and it's a sea of red. Not only the red seats down below in the lower bowl, but a sea of red in terms of red Canada sweaters, red and white.
Everywhere.
And you've got that small pocket of Trey Kroner fans that are in the corner of the rink. I would say right now, looking around the rink, it's probably 95% Canadian, would you say? About 95% full of Canadian fans tonight supporting the home side.
Yeah, all over. Like, I'm even looking up. Well, we can't get a great look at the top. Okay, we got a few more Swedes on that side. We got a row of jerseys up there. There's a lot. There are a ton of red jerseys all over the place repping Canada. We got a few white ones as well. I'm honestly surprised at the amount of new, like these jerseys that Canada's wearing right now. There's a lot more of those than I anticipated there being, at least for game one. But, I'm looking everywhere. I saw Gretzky one from 98. What else we got here? There's a few more. I saw Mario running around. There's a few Habs jerseys because obviously we're in Montreal. But, just a full blanket sweep of Canada supporters here.
Well, look forward to it, of course, in the puck drop. And like we say, I don't know that you can wade into this thing. You can't just say, we'll take a first period or so to wait things out, to kind of feel things out and that sort of thing. I think Canada's coming out looking for a knockout punch in the first period. Again, will be difficult to penetrate that Swedish defense based upon how well, of course, they can play defensively.
Yep.
And if you're Team Sweden, you probably go into the first period tonight feeling like, hey, boys, let's get through the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's take some inventory after that, hopefully not be trailing in the hockey game itself, and then see what we can go forward with in the last 2.5 periods or more.
Yeah, exactly. I think from Sweden's perspective, it's in that first 10, it's a combo of feeling out / frustrate. Mm-hmm. Let's frustrate the Canadians. Let's get in their face as much as we can. Let's prevent them from getting anything up the ice. Let's clog up the neutral zone. Use our guys in the back end to bail out Gustafsson when we need to. And just apply added pressure and frustrate the crap out of the Canadian team. I think that has to be the mindset here, and then pounce when the opportunity arises.
Both teams left the ice just about a handful of minutes ago right now. Both Zambonis on the ice, getting the ice ready and prepared for tonight's opener of the tournament itself. And look, I've gotten the sense, Dave, and you've been around these guys the last couple of days as well, I've really gotten the sense that, and I mentioned this with Drew in our conversation, Drew Doughty, earlier as well, that he and Sidney Crosby, because they are further on in their careers, and they are closer to the end than they certainly are to the beginning.
Of course.
Proud players, guys who have each had a great deal of success in playing for Team Canada over the years. I get the sense that each of them really relish this opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
They are not looking at this like, hey, this is just one of those things, and it's a Four Nations face-off, probably a one-of-a-kind type tournament, never to be seen again. Instead, they're looking at this opportunity as another chance to do something that they maybe ever so slightly took for granted earlier in their careers.
Yeah.
Not so any longer, though, of course, being, 35 and 37 respectively. I think Doughty's 35, somewhere in that neighborhood, of course, and they've really embraced this chance that's come their way.
Yeah, I was in Fort Lauderdale for the Panthers and Kings game a couple Wednesdays ago when Drew Doughty made his return. Played his first game of the season against the Florida Panthers, played the next game against Tampa, played Carolina. He was playing 23 to 27 minutes each night. And I remember looking at him after that first game. They lost against Florida, but just a brief, you ready for Canada? Just a little smirk. Just a little smirk. He goes, we'll see. We'll see. You could tell just from that look, and I've gotten to know him over the years, just from that look alone, he was geared up for this. And I think when everybody got here on Sunday and Monday, or Sunday getting ready for the practice on Monday, it was game on for everybody. It was just for every country. Game on. We're here. We're repping our nation. Let's give this a go. I'm excited for this one. They're getting the lineups up. We already know the lineups. You went over that before, but they're acquainting the fans here with everyone. Yeah,
Sam Bennett scratched for Team Canada up front, and you're going to have Travis Sanheim scratched on the back end as well. Each of them did take the pregame warm-up for what that's worth, as well as they want to try to stay ready for possible inclusion as early as Saturday. We'll have to wait and see. And you're right about Doughty, too, because it wasn't like he came back and the LA Kings said, okay, we'll spot you in here or there. In the 6 games he played before he got here to the Four Nations Faceoff, Dave, he averaged 26 minutes and 57 seconds of ice time. Now, he's not going to have to do that in this tournament based upon who they've got, namely Cale Makar and Devon Taves as the top defensive pairing. But it wasn't like they just said, hey, ease yourself back in and we'll see what we can do. Yeah. No, they're saying, hey, you're into the deep end and you're going to learn how to swim and you're going to do it quickly.
And for a room like Canada's room, to look at a player like Drew Doughty coming in, just to have that presence in the room, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, Olympic champion, just to have that presence in the room alone is worth its weight in gold. So for Canada, they're hoping to take the championship in this one. Rely on a guy like Drew Doughty.
Absolutely. Dave, thanks for dropping by.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the game tonight. We will get your thoughts on the tournament as we progress, but let's get it going, right?
Yeah, I can't wait. Let's do this. Let's drop the puck. Let's get things going here.
Absolutely.
Scotty.
Waiting about 8 years or so to get this going here tonight. Canada versus Sweden. I will be back during the intermissions to bring you some highlights with what we all witness. Steve Koulias and Anthony Stewart are standing by. They will have the play-by-play call for you a whole lot in the way of the lead-up to puck drop, which comes your way in roughly 24 minutes or so from now. So we look forward to it as always. Canada versus Sweden. You can ill afford to stub your toe, as we say in this tournament. You lose a game and you come away empty-handed, meaning 0 points, and you're really up against it chasing the rest of the tournament, and you could be going home before it's all said and done. You've been listening to the Four Nations Face-Off pregame show right here on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning this month.
This is what I love.
Great to have spring training finally be here.
Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams.
What's up, insiders? How we doing tonight? Canada, Sweden, the Four Nations Face-Off is underway. I am so excited. Cheers to all of you. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll be live every single Four Nations game. Go Canada, go. We're getting the victory tonight. I just had to stop in and say what's up in the chat. There you go. Christopher, what's up, Christopher? What's up, Alexander? Kyle, thank you for that prediction. 6-5 Canada. I like it, Kyle. I like it. I'm 4-3 Canada. Let's go, Canada! And a big shout out to my brother, SOP True, right down there. You know, with the soccer channel. Cheers. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's go, Canada! Let's have some fun and keep it classy.
Now, I always lock my gun to keep everyone safe. Visit endfamilyfire.org to learn how to store your guns more securely. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The fastest game on ice.
Keeps it himself. What a move. Makar. Down low. Cale Makar. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Everything is better on ice.
Right circle, not a Martian. Shoots. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Here comes Russ.
The biggest names in the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
And grounds it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Runner moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's Kaprizov on a 1-on-1 over the offensive line, pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
With a centering feed, they score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Outlet pass for Panarin, moving it on a breakaway.
Games
Panarin
in the world.
and scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Your connection to everything hockey. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. The best hockey coverage. Period. Four nations. One dream. The world's best best go head-to-head in the ultimate battle for hockey supremacy.
It's over the net. Score!
Canada, United States, Sweden, Finland.
Matthews is in!
No second chances. No excuses. Just pure intensity. Legends will rise. Only one will stand above the rest. Four Nations Face-Off. From Bell Centre in Montreal, here's Steve Coulias and Anthony Stewart.
Is there anywhere else that you'd rather be than right here, right now? Team Canada versus Sweden, Game 1, 2025, Four Nations Face-Off. Best on Best is back. Hello again, everybody. I'm Steve Coulias, along with Anthony Stewart, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. Stewie, excitement in the air. We get to see Team Canada, the national team, best on best for the first time since September 2016.
That's a long time ago, Cooley, and I actually think I retired probably maybe the previous year, so it's been a long, long time ago, and definitely the energy is throughout the building and the city of Montreal. I think I can attest from my playing days that this is probably the most energetic building in the whole entire National Hockey League, and I played in Europe all over the place, and it has that feel where just the fans are engaged at the local coffee shop, taking pictures, getting fired up. So I'm definitely ready for these 4 games, Cooley, to call. Let's go.
Storylines. Linus Ullmark is not getting the call. Philip Gustafsson is the number 1 goalie for Sweden right now. Maybe a bigger story. That's a big one. Jordan Binnington is John Cooper's guy. Agree or disagree?
You know what? I'm going to say agree. I'm going to be, the pot is half full at this point, too. I thought maybe he'd come in relief just because there's a lot of expectations for this Canada team right now, and he's struggled a little bit. He's 15-19-4 with an .896 save percentage. So, you know what? Maybe Aiden Hill or someone else getting an opportunity at this point, I think, to start the tournament. But the one thing we can all attest to that Binnington is a competitor. He's going to be competing. He's going to be bringing his A game for the start. So we'll see how it goes this first period for Team Canada.
And let's not forget, Sidney Crosby missed his last 2 games of the regular season. We thought it was shoulder. They said arm injury. Crosby's in. You won gold with him 20 years ago. Are you worried about his effectiveness? And he's a winger. He's a winger on the line, Mark Stone right side, and his buddy Nate McKinnon in the middle. What do you think?
I am not worried. You know, we talked about this being the first tournament since 2016. He wasn't going to miss this for the world. It's a far away from your heart, as they say, with regards to injuries and cools. You see my fingers, some are here, some are there. They call those summer fingers. So I saw him today in morning skates, shooting the puck, ripping the puck. So I think he's going to be ready to go, and I'm excited to see him with McKinnon and Stone. I think it's going to be one of the top lines of the tournament. It's good to see Sid the Kid is fired up, ready to go for Canada.
Sam Hallam is the head coach of the Swedish national team. It's his full-time job, 3rd year on the job, and he told us earlier today that he gets the final say. Now, how many coaches in the NHL or at the national level have the final say? He's got a team that's got Forsberg, Kempe, Ekholm, Lucas Raymond, obviously Victor Hedman, William Nylander. This is a pretty darn good hockey club we're going to see Trey Kroner tonight.
It is, and he talked about this team being a defense-first type of team, really bringing the fight, playing a good defensive style that they're going to bring. And, what better corpse to do that with Victor Hedman, who's probably one of the top defensemen in the National Hockey League for the last 10 to 15 years. You got Ekholm, and you saw what he's done in stabilizing the back end in Edmonton. Carlson can add an offensive element on the second power play unit. You're seeing Forsling, who's been plus 2,000 since he's joined the Florida Panthers.
You love him.
I love him. I have a lot of room on my team for a Forsling. So I think this is going to be a team that's not won on individual efforts, a good team effort, and it starts with Gustafsson between the pipes with his .915 save percentage at 22 wins that he's had in the regular season.
Yeah, I got the number here, so I might as well use it. Forsling is a plus 163 as a member of the Florida Panthers. What were Chicago and Carolina thinking? All right, on the other side, Team Canada. If you count the Summit Series, and I will, Team Canada has won 10 of 14 best-on-best tournaments, 3 in a row, and 4 of 5. What are your realistic expectations?
I think Canada's going to win, but I think it's not going to be as simple as everybody thinks. Yes, they have McDavid. Yes, they have McKinnon. Yes, Crosby, and they have Cale Makar. But I think the strength is not between the pipes. And I would not be surprised, Cooley, and it's my prediction, and I hope it doesn't ring true, that we're going to see all three goaltenders throughout this tournament. So I could see them scratching and clawing and finally getting the win. I'm going to call maybe overtime and a lot of comeback wins for Canada to eventually win the gold medal.
John Cooper, widely considered the best coach in the NHL, two-time Stanley Cup champion. He's won at every level. He finally gets the chance to coach Team Canada, best on best. Here he is earlier today discussing strategy and skill.
Well, in the end, as a coach, so much preparation has got into this, and it's just, I can't believe it's here now, because it seems like it's taken forever to get to this international event. But I think your job as a coach is not to get in the way. Put the players in the best position to succeed, give them the information that's needed, but don't get in their way and don't cloud the mind of the best players in the world. And that's it. And then, when decisions have to be made, be assertive and do it. And but you really ultimately got to let the guys play. And as for walking in the locker room, it's kind of been the best part of everything, is just sitting around and whatever 3 or 4 guys are sitting in there and kind of hot stoving it with them, and you leave and then there's another group, and it's been a ton of fun. But they all are really focused and have a common goal, and that's to win tonight, and like I said, for me, not to get in the way.
It's not the same, but it's pretty darn close. You 20 years ago, walking into that dressing room with the team that basically represented Canada in 2010, you can relate to what John Cooper is going through.
Definitely, and I think for him, it's just managing, not overcoaching some of the best players in the world and letting them go out there and do their thing. But for me, as I see these players come out right now, it just brings back the memories of me coming out, in North Dakota in 2005. So just the energy in the building, I'm seeing the lights. It's making me a hockey fan again, and sometimes when you retire, you get a little bit bitter near the end. But a tournament like this reinvigorates everybody, not just the fans, the players. It's going to be a fantastic tournament, and I'm really excited to see Connor McDavid at his first major international tournament. So I'm excited, cool. So I'm not sure about you. It's definitely going to be a big, big moment in a big, big tournament.
This is the 13th time best on best Team Canada's taken on Sweden. Mentioned Sam Hallam, head coach of the Swedes. Here he is about today for Swedish hockey and tomorrow.
I mean, here we're here now. This is the Four Nations, all focus here. Of course, in the aftermath and the analysis of it, things are going to, be noted. But here now we're here. Hopefully the guys have a really good tournament and we can have pretty much a similar team next year.
Coach, last month you and I just happened to be sitting together to watch Connor McDavid and Sidney Crosby put 3 points up each in half a game. You said at the time they're going to be a handful. What do you do to slow down Connor McDavid?
Well, I would say outside those two, I think there's some really good players. I think every player in every team here deserves to be here and are really good. And fortunate, we have a couple of really good ones on our side. So there's going to be some plans, of course, in the preparation. But mostly our players are used to playing against those guys. They are top tier players, but we have to trust our players, we have to trust our goalie to make some good plays, and hopefully we can do the same thing to them on the other side.
X Factor, Stewie. I think Elias Pettersson could be one for Vancouver. It's good to get out of Vancouver, play for his national team, and maybe an Anthony Cirelli on the other side for John Cooper.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect call on Pettersson. He has an opportunity to rewrite the narrative of what's going on with the season, which is considered a bit of a disaster right now with regards to what was going on before the JT Miller trade and him not necessarily playing at the highest level. So if he comes in, has a great tournament, I think that erases the sins of the past and really sets him up to help make a final playoff push for this Vancouver Canucks team. Same thing with Cirelli. He's a guy that plays both ends of the puck. Him slotted on that fourth line, I think he can hide from some top-end matchups and really add an offensive punch to this Canada team. So great call on both those players, too. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for them.
Can you believe Sweden has only beaten Canada 84 round robin in Calgary Canada Cup and Salt Lake City Torpedo? I don't think we're going to see the Torpedo here like we saw Alfredson Company in 02.
I got to check the game notes on that. And again, last time I checked, Sweden was probably one of the top international teams. But again, I don't think they're a big underdog in this tournament. I would not be surprised with the talent and the team first system that they have. I would not be surprised to see them in the final schools.
And the first time they played best on best was at Maple Leaf Gardens, the Boreas Solomon game. 4-0 Team Canada. Solomon got the great standing ovation. We know wherever he is in the great blue sky, Trey Kroner sky, Boria is watching tonight. Listen to the crowd. The next voice you'll hear is PA announcer Michelle Lacroix.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, bienvenue à Montréal, Québec, Canada, pour la présentation de la confrontation des 4 nations. Welcome to Montreal, Quebec, Canada, for the presentation of the 4 nations face-off. Voici la formation de départ pour la Suède. Tonight's starting lineup for Sweden. L'entraîneur-chef, head coach, Sam Hallam. Le numéro 77, number 77, Victor Edmond. Le numéro 93, number 93, Mika Zibanejad. Le numéro 67, number 67, Rika Raquel. Le numéro 88, number 88, William Nylander. Le numéro 25, number 25, Jonas Volodin. Dans les buts pour la Suède, in goal for Sweden, le numéro 32, number 32, Philip Gustafsson. Voici la formation de départ pour le Canada. Tonight's starting lineup for Canada. L'entraîneur-chef, head coach, John Cooper. Le numéro 87, number 87, Sidney Crosby. Le numéro 61, number 61, Mark Stone. Le numéro 29, number 21, Nathan McKinnon. Le numéro 8, number 8, Cale Makar. Le numéro 5, number 5, Devon Taves. Dans les buts pour le Canada, in goal for Canada, le numéro 50, number 50, Jordan Bennington. Pour amorcer la célébration de cet événement, accueillons tout d'abord des légendes du hockey qui sont avec nous ce soir. Before we face off, we have legends of the game joining us tonight. Il a participé à 14 tournois internationaux pour la Finlande, amassant 102 points en 94 rencontres. He played in 14 international tournaments for Finland, amassing 102 points in 94 games played. Accueillons, please welcome, l'attaquant forward, Teemu Selanne. le capitaine de la Finlande, captain for Finland, Alexander Barkov. Il a participé à 3 Jeux olympiques, champion de la Coupe du Monde en 1996 et joueur par excellence du tournoi. A 3-time USA Olympian and 1996 World Cup champion and tournament MVP. Le gardien de but, goaltender, Mike Richter. Le capitaine des États-Unis, captain for the United States, Austin Matthews. Il a représenté la Suède lors de 5 Jeux olympiques, remportant la médaille d'or en 2006. Entraîneur adjoint de l'équipe. He played in 5 Olympics for Sweden, capturing gold in 2006. Currently Sweden's assistant coach, l'attaquant forward, Daniel Alfredsson. Le capitaine de la Suède, captain for Sweden, Victor Hedman. Lors de la Coupe Canada en 1987, il a inscrit un record en réalisant 11 buts en 9 rencontres. In the 1987 Canada Cup, he broke a tournament record with 11 goals in 9 games. Il fut le capitaine de l'équipe canadienne qui a remporté la médaille d'or pour la première fois en 50 ans aux Jeux olympiques de 2002. In 2002, he captained Team Canada to their first Olympic gold in 50 years. Bon retour à la maison. Welcome back to Montreal, Mario Lemieux. Le capitaine du Canada, Canada's captain Sidney Crosby. Pour célébrer la tenue de la confrontation des 4 nations et dans l'esprit de cette compétition internationale, les capitaines procéderont maintenant à un échange de bannières commémoratives. In celebration of the 4 nations face-off and in the spirit of international competition, the team captains will now exchange commemorative banners. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, retirer chapeaux et casquettes pour l'interprétation de l'hymne national de la Suède. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, remove your hats and caps for the singing of the national anthem of Sweden. Malgré les récents événements, nous vous demandons dans l'esprit de ce grand sport qui nous unit de respecter les hymnes de chaque pays, ainsi que les joueurs qui représentent leur pays. We also ask, in the spirit of this great game that unites everyone, that you kindly respect the national anthems and the players representing each country. Voici la chorale suédoise de Montréal for the singing of the national anthem of Sweden, the Swedish Choir of Montreal. Nous remercions la chorale suédoise de Montréal. Thank you to the Swedish Choir of Montreal. Veuillez vous joindre à Jordan Miller du groupe The Beaches pour l'interprétation du Haut-Canada. Join us for the singing of O Canada, performed this evening by Jordan Miller from The Beaches.
O Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ta voix laissée des fleurs glorieuses, car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Nobody does it better than Montreal, and that's fitting because it's best on best hockey for the first time since 2016 in Toronto at the World Cup. Canada and Sweden for the 13th time. Canada 10-2 best on best against the Swedes. Loudest ovation, Mario. Loudest boo, Austin Matthews, Stewie.
They were saying boo earns for Austin Matthews, but just shows the type of respect that this Montreal crowd shows giving to Mario Lemieux. If you can't get excited for this game, you're in the wrong sport here, Cools.
Gordie Dwyer, Chris Rooney are the referees. Scott Cherry and Ryan Daisy, the linesmen. Philip Gustafsson in the area to our right. Sweden is the home team, sitting in the Montreal Canadiens bench. At the other side, Jordan Binnington. Will we see Binnington early stages St. Louis Blues?
I think he's going to be calm, cool, collected. I think he understands the moment. I think he looks like he's ready to go. I'm excited to see his first 5-7 minutes. Here we go.
Nate McKinnon against Mika Zibanejad. McKinnon, Crosby, Stone. Makar, Taves against Zibanejad. Raquel, Nylander, Brodin, and Hedman. And we got a quick hang on, says referee Gordie Dwyer. Didn't drop it fairly. Actually, that's Chris Rooney. Got to put that second back on the clock, Stewie. The 2025 Four Nations Faceoff is officially underway. Pull up a chair and enjoy exciting action here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. And after the false start, 5 seconds in, early faceoff.
Devin Tays stepping up. A little pinch there early and often.
Faceoff right in front of the Team Canada bench, controlled by McKinnon. Crosby took that draw, so he's a left winger, but we'll see both Crosby and McKinnon each take faceoffs. As the puck goes down the ice behind Gustafsson. To the near side, Raquel chips it back to Zibanejad, who's played very well since JT Miller's joined the Rangers in 5 games. He has 8 points. That's what they're going to need from 93 for Trey Kroner.
How many 5-on-5?
No icing on the play, but an early arm is up here as there appears to be a Swedish penalty in the first 40 seconds behind the play. Loose puck comes to center. Crosby brings it in offside. Stewie, I didn't see behind the play, but there's a high sticking penalty coming up to Sweden.
Well, one of the keys to success for Sweden is discipline, right? And taking a penalty first 45 seconds into the game is not something that I recommend here. A little high stick there.
William Nylander is in the box.
It looks like he slipped a little bit there too, but you have to be in control of your stick full time there too, as he sits for 2 or less. As Canada goes now to the power play here with some lethal weapons here, so we'll see how Sweden responds. to this power play.
Face off to the right of Gustafsson. Nylander did get his stick in McKinnon's face, and we talked about on the power play earlier about controlling your stick at this event. 40 seconds in, Team Canada goes to work. Crosby near side to McDavid. McDavid and Crosby play catch in the corner. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Canada draws first blood. It's 1-0.
Amazing start by Team Canada getting on the board. Great passing play, and this is probably going to be a precursor for the whole entire tournament here, as this is a lethal power play. Starts with Makar coming up downhill to Connor McDavid. And just look at that there. Nice little backhand pass by Sidney Crosby. That is definitely a set play, and there's some fans in the National Hockey League talking about, we need to see this a little bit more. McKinnon makes no mistake as he makes it 1-0 Canada.
Well, we might have had a false start off the opening face-off and a whistle 5 seconds in, but the Nylander penalty is costly. Everyone in hockey's talked about this power play, and it didn't take long. McDavid pokes it to center and almost had a breakaway right off the draw. Tried to split the Swedish defense. Parayko near side behind the net to Reinhart. Marner's in front of the net. Morrissey with a shot. Tipped wide. Marner behind the net to McDavid. One chance, another chance. The Swedes are on their heels early.
Great job by Canada, really forcing the play here. Pucks on net early, activating. Nice pinch there.
Parayko to Reinhart. There's a shot stopped by Gustafsson. 90 seconds in, the puck has been in the area to our right. Power play goal, and McDavid almost gets a breakaway off the draw.
I'm sure that's one of the keys to success for Canada early and often. Great job by McDavid, pushing it forward, getting on his horse right away. It's all Canada early as they have the game's first 2 shots.
Official scorer, Nate McKinnon, first of the tournament from Crosby and McDavid. That Crosby blind backhand feed from the near corner was an absolute thing of beauty. Nyquist poked the puck out to center. Now comes to Victor Arvidsson. The Edmonton Oiler winger loses it, and back comes Hagel the other way. Hagel to his Tampa teammate Cirelli out in front. This is the fourth line with Travis Konechny on it as Sweden comes back the other way. Elias Lindholm chips it in and gives chase. There's Drew Doughty wearing 89 as a late addition to Team Canada. He's only played 6 games for the Kings this year.
Yeah, but he's one of those guys that you'd have to drag him off in a stretcher for him not to play, seeing how he's very excited. John Cooper said he's one of those guys that just excited. First day of school for him as he was named to this team.
Brodin, far side, left-handed shot playing the right point. Lindholm can't keep it in, and it's poked out to center. Cirelli tries to chip it in deep. He can't. Hagel does, and Canada changes on the fly. We played 2.5 minutes, period number 1. Canada with an early power play goal leads 1-0 here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio from coast to coast in Canada, the United States, and Newfoundland, and all over the world. Hope you're enjoying this game wherever you are, as Best on Best Hockey is back. Taves keeps it in at the left point, fires it around to the near side. No red sweater there. And here's Philip Forsberg at center, 1-on-3. Elias Pettersson tries to clean up the mess. It doesn't work, and it's shot down the ice. Kept in on the far side by Brad Marchand. Bruins captain, sharp angle shot, stopped by Gustafsson. Here's Elias Pettersson. No goals, 2 assists since the trade. It's worked for Zibanejad. It's not worked for number 40 in Vancouver.
This is an opportunity for him with this tournament to really change that narrative, and he's too good of a player, I feel, Cools, to be really held off the scoreboard that much longer. We'll see how he does under Tocchet right now. Point
gets it in. The number 1 line with Stone and Crosby and McKinnon, although I guess in theory this is the second line, right, Stewie? If we're slicing onions on this one, I guess McDavid has to be number 1, McKinnon number 2. The power play did strike. It's Colton Parayko with it now. People in St. Louis say this is his best all-around season. He does have 12 goals on the year, and he, like 13 other Team Canada players, are Stanley Cup champions. It would be 15 with Parayko and Pietrangelo, but of course Pietrangelo elected not to come, nursing an injury for Vegas. As we approach the 4-minute mark here in period number 1, early costly penalty by William Nylander. He didn't look happy in the box, obviously. We talked about sticks and discipline.
Yeah, that's probably one of the keys to success for Sweden, as
Connor McDavid comes in, attacks the triangle and fires it wide to the far side. McDavid again, dancing through the legs, backhand in front, and he just missed Sam Reinhart. At the point, controlled by Theodore to Marner in front, and that play just failed to click as 97 is dancing early.
He's got a little hop in his step today, and you see, notice Canada now, 2 or 3 little area passes, so I'm sure they must have caught something on the video as the crowd is going a little bit wild right now as Canada's all over Sweden.
Icing on the play as that errant pass was looking for Victor Arvidsson from Victor Hedman. It didn't work, and the Swedes now are on their heels as McDavid attacks the triangle on Hedman and does not miss by much.
And McDavid's one of those guys, his feeds are always churning here. Same thing as McKinnon, puts it between his legs, just a little bit of an area pass, missed its target. That's not going to be missing too much more.
Shot by Taves from the point, hits a man in front and dribbles wide. Arvidsson chips it out, Lindholm giving chase. Hagel chips it back in again, and here's Anthony Cirelli. Oshawa General walk-on Memorial Cup hero, Stanley Cup champion, at the point for Taves with a shot. Blocked in front. Taves near side to Makar. Floats one from the right point, hit Hedman in front. He fans on a clearing attempt. Cirelli is there first. Fires it around to the near side. Along the near boards. Puck comes to Travis Konechny, who elects to take it out to center, as this Swedish line has been out for a long time here after that icing.
Yeah, Canada just seems to have numbers everywhere. They're swarming the puck. They got a little bit more hop in their step, and Sweden looks a little bit discombobulated through the first 6 minutes of this period.
Well, we're 30 seconds away from our first TV radio timeout. I think they need the break as Gustav Forsling with it now. We talked in the pregame show since he's come to Florida. One of 2 cup champions on this Swedish national team with Hedman is plus 163, my friend.
I think that's good. We're not talking about golf here. It's the opposite there. And Forsling's been one of those guys that just seem to find his game with that Florida Panthers team. He's a big part of that blue line. One of the most underrated players in the league. I'm interested to see how his tournament goes.
Ekholm dumps it in. Edmonton Oiler stand out with Evan Bouchard. Comes to Forsberg with a shot. Parayko blocks it in front. Ekholm pinching in. Nice backup by Adrian Kempe, who's had a great season again for the LA Kings. Team Canada chips it to center, ends up on the stick of Kempe. He can't do anything with it, and here comes Brad Marchand. The little ball of hate, or I guess now in Canada, great, depending on your perspective.
He's a fan favorite tonight, I'll tell you that.
Here's Drew Doughty, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, 2 Olympic gold medals. He was on the ice when Crosby scored on that February afternoon in Vancouver. Mark Stone giving chase near side. Erik Karlsson, one of 6 defensemen in NHL history to post a 100-point campaign. Did that with San Jose 2 years ago. Karlsson to Hedman. Far side for Nylander. First I've called his name since he took that penalty, Stewie.
He's one of those guys. He can be quiet, but he can pop out of a pocket and put up a couple goals here.
On pace for 49. Here's Marner. Across for Nate McKinnon, went through his legs as that didn't work. In after it is Sam Reinhart. 57 goals last year. Picked off by McDavid, who's absolutely flying. McDavid to Makar. And that's a great defensive play. Looks like it was Jesper Bratt.
Yeah, that play developed there with a good body check by Mitch Marner, separating the man from the puck, forcing that turnover.
Bratt gets knocked down by Makar, who gets it out to center. We're approaching the 8-minute mark here, period number 1. Steve Cooley's Anthony Stewart, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. McDavid steals the puck, almost gets through Elias Pettersson, who made a great defensive play as McDavid. I haven't seen this kind of jump in 97 since the 100-assist season.
Yeah, it's something about that hometown crowd there that really invigorates you and adds an extra hop in your step as we get our first whistle in about, 6 minutes?
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Wow, what a start. Team Canada 1, Sweden no score. This game is coming to you live from the Bell Center in Montreal. 4 Nations face-off on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
For Valentine's month, we've got a little something something for the lovers.
Hey, it's me, Maxwell, and for the month of February, it's just you and me.
Maxwell is taking over.
Sirius XM Silk is
Maxwell's Serenade Radio. Playing timeless R&B slow jams.
all month long.
Channel 330 and on the Sirius XM app.
And I
Contender said we want John Gibson. Is that something you'd entertain?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I kind of let my agent do all that, and I just worry about playing. That's where, I mean, I'm sure you guys know I've been in the rumors for probably 3 or 4 years now, so it gets old, it gets tiring, so I just...
What's up, hockey fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Man, we got a lot of people in the chat cheering on Canada, don't we? Go Canada, go! Let's get the victory over Sweden tonight in the first matchup. And please help us bring more Canada fans here in the chat to hang out with us on Toronto Sports Insider while we listen to Canada and Sweden do battle in Montreal. Willie Nylander on the ice for Sweden. We've got a bunch of talent on the ice tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. McKinnon and company, Binnington and net. It's going to be a good one here tonight. Thank you for being here, and share this link out as well. Don't forget that. That one's actually really important. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up button and sharing this out. Go Canada, go!
Knowing that my grandson is not sitting in a tub of skin-irritating chlorine. Call now and receive free basic installation at 800-WATER-99 or visit us at lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
The fastest game on ice.
Keeps it himself. What a move. McCarr. Down low. Cale McCarr. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Welcome back live at the Bell Center in Montreal. Team Canada versus Sweden. Best on Best Hockey is back. I'm Steve Coulias along with Anthony Stewart, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. Just like that, first minute, Team Canada power play goal. Nate McKinnon, obviously his first from Crosby and McDavid. What a pass by your buddy Sid the Kid, and it's important to get those apples or cookies off the sheet early.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's just how they drew it up there with a no-look backhand pass there to McKinnon for that one-timer to make it 1-0.
Nylander taking that early penalty 40 seconds in. He has it now on pace for 49 goals. Had 40 goals last year. Zibanejad steals to Nylander, but it just rolled off his stick. So far, a tough start for number 88 of the Maple Leafs. Brodin tries to shovel it into the far corner. Mitch Marner picks it off, and here he comes to center. 3 90-point seasons on pace for 100. He'd have 3 or 4 if not for injuries and COVID so far, Stewie, as Zibanejad brings it to center. Chips it in, Nylander gives chase. Cale McCarr, near side for McKinnon, chops it to Reinhart, over to Marner. Near side here for Devon Taves, attacks the triangle, and then falls. Good non-call as the net is knocked off. The Swedes get to finish their rush. They lose possession, and we get a stoppage.
Fans looked like they wanted a penalty there on Gustav Forsling as Taves puts it through the triangle, crashes in. I don't think that's a penalty there too, but great job by Canada. They're on their toes. They're forcing this Sweden team to sort of, gap back. They're really, really pushing the pace as Sweden doesn't seem to have a counterpunch as they have 0 shots through the first 9 minutes, Schools.
0 shots in most of the plays in the area to our right. Swedes are officially the home team. Philip Gustafsson is the starting netminder. Of course, drafted by Pittsburgh, went to Ottawa, and has really made a name for himself in Minnesota. Maybe last year was a bit of a dip, but year 1 and year 3 in Minnesota, he's been a bona fide number 1.
Yes, and this Minnesota Wild team is in the race just based on the play of Gustafsson. He's playing some great hockey as of late. 2.63 goals against average, 3 shutouts to boot as well too. And if they want to have some success in making the playoffs, he's going to continue to be a big part of that.
Theodore along the near side for his Vegas teammate Mark Stone. Long lead feed by Doughty. Gets up to Brandon Hagel, who's tied up there with Erik Karlsson. Near side for Forsberg. Rink wide for Karlsson. Chips it by Cirelli, and here come the Swedes on a 3-on-2. Make it 4 as Forsberg joins the rush. After a slow start in Nashville this year, he's filling the net, but the season started poorly, and they're not making the playoffs, Stewie, with all those veterans and off-season signings.
Are they already out of the race? I know it's a tough hill to climb, right? But again, it's an off year for them as they look to be sellers at the deadline. But this is too talented of a team with the moves they made, especially in the offseason, for them to have the patience for this to continue much longer.
We've played 10 minutes and 11 seconds here in period number 1. As the puck comes to Seth Jarvis, who is white hot for the Carolina Hurricanes now. Over to Braden Point. 51 goals 2 years ago. We wondered if Point would be the bumper on the power play. I guess not to start. We'll see what he does on power play 2. As the first big check of the game is delivered by Josh Morrissey as he hits Joel Eriksson-Ek. Here comes Brad Marchand in over the line. Right wing circle between his legs. Gets bumped by Brodin. Hedman cleans up the mess and gets it to the near side for Lucas Raymond. 4th year in the league. The first 2 not bad. The last 2, this kid can play.
I'm a big fan of Raymond as he looks to get another 30-goal season. He's one of those top players in Detroit, budding superstar as well.
The old high flip play, Stewie. I don't know if the U11s can do it in the NHL. It's not only a good defensive play, it's a good offensive play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny. I had Mike Kitchen as a defense coach in the Florida Panthers, and he said, as a defenseman, when they flick it, you got to let it go because you don't know. It might bounce off a finger, it might hit you in the head, and it's a play that's really, really tough to defend. But good job on Canada, really stretching out the zone. And this Sweden team, they just look like they don't have an answer for Canada as they look to push the pace with the game's first 4 shots for 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'm surprised. And there's what an early penalty can do, and one that you can stop. Right, Stewie?
Yeah, momentum. They've had it for the first 9 minutes, and Sweden needs to figure something out because they have the talent right now to take over this game.
Sam Reinhart, Stanley Cup champion, scored the Stanley Cup winning goal in Game 7 against Edmonton last year. As the puck comes to Taves, far side for Mitch Marner. Back to Taves at center. Makar over the red line and fires it in. Marner goes in after it. Bumps his man off the puck, so it rolls to McDavid. McDavid to Makar with a shot right on to Philip Gustafsson. And McDavid's had, 4 or 5 shifts so far? I can't keep my eyes off him. 97 is an early story as we get our second break of the period. Team Canada 1, Swedes no score. As Stewie alluded to, the Swedes still looking for their first shot on goal. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Congratulations to the Super Bowl 59 champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts, world champion and Super Bowl MVP. Just talk about how that feels.
Hey Insiders, football fans, Eagles fans, Chiefs fans from all over the world, thank you so much for
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Nashville, they stink. Barry, you made threats earlier. You got to follow through now. It's selling season, and you got to put the for sale sign out there. I don't know who you can get rid of, and I don't know who you want out of there, but this is a disaster. At some point, you got to try and cut your losses and start somewhere close.
Hey you. Yeah, you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Four Nations Face-Off matchup. Good luck to your team that you're cheering on. Go Canada, go. It's going to be a fun tournament. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that subscribe button if you're new here and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Four Nations Face-Off game of the tournament, including the championship, as well as every single Toronto sports game that's live. Thanks for joining our awesome community and hanging out with us, keeping it classy. Now let's get back to the hockey. Good luck to your team. Go Canada. We'll see you back in the chat.
And with an excellent star rating on Trustpilot, saving feels less impossible. So why not give it a shot? Visit Insurify.com and see how much you can save. That's INSURIFY.com.
Average potential savings based on initial quotes received by 183,234 customers seeking insurance through Insurify. Actual savings may vary depending on state of residence, individual circumstances, coverage selections, and insurance provider. Savings results are not guaranteed.
And grounds it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
David with Nylander in the box lead the Swedes 1-0. Best on best hockey is back. Swedes, as Stewie alluded to, going into the break have 0 shots on goal. Jesper Bratt of the Devils will try to change that. Gets it back to Rasmus Dahlin, who fans on a shot with Crosby on his doorstep. Oh, side of the net for Joel Eriksson-Ek. Even though they missed, that was the Swedes' best chance of the game.
Yes, and first big movement for Jordan Binnington, who's trying to manufacture a little bit of energy here as he still hasn't seen a shot through the first 12 minutes of this game.
Puck behind the net for the aforementioned Gustav Forsling. He and Hedman, Stanley Cup champions as a member of the Swedish team. Long lead feed for Arvidsson, too far. I guess he touched it. Icing was waved off as Team Canada comes back with McDavid the other way. He had a chance to split the D, passed off to Reinhardt, gets it back again, curling in the right wing circle. Back to the point for Theodore, in front for Marner, and it just went off his stick. Back behind the net, far side for McDavid. Chips it behind the net for Reinhardt. One touch for Marner doesn't work as Arvidsson picks it off and gets it out and down the ice. Here's Theodore. D-to-D to his partner, Drew Doughty. 6 games with the Kings this year. Averaged over 25 minutes of ice time. He said, Stewie, the whole time he wanted to play. Well, I guess Team Canada brass was listening with his resume as a puck dribbles towards the net. Cirelli is there, but Gustafsson hangs on.
Yeah, just elaborating on Drew Doughty. Coach Cooper was talking about when he delivered the news to him that he was going to make this team. He said he was just so excited. It was as if he won the lottery. So he's one of those guys that, he doesn't need much practice time. He's one of those guys that's a gamer, and whether he's out a week or 2 months, he's going to perform at a high level, and he's looked good through the first period.
Still getting used to 89 as Marchand dumps it towards the net. Jarvis gets bumped off the puck by Victor Hedman. What a story Victor Hedman has been. Yeah, on the back nine of a Hall of Fame career, number 2 overall. As the puck comes to Jarvis on a 2-on-1. Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand from Seth Jarvis. And just like that, Team Canada leads. It's 2-0.
Great job by Seth Jarvis feeding it over to Brad Marchand. And this is going to be one of the strengths of Team Canada here, as you can hide high-end players like Marchand on the third line, and it's going to be tough for other teams to really have a counterpunch. Seth Jarvis, one of the best up-and-coming young players in the league for the Carolina Hurricanes, slides it over to Brad Marchand, who makes no mistake as he makes it 2-0 with 6:45 to go in this first period for Canada.
The late great Pat Burns, of course, who started here, lost the 89 final to Calgary in the last All-Canadian Stanley Cup final. He says sometimes he doesn't like it when it's too easy. Has it been too easy for Team Canada to start?
Well, I'd rather too easy than too hard, but style that we're talking about twos. The worst goal lead in hockey is the 2-goal lead there, Cools.
They don't cheer 63 in this building too often, but they do right there. And there's an ill-timed pinch that sprung Seth Jarvis, and we are in a fake shot pass league. That is perfect execution, my friend.
Yeah, and it's funny because Gustafsson's a big goalie. He just seems on both goals. He just seems caught sort of out of the crease, caught out of position. But with this Canada team, they're big, they're strong, they can skate, and they can make plays.
Who on the Trey Kroner do you expect to pick things up here? Is it Hedman? Is it Nylander? Is it Zibanejad? Just lost the puck to McKinnon. He had a chance to spring Crosby. Comes to Mark Stone with a shot blocked by Dahlin. We talked about the first TV timeout getting the Swedes going. Maybe it's going to be the intermission for Sam Hallam and company.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board as they just got their first shot on the net there with William Nylander, but he's one of those players that can step up and elevate. He's going to be depended on too for the Sweden team.
Yeah, it was a weak backhander that in the day and age we live in, they review every shot. I don't know if you've noticed, betting is involved in hockey, Stewie, so
what is that?
That may have been on the net. It may have been going wide. Binnington's like, well, give it to me. I want to feel the puck. As Crosby gets knocked over as he and Dahlin exchange pleasantries. Let them play, the officials, Gord Dwyer and Chris Rooney do, as the Swedes come in over the line offside. Dahlin and Crosby will examine that relationship or lack thereof when we come back. This is Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
The NBA's best will be in San Francisco for All-Star Weekend.
Lots up top and the reverse jam to Giannis.
And Sirius XM NBA Radio has your all-access pass. Hear interviews with the All-Stars.
Live from All-Star Weekend with Steph Curry.
I'm excited to be here.
The three-point and slam dunk contest. And the 74th NBA All-Star Game.
This is a clinic by LeBron.
Your home for All-Star Weekend is NBA Radio. On-site coverage begins tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern on Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
Vegas Golden Knights. General Manager Kelly McCrimmon.
Alex Pietrangelo, his decision to...
Cheers, hockey fans. How we doing this evening? Canada is starting this game out and this tournament out right, aren't they? Holy cow. Holy Mackinac, in the words of Joe Bowen. Man, do I ever miss Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph's call. We're so spoiled, Leafs fans. We really are. But a big shout out here to everybody in the chat over here. I always get mixed up, and then I got extra cameras. We're setting up different angles so I can be standing up, sitting down, whatever, hanging out. Lots of fun here tonight. That camera, Mike. That camera. Note to self, I have to go to Best Buy and get my camera fixed, because at the volleyball tournament, when I took that cool short that we did of my daughter smashing the volleyball over the net, somebody knocked my camera down and busted the hell out of it. So, we're using the old webcam here, and that's what we're going with here. Now, why are you trying to pick this phone, trying to talk to me and everything? Anyways, let's get back to the hockey. Cheers, Sky, Brad, Trent, Northern Farm Girl. Great to see you, Northern Farm Girl. Lucas, Dempsey, Pale Shelter, the Popo in Mongolia. Popo, cheers, my man. Let's go, Canada. Let's go, Mitch Marner. Thank you, Willie Nylander, for that penalty early in the game. Let's get back to the hockey. Go, Canada, go.
Circle now to Marchand. Shoots, he scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Oh, hi, babe. Hi, TSI Allison. Love you.
Welcome back to the Bell Center in Montreal. Team Canada leads Sweden 2-0 here, period number 1. Catch NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin, Gord Stellick, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under 6 to play. They took that Nylander shot off the board. I told you. I just had a feeling.
Someone has the under here. Someone has the under.
Drew Doughty in the area to our left if you're just joining us. Team Canada, the visitors, so they're sitting on the visitors' bench. Binnington to our left, getting the call against Philip Gustafsson, who cannot be blamed for either goal.
No, a little out of position on both of them there, but not on him, Cools.
Here comes Brad, has a man in front of the net. What a play by Drew Doughty. No, that was Sam Reinhart. Sam Reinhart is a forward on one knee, maybe saved a goal right there, as in front of the net with a chance was Gustav Nyquist. Here's Ekholm poking the puck in, comes to Pettersson, back at the point for Kempe, near side to Forsling with a shot. That's a shot on goal. The fans give it, don't do the watch here. That's not good luck around here.
The game's first shot by Forsling, and it's a tough game for Binnington, where we talked about him trying to just find a way to stay involved and get activated, and when you don't have a shot through the game's first 15 and a half minutes, it's really, really tough. But he's one of those guys that's a competitor, finds a way to stay engaged, and he looks dialed in through the first period.
56 seconds in, Nate McKinnon on the power play, 13-15. Jarvis over to Brad Marchand. Brad Marchand was the best player in 2016, and that was his coming out party. From that moment at the World Cup, I think he's had basically a Hall of Fame career. He was a third-line left winger in Boston, and he's turned himself into a special player. He'll be 37 in May. As Carlson with a shot, tipped in front of the net, Parayko cleans up the mess. They talk about him in St. Louis this year. Boy, his wingspan is like a right-handed Jay Bouwmeester.
Yeah, I saw him walking around earlier on today. He looks like he's about 6'7" with his shoes on.
Comes to Parayko now. Gains the center red line and dumps it in. Canada changing on the fly. In comes Brandon Hagel. 26 goals. He's 10th in NHL goal scoring. Hagel is 10th. If you have him in your pool, you've won a Ferrari.
And one of those other depth pieces that looks like he can be an X factor for this Team Canada team, slotted on the fourth line. I would not be surprised to see him have a bunch of goal before this tournament is over.
He was originally drafted by the Sabres, never played. I don't think Chicago knew what they had. And Julian Brisebois, who we saw at the morning skate, locked them up. Most of the moves by Brisebois have worked. Maybe one tough guy from Nashville didn't, but for the most part, the Sorellis and the Hagels and the Gensels have worked out well. as Makar sends it to the net. It's picked off, and back comes Arvidsson with Nyquist the other way. Here to Dahlin. Little backhanded toe drag. Lost the puck. Marchand has a chance on a breakaway as the puck is flipped to him by Konechny, but it was hard to execute with 3 Swedish players in the way.
Yeah, and Sweden right now, they just seem like getting a little bit too fancy, turning the puck over. Their game plan going into the second period is they got to have better puck management.
In after the puck is Jesper Bratt. Back to Hedman at the left point. Bratt back to Hedman. Up top now. He's got time and space. He lets a shot go, and he whistles that one just wide of the short side. Couple good chances for the Swedes here as that puck from the point by Forsling is once again gloved by Binnington. And finally, Trey Kroner is starting to find their game.
Yeah, and that's Sweden needs. That's what they need a little bit more of, just putting the puck on net directly. You saw the shot by Hedman that was a little bit wide before. He hesitated, but Forsling, as soon as he gets the puck on his stick, what does he do? He just puts it there. Down 2-0. You got to find a way to crack this Canada code, and it starts with getting pucks on net. Maybe he hits a stick, maybe he hits a skate, and those squeakers have gone in on Binnington sometimes this year. They got to just continue to pump up the volume here.
So Hedman's now with Forsling. He started the game with Brodin. As I look on the bench and count bodies, everybody's still there as Nylander wins the draw to Hedman. Over to Forsling. He fans on it. Picked off by Parayko, and he chips it to center. Mitch Marner, what a season he's having in Toronto. He actually is tied with McDavid with 71 points. Both top 5 in league scoring. McDavid in after it. Has it now to Marner. Back to McDavid. Right and on goal. And he's hammered by Raquel as it just rolled off his stick. McKinnon has it now. Back to Morrissey, the Jets defenseman. The Winnipeg Jets, first overall in the NHL with 81 points. The Capitals are number 2. What a year for Morrissey. One of 5 World Junior champions in 2015 on this team. The McDavid year in Toronto.
Yeah, Morrissey is I say he's one of the most underrated defensemen in the whole entire National Hockey League. You see him getting involved there early. Get a big hit there on the Sweden player. He seems like he's ready to go.
Puck comes to Nate McKinnon. Near side for Mark Stone. Without Pietrangelo, still 14 of the 23 players on Team Canada have won the Stanley Cup. Conn Smythe Trophy winner, Cup champion Kel McCarr is it now through center. Tried to get the puck to Crosby. It was broken up. And it comes here to Joel Eriksson-Ek. Picked up by Matthias Ekholm. He fires it in. McCarr loses the battle there to Elias Pettersson, who's been quiet like many of the Swedish forwards here today, Stewie.
They just don't seem to have any answer for the forecheck. Neutral zone closing off by Canada. They got to use their speed. This is a team that's big, fast, strong. They got to find a way to get activated as this game looks to get away from them.
Less than a minute to go in the first period. There you hear Michel Lacroix. What an opening ceremony. I just love Mary Lemieux. I was there in 87. You wouldn't know since I'm an 88 birth, but I was there in 87, Stewie. Unbelievable. $30 behind Grant Fuhr to watch hockey. That was, I call it the Jetsons. It was the future. Future's right now. Hagel in over the line. That's a nice play by Rasmus Sandin of the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, they have to find a way just to have little small wins, right? Getting the puck in deep, advancing the puck, a little bit of more volume on the net here. But through, as we finish off on the first period here, nice shot on net there by the Sweden player. Going into the first intermission here, they have to find a way to get on the board, and it starts with just getting a little bit more energy, moving the puck, and finding a way to take the crowd out of this game.
Lucas Raymond, 22 years of age. Last 2 years have been outstanding. 31 goals, 72 points. He went 4th overall in the Alexis Lafreniere draft, which right now has Stützle and Raymond in the mix with the other draftees. And those 2 players have done very well in their respective stops. Lucas Raymond and the Red Wings in a playoff position as we hit the break. Before we hit the break, Joel Eriksson-Ek has it, tries to feed Jesper Bratt, who spins and fires a shot that goes weak and wide. Hedman over to Carlson, and there is the siren, the world-famous siren at the Bell Center, and we're done 1 period. Team Canada 2, the Swedes no score. Only 1 power play in the game. Canada scored on it, and the shots on goal 7-2, Stewie. It was a one-sided affair.
Yes, and this intermission couldn't come at a better time for this Sweden team, where they're lucky to come out down only 2-0. Canada had about 5 scoring chances, easily could have been 3 or 4-0. A couple missed shots by Team Canada there. So going into the intermission, if I'm the coach here from Sweden, I'm just talking about, guys, we need small wins. We can't hit the home runs. We can't go end-to-end. It's not going to be a big play. You got to start with just putting pucks on net, activating, try to draw a penalty here as you look to get back into this game. But for me, 3 shots through the first 20 minutes, I don't think it's good enough, but chalk it up to nerves, chalk it up to the home ice advantage for Team Canada. But again, Sweden, as considered one of the favorites for this tournament, need a better effort in this final 40 minutes.
Yeah, and I hate using efforts in any of our analysis. I understand energy, I understand execution, I understand 3 games in 4 nights. I don't understand this. And they're a veteran team, Stewie. You know what I mean? And we're at a point right now, and we're going to get into the format and rules and everything else. One regulation loss really hurts you in this tournament.
It does, with the new point system that they have, and Sam and Lamb talked about their style of play has to be defense first. I didn't see that coming out in waves and 5-man units. They seemed like they were just trying to do some one-and-done type of plays, turning the pucks over in the neutral zone, and they got to go back to the drawing board here.
And we're going to go back downstairs. Joining us now is Seth Jarvis, Carolina Hurricanes and Team Canada. Seth, were you going to pass the whole time? It was a great fake shot pass. I was wondering, and you executed it perfectly. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I wish I could take credit for that. That was pointer. But, high-end players make high-end plays, and that's what those 2 guys did there.
Yeah, Sweden seemed to be a little bit flat, but how much did the crowd play into the energy that you guys had through this first 20 minutes?
Yeah, I don't think it can be overstated how important that was. Coming out for warm-ups was probably the craziest thing I've ever seen. So just being able to feed off them, get a couple hits, get the crowd into it early was awesome.
What do you expect in period number 2? That can't be the same Swedish team we see in the next 20 minutes.
No, they're definitely going to come with a push, but we know we got better too. We're just getting comfortable, so just keep getting better every shift, keep building off the momentum that the crowd's giving us, and keep improving.
Seth, thanks for this. Continued success.
Thank you.
Canada leads 2-0 after 20 minutes of play. Scott Laughlin is standing by. He's got the first intermission report. Team Canada leads Sweden by a score of 2-0. This is Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals.
There's the microphone. What's up, hockey fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Oh boy. There we go. Move the camera around. What a start. What a start for Canada. Beautiful, beautiful beginning of the tournament. 2 goals. Shutting down Sweden's offense. No offense whatsoever. Everybody's worried about the weak spot there for Canada being the goaltending. If the defense and the offense plays like that, I don't think we have much to worry about. Good to see everybody here in the chat. Northern Farm Girl, great to see you. Thank you so much. Cheers, great to see you. Thank you for sending more and more people over to hang out with us live every single sports event that we do here. Toronto Sports Insider. We're live every single Toronto Maple Leafs game, every single Toronto Raptors game. We're live right now. Right now. I got the game running right here. We've got it going. The Raptors are getting absolutely crushed. So, don't worry about it. Hey, Toronto Maple Leafs loyal, true Canadian heart. Great to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And thank you for really this being part of this community. What a community we've grown. It is just absolutely insane. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hitting the like button. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like. As well, if you're new and you haven't hit the subscribe button, what the heck is wrong with you? Get the heck up out of the chat, exit out of there, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell. We just passed 82,000 tonight. We're at 82,238. I took the coolest video today before the Raptors stream started. I was setting up some graphics, and I took a video of the sub counter going over 82,000. And then I was going to go upstairs to make some dinner, and then I didn't because the sub counter kept getting closer to 82,000. And man, oh man, I came back and I was muted the rest of the way. So I might have to do a voiceover for that video and release it tomorrow. If I should release it tomorrow, give a big yes in the chat. Spam that chat up. Yes, yes, yes. If you want to see that video while I was just talking to myself for like 20 minutes as we passed 82,000 tomorrow. Before the USA and Finland game, we'll be live for that one tomorrow night. Same time, same place, same channel, right here, Toronto Sports Insider. Let's get to the intermission report. I got to call my bro True. We'll see you guys in the back in the second period. Getting ready to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Go Canada, go. Let's keep it up. Big second period ahead.
Welcome back to the Bell Center here in Montreal after 20 minutes of play in the opening game of the Four Nations Faceoff. It is Canada 2 and Sweden nothing. And really, when you drop the puck in an environment like this, it's not hard, expectedly so, for the home team to get going. Canada really felt the enthusiasm coming here from the crowd. And in the opening moments of the hockey game, it really felt like the Swedes were on the back foot. And that was, again, to be expected with the home crowd cheering for Team Canada the way that they did. Canada came out early, they came out often, they came out strong, and sure enough, it did not take them long to go to work. And they were the beneficiaries, as it turned out, of an early power play opportunity. So just 44 seconds into the game, and Team Sweden has William Nylander go off to the penalty box for 2 minutes or less. He took a high-sticking penalty, and that meant that vaunted Team Canada Power Play 1 went to work. Here with the call of the opening goal of the Four Nations Face-Off Tournament, Steve Koulias and Anthony Stewart.
Crosby, near side to McDavid. McDavid and Crosby play catch in the corner. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Canada draws first blood, it's 1-0.
It was 1-0 just that quickly. That was a fast opening goal, amongst the fastest that we've ever seen in NHL best-on-best competition. In fact, the fourth fastest ever for Team Canada. Ironically enough, going back to 1987, Normand Rochefort. Anybody remember Normand Rochefort out there? Former Quebec Nordique defenseman, starred for Canada back in 1987 as that stay-at-home shutdown type presence. He was the guy who held the record for the quickest goal to start a game in NHL best-on-best when he scored 43 seconds into a game at the Canada Cup again way back in 1987. So 56 seconds in, PP1 goes to work for Team Canada. Nate McKinnon gets the goal from Crosby and McDavid. McDavid down to Crosby. Cross-ice feed to Nathan McKinnon. He gets the goal, and just like that, Canada had themselves an early 1-0 lead. Just what the Canadian fans in attendance wanted to see, tic-tac-toe, and Canada had the early advantage. Now, a little bit later on in the period, just under 9 minutes in, it looked like Devon Toews was getting in around the Swedish defenseman. Had a bit of an awkward collision with the goalpost. Could have been a scary situation. Thankfully, the Avalanche defenseman was able to get back to his feet. He tapped Philip Gustafsson on the pads and said, "Hey, no worries. I'm okay. Move along, nothing to see here." But we did see Canada go in front by a pair of goals, and just over 13 minutes in, we're still at even strength, and Canada assumed a 2-0 lead.
As the puck comes to Jarvis on a 2-on-1, Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand from Seth Jarvis, and just like that, Team Canada leads, it's 2-0.
Yeah, just like that, Cooley, it was 2-0 for Canada just over 13 minutes in. 13:15 to be exact was the time of the goal. It's Marchand from Braden Point on a great setup from the centerman from the Tampa Bay Lightning. It was Victor Hedman, ironically enough, the Swedish captain, who got caught up ice in the neutral zone. Canada turns it back in transition the other way, and it's point to Marchand. Seth Jarvis also picks up a helper, the intermission guest, of course, of Cooley and of Anthony Stewart on the broadcast. 2-0 for Canada at that point. Well, how dominant was Canada in that opening period? Well, it took till just about the 14-minute mark for Team Sweden to actually register their first shot on goal. It was William Nylander in with a subtle non-dangerous opportunity coming in off the left side to test Jordan Binnington. But for the most part, Jordan Binnington had a pretty pedestrian-type first period. He was not under pressure. Halfway through the first period, to put things in perspective, shots on goal, just 3-0. And again, the Swedes could mount not much of an attack in the opening period. One thing that really stood to be true in the first 20 minutes of this game, folks, the fact that Canada seemingly always had the puck. You want to talk about puck possession, and you want to talk about having arguably the best puck possession defenseman in the game. I know if Quinn Hughes were here playing for Team USA, American fans would say it's Quinn Hughes. Well, Canada's got Cale Makar. And I think a lot of the time, when you see Makar, number 8, with the puck on his stick, you know Canada's going to control play as much as they did in the opening period. Hard for the Swedes to mount much of an attack, quite frankly, just because they seemingly never had the puck. And so 3 shots on goal for Team Sweden in the opening period, outshot 7-3 in that opening stanza, as it turns out. They're going to have to be much better in the second period. I think the Swedes will look to get in on the forecheck a little bit more often, have to have the puck to certainly get to that point. But they're going to look to mount a bit more of an attack. The fact is, too, that Canada, again, did not find its way into the penalty box at all during the opening period of play. And if Sweden's going to get back into this, you wonder if it might be a power play opportunity that comes their way that maybe settles the crowd down just a little bit, takes the oxygen, so to speak, out of the building. And maybe that's the opportunity that the Swedes can kind of bank on, because we know that they've got a pretty good power play one themselves, with 4 forwards and the lone defenseman being the quarterback, the captain, Victor Hedman. So we'll see if they can mount something in coming back here. It just felt like Canada was on a mission, quite frankly, in the opening period. It was almost like Canada was trying to send a message to the rest of the tournament. We're only 20 minutes in, but that was pretty dominant to start the game. And heck, I mean, the pregame festivities, you saw Mario Lemieux come out right after Austin Matthews, somewhat expectedly, was booed and booed mercilessly by the crowd here in attendance at Montreal. Why is he booed? Well, arch rival Toronto, arch rival United States, and they've got the big matchup, of course, Canada does against the American squad coming up on Saturday night, too, that we're all eagerly anticipating. First and foremost, we've got at least 2 more periods here in the tournament opener. We've got the American squad facing the decimated Finnish squad coming up tomorrow night. We say decimated just because of the injuries that Finland has specifically on defense. And boy, we talk about puck possession, guys. And if you're talking about Makar for Canada, Quinn Hughes for the American squad, I think I'll obviously have to talk about Miro Heiskanen, too, the guy who's not here for Team Finland. He would be their equivalent of what Canada and the U.S. can bring to the table. So 2-0 for Canada after 20 minutes of play. Shots on goal, 7-3. Canada looking to turn the tables. And I thought John Cooper in that opening period as well really had a good feel, not unexpectedly, for the game. And that is when he had the opportunity to get the McKinnon line out there. Sometimes in a double shift situation, he did that. When it came to having McDavid, who I thought was the best player on the ice in the opening period, color me shocked at that. But McKinnon and McDavid's lines at times seem to see some double shifting along the way as well. And that's John Cooper realizing that these guys are going. We've talked ad nauseum coming into the tournament, too, just about the advantage that Team Canada seemingly has on the tournament in terms of their top 6, in terms of what the top 2 lines for Canada can bring to the table. And at this point, there's really no reason for John Cooper to even alter any of the line combinations. He has to be overjoyed at what he saw during the first 20 minutes of play. So it's 2-0 Canada, getting set for period number 2. We will turn it back over to Cooley and to Stewie on the other side. They will have play-by-play of the second period. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off Intermission Report right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Michael McDowell, William Byron. The Daytona 500 is coming. It's NASCAR's biggest race.
When you think of races you want to win,
Daytona is #1 on everyone's list. It can define a career.
For the rest of my life, I'll be known as a Daytona 500 champion.
The Daytona 500, Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90,
and the Sirius XM app.
There's no race like the Daytona 500. It truly is the great American race.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
First career penalty shot. Fogle and shoots. Scores! Warren Fogle. Penalty shot goal. 2-1 LA.
Slowly in across the San Jose blue line. Now to the faceoff dot. Into the slot. Shoots. He scores! Drew O'Connor on the overtime penalty shot. Wins it for the Canucks.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues. Check.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoot! Score!
Sirius XM 91. The fastest game on ice.
Keeps it himself. What a move. McCarr. Down low. Kill McCarr. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Everything is better on ice.
Right circle, not a Martian. Shoots. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Here comes Russ.
The biggest names in the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's Kaprizov on a 1-on-1 over the offensive line, pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
So a centering feed, they score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Outlet pass for Panarin. Moving it on a breakaway.
Games
Panarin
in the world.
And scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Before, during, after.
Backhand scores! What a play by Jack Hughes!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. The world's greatest coverage.
Nylander across ice speed. Scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. The fastest game on ice.
Keeps it himself. What a move. McCarr. Down low. Kill McCarr. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues. Check.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoot! Score!
Sirius XM 91.
With 2 goals in period number 1. Nate McKinnon on the power play. Brad Marchand from point and Jarvis makes it 2-0. 7-3 shots on goal. We have to see a different Trey Kroner team in this period, Stewie.
100%, and I go with the 5-5-5 approach. 5 shots, 5 hits within the first 5 minutes is the game plan for Sweden to get back into this game. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a hard way to do it, but they have to find a way to get back in.
This is best on best hockey here from the Bell Center in Montreal. 4 nations face off. Team Canada, Sweden, Finland, USA. They play tomorrow. We've got all 7 games. 4 in Montreal, 3 in Boston. The championship game next Thursday. Nate McKinnon with the puck now. Back to McCarr. Rink wide for Taves, but it came out just over the line. He shovels it in, and they head to the bench. Brodin near side to Mika Zibanejad. Mentioned in the first period, 5 games with JT Miller. 3-2 the Rangers are. He has 2 goals, 6 assists, 8 points. As here comes McDavid with Reinhart. McDavid led all forwards almost 7 minutes of ice time in the first.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't need any rest there as he's pushing the pace every single shift and leading this Canada line.
Gustav Forsling and Victor Hedman. McCarr and Taves, who are on now, led ice time for defensemen as McDavid lets it rip. Gustafsson makes the save. That's Canada's 8th shot on goal.
And McDavid is just all over the ice. And it's funny, when he's turning those legs, the hands are moving as well. You don't know if he's going to pass, drop it, or as he did there, shoot the puck. So Sweden needs to find an answer to McDavid, take his time and space away, because he can do almost a death by 1,000 cuts, and he can take over the game as he has through the first period and first 2 of this second here.
5 Art Ross trophies. Gretzky 10. Howe and Mario 6. Mario's here tonight. He got the big ovation. Only they have more. Yager has 5. I don't know how he won 1 Hart Trophy with 5 Art Ross trophies. And Phil Esposito, who was just passed on the all-time scoring list by Alexander Ovechkin.
I'm assuming that's good, Cools.
Oh, yeah. It's good. I love watching Phil play. Speaking of Summit Series, and I call that a best on best. You got the best NHLers, we're all Canadian in 72, taking on the Russians, and nobody knew how good they were until about middle of the first period in September of 72.
A little bit of entertainment on this program, a little bit of history. You got everything on Sirius XM 91.
Well, we'll get into some of the other shows and channels. Other than Howard, everybody knows about Howard. There's a spinning shot there, went wide of Binnington. As Carlson towards the net. Kevin Fiala, who had a pretty good first period, I thought. Gets a stick on that one, but Binnington steers aside his 4th save of the game. Forsberg up to Pettersson. It went over or under his stick, icing against Sweden.
Yeah, that's the plays that Sweden has to do to get back into this game. It's not going to be the big booming shot, and Karlsson's one of the best players in the National Hockey League and getting pucks through. A little bit of a shot on the ice, redirection by Adrian Kempe, and almost caught Binnington off guard as Canada seems to be throwing the body around, connecting with a big hit as well. So a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more energy from Sweden to start this second period.
Braden Point centering Marchand and Jarvis. They were in on the 2-0 goal. Breaking coverage on the failed pinch. Canada wins the draw. Doughty gets it to Marchand in the right wing circle. Doughty with a shot. Team Canada, the visitors, period 2. So they're going into the area from our right to left as Jarvis leaves it for Doughty, who pinches in on the right point. Comes to the near side. In comes Shea Theodore. He couldn't keep it in as he takes a bump from Kevin Fiala. And now Doughty fires it in. There's 2 body checks there. Fiala and Forsberg. I wonder if physicality was part of the message in the Swedish dressing room.
I've counted probably 4 or 5 hits through 3 minutes as it looks to be a little bit more physical to start this second period.
Doughty into the corner to Marchand. Jarvis comes and cleans up the mess, gets it back to the right point to Makar. He shovels it around the net, comes to the near side for Marchand at the end of a shift. Taves to Makar, in for Stone, who just came off the bench. Tries to find McKinnon, nicely broken up by Karlsson. And now Bratt behind his own net gets it back to Karlsson, who starts out near side. Long lead feed to Fiala, tips it to Jesper Bratt, who goes in after it. Comes up with the loose puck, gets it back to the point, but it goes over Brodin, and the lack of execution again for the Swedes in the offensive zone.
Yeah, passing has been off for Sweden this whole entire game. I've seen Victor Hedman miss 2 or 3 passes, passing to the guy's backhand. He just missed another one there. Game plan doesn't seem to be working so far for Sweden.
Canada wearing their red sweaters. Each country only wears 1 sweater. Canada red, Sweden yellow, which makes me think in the NHL, why do we have to have somebody wearing a white sweater? If the Blackhawks are playing the St. Louis Blues, why can't we see Chicago red against St. Louis blue? I ask you that, Mr. Commissioner.
Now we get into a little bit of fashion, right? But for me, I like some of the variety of the whites, right? Some of the stripes, some go a little bit more solid on the shoulder, so I don't mind those white jerseys. But remember, when I played back in the early 2000s, a little bit of blood on those jerseys, so less blood for the red. So we'll stick with that, Cools.
16:26 to go, period number 2. Team Canada leads 2-0. Power play goal by Nate McKinnon. And then Jarvis to point to Marchand. Makes it 2-0 as Mika Zibanejad in front to William Nylander. And that was his best chance of the game. Binnington getting a pad, then a glove on that one. Ricard Raquel keeps it in for Nylander. Far point, he gets bumped by McDavid, but the puck doesn't come out. Oh, I guess it did. Sends the play into a whistle and a stoppage outside the Team Canada zone.
Sweden taking advantage of a bit of a misplay by Parayko there, getting that to the net. But you look at McDavid there in forcing that offside. Just look at the work of both ends of the puck. Yes, he can control the play with his legs and his feet on the offensive end, but he seems like he's dialed in on both ends of the ice for Canada so far.
What do you think of William Nylander so far, period and a bit?
We've covered him a long time. He's quiet until he's the loudest one in the room, so we know. Let's not be calling for what we think can and I think eventually will happen with regards to Nylander.
Nylander was hoping for a breakaway pass that was interrupted, and now Reinhardt with a shot blocker save by Gustafsson, who's been the best Swedish player despite giving up the 2 goals. Puck chipped down the ice. Looks like icing is coming up as Makar keeps Ricard Raquel in front of him. And we'll see if Team Canada changes. They do for fresh troops. And a face-off will come to the right of Gustafsson, who's got a .915 save percentage this year. I just saw Bill Guerin in the hallway. He says, am I on with you tomorrow? And I said, not that I know of, but if you want to come on, you can come on whenever you want.
It's funny, I got a tap, but I turned around and it was Billy G too, so it's great to see him in his Minnesota Wild as he's here to watch a couple of the players on his team in this tournament. Shout out to Billy G.
Face-off won by Team Canada. Shot from the point just goes wide by Devon Taves. Behind the net for Crosby. Bumped off the puck by Hedman. See, Hedman, he doesn't get credit for all those body checks. Size matters, and he uses his size to knock a pretty good player off the puck.
Best description is Viking here. He's big, he's long, he's strong. Not intimidated. I remember him as an 18-year-old in the league. Not intimidated by guys. Plays heavy, whether you're heavyweights.
Here's a chance for McKinnon. Right on. Gustafsson gets a piece of that one as it dribbles to Joel Eriksson-Ek. Up for Lucas Raymond, over to Jesper Bratt, who's having a very good season for the Devils. 1 point behind Jack Hughes, who's 10th. Jesper Bratt was a 6th round pick. There you go. Took a while to develop. Ken Danico said, Cooley, this guy's going to be a good one. And you know what? Ken was right, speaking of cup champs.
And I talk about underrated players all the time, but Brad is one of those guys for the New Jersey Devils. 64 points right now. He does have 14 penalty minutes and a +9. And that's a guy that can quietly go about his business and put up those points as he looks to get Sweden back into this game.
73, 73, 83. He'll get to 20-plus goals this year. Maybe not 80 points, but in the 70s. Scoring slightly down as we got a breakaway. Lucas Raymond! And there's Binnington's best save as he gets a blocker on that one as Cirelli crashed into the net. A convenient whistle after the Swedes get a bit of a break but can't score.
Best opportunity for the game by Sweden there. Nice little area pass as Raymond goes in there. Goes to his backhand, and he's got one of the deadliest backhands in the National Hockey League. And just a little bit off his mark there as Binnington steps up. And it's tough for him performing and only not getting a lot of volume and really dialed in. He seemed like he tracked that pretty good to keep the game 2-0 through the period's first 6 minutes.
We're approaching our first TV radio time out. Are the Swedes better? If so, how much better, Stewie?
They got more energy. They have more energy there, Cools. They're pushing the pace. They have a little bit more hop in their step. They have a little bit more pride.
Face-off controlled by Canada. The rim for Marchand on a set face-off play. I'm sure you use that one, Stewie. Face-off to the right of Binnington. Win the draw. Left-handed shot around the boards, but Marchand couldn't get to the puck.
Yeah, Marchand seemed to start his route a little bit late there, too. And, he's one of those guys that he knows how to jump the play and really anticipate. He was off probably there by a split second as he now talks to Taze. Hey, that's my bad. I'll get it next time, guys.
He's not going anywhere, right? He'll stay in Boston
if Boston does not make this playoff, there's going to be big changes. I think it could happen. They make the decision. They punt it till after the season. That's my 2 cents on that.
The playoffs started October 4th in Prague. After the 2 games, the Sabres were officially eliminated. Too soon?
Wow.
The Devils were off and running.
We have fans from all over listening, Cooley. We got to be careful here, please.
The people in Buffalo are mad for, one bigger reason and a whole bunch of little Sabre reasons right now. Carlson, rink wide to Hedman as Zibanejad won that draw. Marchand lifts the stick as Zibanejad. It comes to Point, who gets it out to Jarvis. Back to Point's got Marchand again, far side. But a good stick by 65. Marchand wraparound. No, instead he passes off. And what a save on Drew Doughty, who has had a very strong game so far.
He's dialed in. He's one of the best defensemen in the league and just activating, timing and space, and picking when to jump in, and he almost made it 3-0 there.
Much better game now that the Swedes have some energy and execution. Hedman, there he is again, pinching in from his point position to keep it in momentarily, and back comes Seth Jarvis. 4th year Kane, 31 goals last year. But I think Reinhart was a step ahead of the play offside. And because of that, we'll head to the break. 33 for Jarvis last year. You're listening to Team Canada Sweden 2-0 in the second period. Live from the Bell Center, Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Try on mom jeans. 80s and 90s pop so soft and nostalgic. It'll have you decorating your kitchen with country geese. From Celine Dion, Wilson Phillips, and more. Indulge in the allure of mom jeans.
Canada fans, hockey fans, USA fans, Finland fans, Sweden fans, Thank you for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider for every single game of the Four Nations Face-Off. Now is the time of the show. Please let us know where you are watching from in the chat. Are you in Canada? Let us know your city and province. If you're in the U.S., city and state, if you're all over the world, get that flag emoji in the chat. Let us know the country and the city that you're watching from and hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we make a real-world difference every single game. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you for participating and letting us know. I'm in a little bit outside of Chicago, Illinois. Ugh. Transplant fan. It happens. Thanks for letting us know, world. We'll see you back in the chat.
Have to fight over what to watch again, and you'll get an unlimited DVR so you can save all your favorite shows and movies for up to a year. This season of Drag Race is pouring on the twists, and Philo is bringing it to you for an unbeatable price. So get ready for the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo today. Visit philo.tv to get started. That's PHILO.TV.
Here comes Russ. The biggest names in the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
We are back live at the Bell Center in Montreal. Team Canada leading the Swedes by a score of 2-0. The last time they met best on best was actually the gold medal game in Russia in 2014. They did not play at the World Cup in 2016. Canada's 10-2 against the Swedes, and one would call this a Team Canada clinic so far.
Yes, through the first half of the game here, they just seem to be all over the ice, clogging up the neutral zone for Sweden, getting pucks on net. Seems like a clinic so far, as you mentioned.
Josh Morrissey gets it into the far corner, loses it, has to retreat back to his position, but there's Reinhart to... Well, we saw him break up a 2-on-1 earlier. This is the thing. One goes up, one goes back. That's the clinic-type hockey you're talking about, Stewie.
Yeah, Canada just has to be swarming the puck in numbers. They have players all over the ice.
Like Connor McDavid does the Gretzky curl. Left wing circle. He looked for Reinhart, who maybe wasn't expecting it, but it went under his stick. Had he had his stick on the ice, that would have been a chance.
Yeah, and Reinhart's one of those guys. If he gets that puck on his stick below the dots, more than likely it's going in the net. 31 goals this year, 62 points for Florida Panthers as he continues those goal scoring stalwartness.
Yeah, mentioned earlier, he had the Cup winner last year, 10 goals in 24 games. As McDavid goes in after the puck, make that Crosby, 87, over to Stone with a shot. Nice save there by Gustafsson as Crosby ended up in the net. Taves pinches, gets caught. Here come the Swedes on a possible 2-on-1. Arvidsson rink wide looking for Hedman, but it was broken up by Devon Taves.
Great job by Stone on the back check there to actually create some time and space for Taves to get back and get a stick in the lane.
Icing against Team Canada, 12:29 on the clock. Swedes already have as many shots in the first 7:31 as they did in the first period. Much better game, but the Swedes are now engaged. And Victor Hedman, boy, oh boy. I mean, what he did there, his last two shifts, pinching in. He knows it's 2-0, and you get 3 points for a regulation win, Stewie. This might change the ideology for teams right now.
Yes, they need to find a way to step up, and it's almost like a heavyweight boxing match. We're in round 4 where the game is starting to open up.
Forsberg with a shot through a screen, and somehow Binnington saw that. That could have been a beautifully executed face-off play. Do you like 3-2-1 for the NHL or only for tournament play?
We like the National Hockey League is known for its parity, and sometimes with those 3 points, there's some interdivisional rivalries where it's a little bit misconstrued. And those 3 points, I don't like it. I like the 2 for a win, 1 for a loss or overtime loss as well.
If we do go to overtime, we are using the NHL rulebook. 2 changes, 3-2-1. That's one of the changes, and the other is 10 minutes. Sudden death 3-on-3, Stewie, which means, do you think we'll ever see a shootout at this event?
I don't think so. I don't think so with all this talent, especially offensive juggernauts that all these teams have in this tournament. I don't think it goes past the 5-minute mark, let alone a shootout.
Braden Point, speed wobble, loses it. Back come the Swedes with numbers. Forsberg in front of the net, looking for Fiala, but it was broken up. Forsberg gets it back again. He's starting to fly in the period. Shot goes blocked in front there by Seth Jarvis. Kept into Pedersen. Cycles it behind the net for Fiala. Comes to the far side. Jarvis is the only player there, and he just gets it out to center. 2-0 Team Canada. Period number 2. I'm Steve Coolius along with Anthony Stewart, Scotty Laughlin, and the rest of our Sirius XM crew. Is that shot from outside the blue line? Binnington took no chances. Because of that, no change for Team Canada and no shovels on the ice.
Yeah, a bit of a hope play by Forsberg a couple plays ago and just putting it in an area hoping that someone coming down the pipe to put that puck in. We talked about the volume, but you got to have a better quality and shot selection to get the puck by Binnington, who seems like he's dialed in through the game's first half here.
Mika Zibanejad back at it. He's played some wing with JT Miller, was a center and scored in the Columbus game. Before the break, wins the draw cleanly to Carlson, right point. Far side for Ekholm. No play, so he dumps it off the Canadian Tire sign, and it comes to Nylander. He loses it, and out comes Team Canada's fourth line, led by Anthony Cirelli. He was on the B squad at the Generals tryout camp. They said he's the best player. He went to the A squad. He made the team, scored the Memorial Cup winner, Stanley Cup champion as well. A story of perseverance.
You hear that, kids? You don't have to be the first pick of the first round to have an opportunity, not just to make the NHL, but have a starring role in the league too.
27 years of age, 2015 Memorial Cup. He's got 20 goals, Stewie. 20 goals on your fourth line. It's not bad.
And that could be a key to success for this Team Canada, as they have probably 80, 90 goals hidden on that fourth line. You're seeing Konechny, Bennett, who's been out. He's had a pretty good year as well, too. Hagel can put the puck in the net. We already know what Marchand can do. That's a lot of talent. That's line 2, A, B, and C, if you ask me.
Face-off controlled by the Swedes to the left of Philip Gustafsson. Comes to Taves at the point. His shot's knocked down by Zibanejad. Up to Nylander, who doesn't have a stick, or it would have been a 2-on-1.
Well, bad luck there as he looked to join a 2-on-2 with Raquel.
Raquel behind the net being watched by Taves. Leaves it for Doughty. Great play by Red Wing right winger Lucas Raymond to get it back to Hedman. Walks the line. No shot. Brodin scores! Jonas Brodin. Short side shelf. What a play. What a shot. The Swedes are back in it. It's 2-1.
Great shot by Brodin there, and a perfect time to get that goal, to get back into this game, to make it 2-1. Drew Doughty got caught a little bit trying to front the shot. It opened up that seam pass. And Brodin just roofed it for the first goal of the game here for Sweden. So looking at Binnington, I think he got a little bit caught in his crease there, a little bit stuck on that goal line. I'm sure he wanted that one back as he looked to get to the top of his crease, but that's what Sweden has to do. Just put the puck on the net, and it just found eyes and found a way to go top shelf to pull them within one.
Jonas Brodin, one of the top defensive defensemen for over a decade now, 837 games. And you know what? There might have been a partial screen, but Binnington went into the butterfly when a VH option would have been better, Stewie, because that shot came from the right side of the right wing circle. Martin Biron's going to be angry wherever he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think he's the goalie coach, but again, I'm sure he'll go over the video to take a look at that. But what I noticed from up here, he just seemed like he was a little bit caught, probably 2-3 feet into the crease from where he should have been. But maybe he was worried about a backdoor pass or the rebound. But I'm sure if he goes back and takes a look, he probably wanted to front that a little bit better there.
10:07 on the clock here, period number 2. Swedes have life. Already 6 shots on goal in the frame. Officially, it's Brodin from Hedman and Raymond, who made a great play. Lucas Raymond, who's had a good game, as has Victor Hedman. So the Swedes are back into this one. The proverbial 2-0 lead is gone for Team Canada. Play comes to Nylander up top. His shot is blocked. Back to Hedman. Walks the line in front of the net. Oh, what a save by Binnington as Ricard Raquel had the 2-2 goal on his stick. Binnington responds after the Brodin goal to keep it out.
He seems like he hit the reset button there, and great job by Hedman. He knows that you're probably not going to get a puck through from there. What does he do? Gets it a couple inches off the ice for the redirect from Raquel, who almost tied the game 2-2.
Team Canada 2, Sweden is on the board. We are live from the Bell Center in Montreal. This game is coming to you live on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Bruce Boudreau.
It's so important to have those role players. I look at the defense on Canada's team, for example. I mean, you need defenders that are big. And when I look at who wins Stanley Cup, it's usually the team that has the biggest, strongest defense. And this is going to be the same kind of tournament, I believe.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
California Closets just custom designed Molly's media room. Now it's the perfect space for binge watching. Tons of shelves for books, plenty of seating for game night, drawers to hide remotes and dog toys. So it's not really a media room. It's more like a media, TV, reading, living, game room. California Closets. We did it for Molly, and we can do it for you because we know you differently. Schedule your free in-home consultation now at 800-CAL-CLOSETS or californiaclosets.ca.
Mass Mutual presents an uncomfortable pregame conversation between goalie UC Saros and center Ryan O'Reilly.
Hey, Juice, what are your financial goals?
No goals.
Like, no goals for retirement?
No goals.
What about a new home?
No goals.
Good talk. See you on the ice.
No goals. Planning and protection on and off the ice. Go to massmutual.com today.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Listen to every NHL game and all your home team calls on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio and the SiriusXM app as well. Season resumes Saturday, February 22nd. We're in the Four Nations break, and we're at the Bell Center in Montreal halfway through regulation time, Stewie, as Jonas Brodin scores a big goal, and back comes Mika Zibanejad to Ricard Raquel in front of the net. William Nylander with some jump here in period number 2. Has Victor Hedman left the ice? He gets it to Carlson, but that shot is blocked by Mitch Marner, who has not been noticeable here in period number 2. Here comes Nylander with a shot, blocked by Cale Makar's stick. Good active stick as the Swedes have turned this game around. Jonas Brodin only has 4 goals in the regular season, not known as the goal scorer. Been hurt this year, which has hurt the Wild and Billy Guerin, as the puck dribbles out to center ice.
Great block shot by Mitch Marner, right? And we talk about the offensive prowess, but he's one of those guys that plays a good 200-foot game.
Here's a breakaway chance for Victor Arvidsson. Binnington came out of the crease. The play was just onside. The long lead feed from Brodin, and it's picked off by Josh Morrissey. Jets defenseman gets it to Seth Jarvis. This line's been noticeable. Point, Jarvis, and Marchand. The third line's done a good job.
Yeah, both ends of the puck, a lot of energy, getting it on the forecheck, making those little pot passes, playing the game the right way, and providing energy at the same time. That's what they need just for this Team Canada team.
Matthias Ekholm, nice feed to Arvidsson. He was looking for Elias Pettersson, or Elias Lindholm make that on the right wing, but that play was also broken up. Swedes are coming in waves right now as we approach the 12-minute mark, period number 2. Canada led 2-0 after 1. Brodin's goal has the Swedes back in a game who've been better right from the opening faceoff here in period number 2. Travis Konechny, Flyers right winger. Missed the first day of practice with an illness, but is in the lineup as the fourth line right winger. Dumps it into the far corner. Hagel bumps Forsberg off the puck. Cirelli picks it up. Back to the point to Makar. Shooting. Blocked by Forsberg up top. And it's knocked out to center ice and brought back in by Cirelli. Offside on the play. That's Canada's best shift since when?
Since the 35th of February. No, a couple shifts ago. Sweden was bringing back a little bit of heat there, but Canada getting back to the basics of what makes them successful. Heavy hockey, winning the puck battles along the walls, and thriving below the dots. And when you do that, it forces Sweden to collapse. And what does that do? It opens up those point shots. So Makar, I'm sure if he can get that one back, he can do a little bit of a better job to try to get it off quicker to beat Sweden trying to block that shot.
Cale Makar, 22 goals, leads all defensemen. Cale Makar, 63 points, leads all defensemen. Shea Theodore, 48 points on the year. All he does is produce 40 after 40 after 40 for Vegas. And remember, Theodore went from the Ducks to Vegas so they wouldn't pick up Josh Manton and Sami Vatanen. As that puck dribbles towards the net. Oh, what a play by Dahlin to keep it out. As Team Canada almost had a 3-1 lead. As the net is knocked off its moorings. An innocent play somehow got through Gustafsson. The Sabre captain is the hero.
Yeah, so there's been some talk about Sidney Crosby and can he thrive along the wing, and he's one of those guys that he's a power forward, and just getting a stick on there, almost putting it past Gustafsson there as McKinnon crashes the crease to almost put it in, but great job by Dahlin getting a great stick. That's an elite stick, elite awareness, and keeping the game 2-1. Amazing.
Well, we talk about game-changing moments. The Brodin goal has changed this game. That play there with Crosby and McKinnon as they teamed up on the first goal. And what a beauty that was. A blind backhand feed to a backdoor. Nate McKinnon makes it 1-0 early. Marchand 2-0, and then the Brodin goal as McDavid wins the draw to the area to the right of Gustafsson. Cale Makar spinning away from a check. Back to the point to Marner. Loses it, but it rolls to Parayko. Gets it into the corner, far corner for Connor McDavid. Back to the right point for Parayko with a shot right on. Swallowed by Gustafsson, and there's no further play.
And Connor McDavid just seems like he freezes those defenders because he could turn on a dime, he can make a play on a dime, and it almost just forces those defenders just to sort of stop in their tracks, and that opens up the shot there as well. So McDavid, he's just putting on a clinic every single shift, doing those little intricate details that makes him ultimately the best player in the world. So looking for him just to continue to dominate, and eventually it looks like Sweden's going to wear down with Hedman playing, a majority of these minutes for the whole entire team.
McKinnon's line goes right back out there, but the puck comes to Nylander off the draw, and he comes in 2-on-2 with Rickard Rakell. Far corner, Rakell tries to center it, broken up by the skate of Makar, who gets a stick in the chin. That shot is broken up, and Crosby's got a chance. 1-on-1 with Hedman. Crosby with a shot. Fires it over top of the left corner. Puck comes in front to Crosby. Checked by Hedman. What a play by the Lightning and Swedish captain and A-gate Sidney Crosby. Maybe his stick was in the way on that shot that just whistled wide.
Hedman, one of the toughest guys to beat. You almost have to take the scenic route around him because he's so long, he's so heavy. You saw him hold off Crosby with one arm there. One of the strongest players in the whole entire National Hockey League.
1,105 games, 772 points for the second overall pick in the 2009 draft. Speaking of 40-point seasons, he's got that, but he does so much more. Power play 1, PK 1, even strength. Talked about him and all the ice time in the first period. I think he's partly turned this game around in period number 2 as Marchand flips it looking for Seth Jarvis. Broken up by Forsberg, and Karlsson comes back the other way. Karlsson to Kevin Fiala in the right wing circle. Spins back to the point. Back to Karlsson. Rink wide for Pettersson. Bobbled it. Fiala with a shot. That looked like a nice set offensive play. And the puck just fired wide to the far side. Marchand, no play, so he flips it to center as this line is hemmed in their own zone. One of the few shifts in the game where the Marchand group with Jarvis and Point has had some trouble. McDavid in his own zone has trouble with it. Comes to Lindholm. Gets it over to Arvidsson with a shot. Dribbles into the corner where Arvidsson retrieves it. Gets it back to Dahlin at the point. Near side for Forsberg. Far side. Oh, what a chance for Arvidsson. He may have fanned on that one and it hit the side of the net as McDavid comes back with Reinhart 2-on-2. Chipping and chasing is McDavid. Reinhart goes in after it first. Puck comes to the near side. Arvidsson wins the battle. Rink-wide feed to Gustav Forsling. He gets it in, and the Swedes change on the fly as we're under 5 minutes to go in period number 2. A period where the Swedes have been the better team, out-shooting, out-playing, and outscoring Canada as Hedman couldn't keep it in at the left point.
Yeah, you saw Connor McDavid there dump the puck in, so I'm sure that's probably a instruction by Coach John Cooper, as they're probably saying, you know what, let's get out of this period 2-1 and worry about maybe the offensive prowess in the third period. So they're sitting back a little bit as Sweden is turning it on this final 10 minutes of the second period.
An errant pass there for Taves. He does recover in time from Doughty. Doughty goes off, and Team Canada's defense is changing. Raymond between the legs to Bratt, in over the line, spinorama like Patrick Kane. Plays it into the near corner. In after it's Lucas Raymond, who's had a very good game and an excellent period here for Sweden. Canada recovers and comes back 3-on-2. In over the line, Cirelli, rink wide, Hagel, loose in front of the net, and Konechny couldn't put it in. That was a great stick check, by Jonas Brodin. Swedes back 3-on-2. Raymond with a shot. Binnington steers it aside. Back to the right point. Ekholm lets it go. Oh, and he didn't miss the top left-hand corner by much. As Canada once again with the high flip. It's Konechny almost made it 3-1 earlier.
Yeah, great job by him driving that net, not necessarily seeing where that puck was. He was just going to the top of the goal mouth as he almost redirected it to make it a 3-1 game.
Under 3 to go. Raquel in on the forecheck, comes away with the loose puck as he wins the battle against Taves. Taves is on here with Colton Parayko. Nate McKinnon is in there as the defensive center. Crosby spin around feed, doesn't work to McKinnon. Stone has to recover and send it to Crosby right wing, and here he comes. Sidney Crosby, shoulder down, cuts to the net, stop, in front, they score! Mark Stone buries it, late period number 2, and Canada now leads, it's 3-1.
Great job by Sidney Crosby on the entry. And what makes him one of the top players in the world, as he enters, he takes a look, doesn't just drive the puck, takes a look, absorbs the contact, does a little spinorama, and waits for Stone to get to the crease, and he makes no mistake as he puts the puck home 5-hole. And Stone, how many goals have you seen him score like that for the Vegas Golden Knights? Seems like they have a lot of chemistry tonight as Team Canada takes the 3-1 lead.
William Nylander was in the slot. He didn't realize the danger over his right shoulder, but that was Sidney Crosby. He's had 2 power moves in this period, almost scored, gets an assist right there, and Mark Stone takes 1 shot, bingo. And you know what? Statistically this year, 42 games, this might be his best 42-game stretch of Mark Stone's career.
Yeah, he's got 14 goals, and he's one of those guys that just finds those little soft areas of coverage between the defense and the offense in the O-zone there. Great job as he makes no mistake, but amazing play by Sidney Crosby, who we've seen him do that for close to 20 years.
49 points in 42 games for Mark Stone. He's not been that type of offensive player and is regarded as one of the best penalty killers and defensive players in the game. As back come the Swedes 2-on-1. Pettersson has Forsberg with him, spins off into the corner, didn't want to feather a pass through. Carlson shoots, blocked there. Looks like Cale Makar. Ekholm now left point, comes down the left side, goes behind the net, had a wraparound chance, spun one towards the net, but it deflected into the corner. Elias Lindholm has it back to Ekholm, or back to Ekholm at his point. Leaves it for Carlson with a shot. Binnington doesn't know where it is. He does the Hasek, and it stays out as the Swedes poured it on and almost scored with 90 seconds to go.
And Cools, I hope that did not go into the net, because we'd be sitting here having a goaltender interference debate. And great job by Carlson really getting that puck through.
Taking a look at the replay here. No worries, Stewie, for goalie interference. We're going to take a break. Team Canada has just scored. They lead 3-1. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Canada, U.S., and around the world. Stay with us.
Set the mood for Valentine's Day with SiriusXM channels that speak your love language. Rekindle your passion for 70s and 80s romantic hits on SiriusXM Love, Channel 16. Or treat your SO to love songs from the 90s to now on EXO, Channel 15. Both here through Valentine's weekend. And they're for you year-round in the SiriusXM app.
In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
Out to Radic, who places the defender. Chikrin shoots. He scores! Jacob Chikrin from the left dot.
Walensky bypasses everybody. Stretch pass for Natchez on a breakaway. He scores! For the second time tonight, it's a Marty party.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Your family, they're your biggest fans. They cheer you on every day. Now it's time to step up to the plate and protect what matters most. With Ethos, making that commitment to your family and getting peace of mind is a breeze. You can secure a term life insurance plan completely online in as little as 10 minutes. Imagine having up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam needed. Just answer a few simple health questions. Plans start for as little as $2 a day. Talk about a winning play. Let's run the numbers. If the unexpected were to happen to you, who would cover the mortgage? What's the game plan for the kids' tuition and all those other bills? In a time of grief, the last thing you want is for your family to fumble financially, or worse, be forced to sell the home they love. Ethos, because your family deserves a championship-level safety net. It only takes a few minutes to apply 100% online with no timeouts needed. Just head over to startethos.com. That's startethos.com. Startethos.com. Payments billed monthly.
The fastest game on ice.
Keeps it himself. What a move. McCarr. Down low. Cale McCarr. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Welcome back to live action at the Bell Center. Sidney Crosby's got 2 assists. Canada leads 3-1. Swedes are pressing here, trying to make it a 3-2 game with under 90 seconds to go. Mitch Marner, his own zone, just sends it down the ice. Trying to kill the clock here. Puck comes back to Morrissey in his own zone. Rink wide for Parayko. Up to Connor McDavid. In over the line, far side. Stops in the right wing circle. Back to the point to Parayko. Has no shot. Nylander in the shooting lane. Parayko throws it behind the net. Marner is there. Falls. McDavid gets it back to Morrissey at the left point. Into the slot for Reinhart. Once again, it skips over his stick. Marner far side. Looks for McDavid behind the net. Comes all the way back to Morrissey. Tried to center it for Reinhart. Picked off by Hedman. Gets it up to Forsberg. Back to Carlson with speed in over the line. Right wing circle. Watched by 2 red sweaters. Behind the net for Zibanejad in front. Almost went off McDavid and in. Binnington and company catch a break there.
Yeah, last minute of the period there. Could have got caught sleeping, but good job by Binnington staying awake.
Joel Eriksson in his own zone. Starting out. Rink wide for Matthias Ekholm. He loses the puck. Comes to Drew Doughty. Gets it behind the net to Devon Taves. Throws it down the ice. There might be one more whistle. And there's the siren. So unless they put any time here on the clock, Canada does get out of the period. How they entered the period, my friend, with a 2-goal lead.
Much better period and response from Team Sweden as Jonas Brodin got on the board, activating a little bit down the wall, catching Binnington a little bit inside his crease. But great response a couple minutes later as Mark Stone buries his first of the tournament from a great pass, an entry by Sidney Crosby, who now has 2 assists.
They put .7 on the clock. I think I've seen Drew Doughty score in Boston as a overtime goal with .4. Joel Eriksson tried to shoot it off the draw. That's all you can really do. We get 2 sirens. It's not them chasing you on the 401, Stewie. Instead, the teams exchange goals and Team Canada leads 3-1, but the Swedes were way better in period number 2.
Much better response as they started with just getting pucks on the net. They did a great job on their entries, really stretching out that O-zone, getting pucks to the point, D to D, firing it on net, getting Binnington moving in his crease, and eventually catching him a little bit sleeping to make the game 2-1. But great response by the leadership group of that Team Canada. Sidney Crosby activating, getting in on the rush, taking a great look as he enters the zone. Nice little slot pass to Mark Stone to make it 3-1. So if I'm Canada, again, they bent a little bit. They did not break as they go into the third period with a 3-1 lead. So if I'm John Cooper, yeah, you might want that one back, the first one that Sweden scored, but they're in great shape as they head up into the third period, up 3-1.
9 shots on goal for the Swedes in that one. We're going to go downstairs now. And joining us is Detroit Red Wings right winger and a member of the Swedish national team, Lucas Raymond. Lucas, your team was way better in the second period. How do you explain the flat start in period number 1?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously some nerves play into it, and with their crowd, we knew they were going to come out hard, and obviously not the first, but I thought we played pretty good here in the second.
What was one of the messages from the coach during that first intermission? Was one of them getting more pucks and a little bit more volume on the net?
Yeah, I think biggest thing is just play, right? Like go out, we know we're good players, we know we're going to create, so need to get the pucks behind their D, make them turn, and then obviously shot volume being a part of it.
You made a great play that set up the Brodin goal, tracking the puck down and getting it back to the point. I thought you had a really good period. Take us through that goal, Lucas.
Yeah, I think Raquel did a hell of a job just getting it deep and hanging on to it. Was able to pick it up, get it up to Hetty up top, and then he got it to Brodin, and he made an unreal shot.
Great point by you. 3-1 after 2. Good luck in period number 3 and the rest of the tournament, Lucas.
Thank you.
Lucas Redmond of the Detroit Red Wings and, of course, of the Swedes made a great play on that goal. When we come back, Scotty Laughlin standing by with the second intermission report. Teams exchange goals in period number 2. Canada up 3-1. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff live from the Bell Center in Montreal on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on the SiriusXM app and talk about all the EPL drama on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Raptors Nation is on Canada Talks.
Barrett now driving on the far side, got to the baseline, jackknife pass out on the perimeter to Boucher. Long, high looping triple is good. The Toronto Raptors beat the Golden State Warriors 104-101, and right in front of us, a big-time fist pump.
Your home for the Toronto Raptors. Canada Talks, SiriusXM 167 and the SiriusXM app.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Everything is better on ice.
Right circle now to Martian. Shoots, he scores!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
It's Kaprizov on a 1-on-1 over the offensive line, pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
With a centering feed, they score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Outlet pass for Panarin, moving it on a breakaway.
Games
Panarin
in the world.
And scores!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Shoots, scores!
SiriusXM 91. The world's greatest coverage.
Nylander across ice, feed, scores!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Welcome back live from the Bell Center in Montreal. Scott Laughlin with you here. This is the Four Nations Faceoff intermission report on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Well, a better period for Team Sweden, quite frankly, in the first half of the second period. They really seemed to take the oxygen out of the building to a large extent. They seemed to settle the game down. But boy, that last goal by Canada to once again up their advantage to 2 goals really hurts Sweden's chances going to period number 3. And now of concern for Team Canada, the fact that Shea Theodore appears to be hurt. And we wonder just exactly what that means coming up throughout the rest of the tournament. Travis Sanheim, if Theodore is unable to return tonight, if he's unable to return in the tournament, who knows? Sanheim could be back in the lineup, could actually get into the lineup for that game against the American squad coming up on Saturday. But first, we'll tell you how we got here. Steve Coolias and Anthony Stewart doing a great job in terms of play-by-play and bringing you the call here from the Bell Center tonight. We'll go back to the opening minute of the opening period of this tournament. And after William Nylander took a high sticking penalty, that vaunted Canadian power play, PP1, on paper it looked good, and in reality it looked great as well. Here's Cooley and Stewie with a call.
Crosby, near side to McDavid. McDavid and Crosby play catch in the corner. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Canada draws first blood, it's 1-0.
97-87-29. Those are your lottery numbers for the opening goal of the tournament. Canada, it's Nathan McKinnon getting his first. Crosby with a great cross-crease feed. McDavid had dumped it down to Crosby in the meantime, and the captain made the most of it. So Marchand gets the goal in the later in the second period, make that the first period to give Canada that 2-0 lead. But it was McKinnon, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, who got that goal from Crosby and McDavid to open the scoring. And again, that was 44 seconds in when Nylander had the high sticking penalty. 11 seconds later, PP1 goes to work, and Canada had the lead, which is not really unexpected based upon the great atmosphere in the building to start. Mario Lemieux and others coming out to drop the opening face-off, as we know. And I got ahead of myself, as we say, a little bit later on in the period. Brad Marchand gets his first from Braden Point and Seth Jarvis, and Cooley's here to tell you how they did it.
As the puck comes to Jarvis on a 2-on-1. Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand from Seth Jarvis. And just like that, Team Canada leads. It's 2-0.
It was 2-0. Ironically enough, it was Swedish captain Victor Hedman who got caught up ice in the neutral zone. Canada transitions back the other way, gets a 2-on-1, and it was Braden Point with a great feed to Marchand, and it was 2-0 for Canada after 20 minutes of play. Shots on goal in the opening period, 7-3 in favor of Canada. In fact, it took the Swedes nearly 14 minutes to register their first shot on goal. It was a rather innocent attempt coming in off the left wing, a backhander by William Nylander that was stopped by Jordan Binnington, but it was 2-0 for Canada after 20 minutes. So little doubt as to who the better team was in the opening period. Connor McDavid, I thought, was the best player on the ice during that opening stanza. On we would go to period number 2, and as we say, credit the Swedes for kind of slowing the game down, settling the game down, and getting back into it. And just shy of the midway mark of the second period, the Swedes got on the board.
Great play by Red Wing right winger Lucas Raymond to get it back to Hedman. Walks the line. No shot. Brodin scores! Jonas Brodin. Short side shelf. What a play. What a shot. The Swedes are back in it. It's 2-1.
Great shot by Brodin there, and a perfect time to get that goal, to get back into this game, to make it 2-1.
Yeah, that was a great play, too, by Lucas Raymond, who actually was in on the forecheck and caused a bit of a turnover from Drew Doughty behind the net. He gets it back to Hedman, does Raymond. He gets it over to Brodin, and from a tough angle, looked like it got through a couple of players, certainly. It was a bit of a flutter ball that got past Jordan Binnington. Sweden were on the board at 9:33 of the second period. They trailed it by a score of 2-1. Now Canada comes back just moments later, and they're looking to increase their advantage to 3-1, but enter Buffalo Sabres captain Rasmus Dahlin.
As that puck dribbles towards the net, oh, what a play by Dahlin to keep it out, as Team Canada almost had a 3-1 lead, as the net is knocked off its moorings. An innocent play somehow got through Gustafsson. The Sabre captain is the hero.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, there was Dahlin to take the puck off essentially the goal line to keep it a 2-1 hockey game. Canada would not be denied, however. Seemed to, in the second half of the second period, really start to tip the balance back in their favor again. And, of course, it was the captain who led the way. Sidney Crosby gets away down the right side, those 37-year-old legs, serving him well to a certain extent. We saw that Gustav Forsling had a bit of an angle on him, so Crosby decided to wheel back and turn around 180 degrees and drop the puck for Mark Stone. Stone made it count, as it turns out, to make it 3-1 Canada.
Stone has to recover and send it to Crosby right wing, and here he comes. Sidney Crosby, shoulder down, cuts to the net, stop, in front, they score! Mark Stone buries it late period number 2, and Canada now leads. It's 3-1.
It was 3-1. The captain was doing all the work there to find Mark Stone to leave the puck for him and to put it past Gustafsson. He would. And it was 3-1 for Canada. In fact, that's the score after 40 minutes of play. Shots on goal in that second period in favor of Sweden. They outshot Canada 9-7. Shots on goal through the first 40 minutes of this game. 14-12 for Team Canada. But an interesting game from the standpoint that Canada came out, played so well with the crowd behind them in the first period. Swedes, the first half of the second, really seemed to get back in it, settle things down like we say. And it was up to the captain to make that great play to leave the puck for Mark Stone. He increases the lead back to 2 for Canada, 3-1 at that point. But the big concern right now is Shea Theodore. He left the game in the second period, a handful of minutes into the second, so Canada having to go throughout the rest of that period playing 5 defensemen. A little mix and matching going on by John Cooper as far as his combinations are concerned. Felt like Devon Taves got a couple of double shifts here and there in moving into a different pairing. Parayko played with Doughty at one point as well. So this will be a challenge for Team Canada in the third period, down to 5 defensemen, presumably without Shea Theodore the rest of the way. And then the question will become, is Theodore going to be good enough to play Saturday versus Team USA, or is Travis Sanheim going to get his opportunity to jump into the lineup for Team Canada? Either way, Canada being challenged on the back end with regards to an injury to the Vegas Golden Knights defenseman. Just talking with him earlier today, talking about the fact that right now he might be playing the best hockey of his entire NHL career. And that would be a big blow not only for Team Canada throughout the rest of the tournament, but of course for the Vegas Golden Knights as well, once we get back into action coming up in and around the 22nd of this month. So an interesting third period shaping up. Can the Swedes get back to what they did in the first half of the second period, or will Canada just kind of shut things down the rest of the way, maybe looking for a little bit more insurance along the way? All these questions and the answers forthcoming in period number 3. We will turn it back over to Cooley and to Stewie for the call of the third period. You've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff Intermission Report right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning this month.
This is what I love.
Great to have spring training finally be here.
Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams on site across Arizona and Florida.
A young player now turning into a star.
Hear from the star players, managers, and front office executives.
Shohei's really changed the landscape.
MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training this month on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
Still has control. Now to Draisaitl towards the net. The shot, rebound, scores! Leon Draisaitl!
That is his 40th goal of the season.
What you do have now is Jarvis coming in on Ramelka. He scores! A beautiful goal, Seth Jarvis.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Before, during, after.
Backhand scores! What a play by Jack Hughes!
Sirius.
What's up, football fans? How we doing tonight during the Super Bowl? Thanks for hanging out with us.
In the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side. Shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's Faceoff on a 1-on-1 over the offensive line. Pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
With a centering feed. They score!
Cheers, Insiders! Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Go Canada, go! Go Canada, go! Let's go Canada! Let's see it in the chat. And just really quick, I wanted to stop and say thank you for helping me create this amazing community. And thank you for being here tonight and making a difference in our donations to SickKids Hospital in Toronto. We just wrapped up our football frenzy, over $1,200 in donations, and probably about $2,000 more from our percentage donation that we'll be making at the start of the March Madness campaign. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Now go Canada, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Welcome back to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's coverage of Four Nations Faceoff, Canada versus Sweden. Now time for third period action from Bell Centre in Montreal.
Team Canada leads Sweden by a score of 3-1, game one of the Four Nations Faceoff. Hello again, everybody. I'm Steve Coolius with Anthony Stewart, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our SiriusXM crew. We're excited to bring you Four Nations Faceoff action. Shea Theodore got x-rays during the second period. We saw him down to 5 defensemen, and you cannot replace him. So if he's out, Canada has 6 defensemen, Stewie. That's how it works.
Yes, and that's an opportunity for who's that? Noah Hannafin possibly to
Travis Sanheim.
Travis Sanheim, excuse me, to come back in. And but again, I think it's going to be tough getting out of this game with only 5 defensemen right now, especially with Sweden really getting those pucks in, blocking shots. I'm sure Canada right now is going to probably be taking the scenic route to a lot of pucks as they don't want to go down any more players.
Early icing by Cale Makar, 11 seconds in. Swedes outshot Canada 9-7 in that period. They got a goal from Brodin. We talked to Lucas Raymond, who set it up. It was a big period for Victor Hedman, who's on again right now. I'd like to see more from William Nylander, my friend. This is the time for an 88 goal for Trey Kroner.
Yeah, I can understand that, but this line with Raquel and Zibanejad have probably been the most effective line for Sweden, and you know him. He can be quiet until he's the loudest in the room. So, yes, they need him in this third period, but we know he's a game breaker.
He's got it now. Chips it over to Brodin in his own zone. Right wing side in front of the Sweden bench for Raquel. He gets it into Zibanejad, who negates the icing. He's got a spring in his step here to start the period. Hedman with a shot whistled wide to the near side. Puck in the far corner for Devon Taves. Reverse near side to Colton Parayko, and out comes Stone to center. Goes off the linesman, so he gets it back again. Throws it into the corner for Sam Reinhart. He's had a quiet 2 periods so far. McDavid is not, as he gets it back to Parayko with a shot through the Reinhart screen, and a nice save by Philip Gustafsson as he hangs on.
Yeah, great shot by McDavid there. Just, again, finding ways to get involved with the game. But most importantly, great job by Reinhart being in front of the net. Those are the types of goals that are going to be going in the third period of the finals. It's not just going to be off the rush, pretty goals. Great job by Reinhart getting to the top of the goal mouth.
Sidney Crosby with 2 first assists, 1 on the power play and 1 on the play to Mark Stone. So there he is at 37, and for those who are wondering, well, even if he is hurt and misses the tournament, there's other players. Well, just think where Team Canada would be in this game without number 87. As 97 throws it back behind the net, comes out the near side for Marner. He gets a second crack at it as it bounces to McDavid in the right wing circle. Back to Parayko, right point. Left side for Morrissey with a shot. Goes off a leg and just dribbles wide. Cleared to the line and back to center ice. Played 90 seconds here in period number 3. Tomorrow, Finns and USA. Game 2 as we've got best on best action. The city alive. And what a great pregame ceremony. Great to see. 66, Mario Lemieux, my friend.
My favorite player next to Matt Sundin growing up.
Brandon Hagel chasing down the loose puck. Carlson tries to get it to the near side and does for Adrian Kempe. 602 games, all with the LA Kings. Scored 35, 41, and 28 goals over the last 3 years, and they score! Guess who? That's right. We've got a game again as the Swedes close the gap. It's now a 3-2 affair.
And this shot caught Binnington a little bit off guard here, almost handcuffed him. And we talked about Sweden, just the volume, put pucks on net. Binnington has been known to sort of get caught off guard or get surprised by some shots. Kempe comes in 1-on-2, just throws it there, and it looks like it just slid maybe under that blocker. So young kids out there, put it on net, little drag and shoot. We have a 3-2 game, 2 minutes into this third period.
How would you classify that goal, Mr. Anthony Stewart?
Soft. But again, it's early in the tournament, right? There's a lot of nerves, right? There's the atmosphere all around. But Binnington, I'm sure, would like to have that one back.
Kempe buries that one to make it a 3-2 game as back comes Forsberg the other way. Forsberg with a shot looking short side. Ricochets all the way back to the left point for Matthias Ekholm. Back behind the net. In after it is Victor Hedman pinching down the boards. And back on the ice is Kempe, filling in for the captain, who's been all over it here for the Swedes. Scrum along the far boards. Marchand pokes it to Makar. He goes back behind his own net. Approaching the 3-minute mark here of the third period of a 3-2 game now. Canada led 2-0. Swedes made it 2-1 on the Brodin goal. Stone from Crosby 3-2. And Kempe from Carlson. And Matthias Ekholm, who's also had a strong game for the Swedes. And if you're just joining us, Shea Theodore hurt in second period. He's gone for x-rays, will not return, and if he's out for the tournament, will not be replaced. So Travis Sanheim of the Flyers looks like he'll get some action. Crosby behind the net. Bumped off the puck, comes to Lindholm, who pokes it to Hedman in his own zone and just dumps it out to center. Team Canada shoots it back in again. Brodin at center, looking for Arvidsson near side, who goes and gives chase, but I think that play was offside at the Team Canada line. We get a stoppage with 16:24 to go.
And not saying that goal is a backbreaker, but it just sort of took the energy out of the building as you see Binnington sort of talking to himself, saying, hey, you know what, I got to find a way to hit the reset here. You know, you can see his eyes almost looking down, knowing that he should have had that. So let's see how he responds. It's not about the mistake, it's how you respond after the mistake. I'm going to be looking in on how Binnington finishes out this period.
Well, we've talked about Hill, Binnington, and Montembeault as it compares to obviously Logan Thompson, Mackenzie Blackwood, and Darcy Kemper. As it relates to the underlying numbers, the traditional stats, .902 is the league average save percentage, and Jordan Binnington is a few notches below that. As Nylander has the puck, left wing circle, rink wide for Dahlin with a shot. Blocked by Reinhart. That's his second big block of the game as McDavid has it and starts out. McDavid to Mitch Marner. Right wing side. Tries to feed McDavid. Play broken up by his Leaf teammate William Nylander. It's been a quiet night for 16 in red.
He's fine. I'm noticing little stick checks coming in, having good gaps, finishing checks. You know, he's too good of a player to be off the score sheet that much longer.
Hagel in after it. Bumps Forsling. 2 yellow, 2 red, scrum along the near boards. Hagel gets it, shovels it behind the net. Konechny pinching down the left wing boards. Can't get it. Lucas Raymond does. Gets it out the first time, but not the second time. In after it is Cirelli. He's got Konechny in front of the net, but Lucas Raymond made up for his mistake.
Yes, great job on the forecheck there. Dog on a bone mentality, getting it on the forecheck, having good sticks and lanes, turning pucks over.
Konechny behind the net, looking there for Cirelli. Broken up by Lucas Raymond again, and the puck does indeed come out to center, but a good energy shift from the fourth line right there.
And that's what you need. You lose momentum on Sweden scoring that second goal, and you got to take it back shift by shift. Little details like finishing your checks, getting to the net as you try to slow down Sweden's comeback.
Puck comes to the near side. Looking for Adrian Kempe there. was Ekholm, but it was broken up by Marchand, and Team Canada comes back in offside. There's a Marchand line who's played well tonight, trying to build on that excellent shift by the fourth line.
Yeah, just going back to that momentum conversation, and sometimes when a squeaker goes in, it sort of gets everybody a little bit down. So you find a way to get that momentum back by just getting back to those fundamentals, getting back to the basics, winning your wall plays, getting pucks on nets. I know it sounds simple, Cooley, but if I'm John Cooper, I'm preaching those little details as you try to close this game out.
Center off face-off won by McKinnon to Parayko. Throws it into the Swedish zone. Hedman can't get it out. Back behind the net. Hedman and Crosby at it. Hedman chips it to Forsberg, who sends a flip pass down the ice to Adrian Kempe, who scored that goal from well out to make it a 3-2 game. Back comes McKinnon starting out. Stops through center. Fans on it just over the red line. And Victor Arvidsson with speed brings it in. Takes a check from Morrissey. Gets it rink wide to Hedman in front of the net, looking for the stick of Lindholm. Couldn't find him. Nyquist keeps it in, throws it behind the net, but it bounces to Parayko. He's got no play. There's the high flip again. As the Swedes came that close to tying the hockey game. Long lead feed, no icing on the play. Binnington with a big save on Arvidsson. Canada thought an icing was coming up, but not to be, as Marner couldn't handle that pass the other way. Makar tries to get it rink wide for Reinhardt. Broken up by the Swedes, and back comes Lindholm. His shot goes off a stick into the corner. Nyquist near side, fires it behind the net, out the other side to Ekholm. Behind the net to Ricard Raquel. He loses it to McDavid, who's back with speed. Chips it to himself. Working on Ekholm, his Oiler teammate, wrap around. And McDavid with great speed there, but he couldn't put it in.
Almost broke his teammate's ankle there. As he got a step on him, just lost his balance trying to get that puck on net there for Gustafsson making the save.
McDavid does have a point in the game on the power play, but couldn't make it 4-2. We've got a stoppage. Canada leads 3-2. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off live on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
The heartthrobs and the hair, the bad girls, and the boy bands. Plus guitars, lots of guitars. Oh, and the original MTV VJs.
Mark Goodman, Nita Blackwood, and myself, Alan Hunter.
If it was big in the 80s, it's on 80s on 8. And listen at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest...
Hey you. Yeah, you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Four Nations Face-Off matchup. Good luck to your team that you're cheering on. Go Canada, go. It's going to be a fun tournament. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that subscribe button if you're new here and turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Four Nations Face-Off game of the tournament, including the championship, as well as every single Toronto sports game that's live. Thanks for joining our awesome community and hanging out with us, keeping it classy. Now let's get back to the hockey. Good luck to your team. Go Canada. We'll see you back in the chat.
Net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% IRA boost on annual contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. Rates subject to change. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Over 8 times the national average savings account interest rate claim is based on data from the FDIC as of November 18th, 2024. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Does every room in your home make you smile? Well, it can. California Closets specializes in making space for what belongs. We call it practical magic. Learn more at CaliforniaClosets.com.
We're back live at the Bell Center in Montreal. Team Canada leads the Swedes 3-2. Adrian Kempe just scoring moments ago Face off to the right of Gustafsson, controlled by the Swedes. Hedman near side to Jesper Bratt. Starting out through center. Gains the red line, dumps it into the far corner for Lucas Raymond. Puck comes to Mitch Marner, to McDavid, rink wide here for Drew Doughty. Kings veteran defenseman sends it towards the net. It goes off Hedman over the glass and into the netting.
Yeah, Doughty's been noticeable this game. 12 and a half minutes through 2 periods. He seems like he's jumping up in the rush. No real ill effects from that injury that kept him out majority of the season. So great addition so far. But if I'm Sweden now with only 5 defense corps for Team Canada, I got to find a way, even though it's not in our natural ilk, to play that physical game. I'm taking a lot of shots. I'm getting a lot of volume, getting it on the forecheck, trying to get heavy and tire out this Canada defense.
Face-off controlled by Team Canada. Won by McKinnon, back to Taves. His shot easily gloved by Gustafsson, who'll hang on. Well, 5 defensemen. I've never heard a defenseman complain about more ice time. So Sanheim, 7th defenseman, maybe the 6th against the USA, and Bennett is the other scratch. That's it. As injuries go down, you don't add anybody. The roster gets depleted.
But you also have 2 thoroughbreds in Devin Taves and Cale Makar, who look to get close to probably 23, 24 minutes tonight.
William Nylander slides it into the left wing corner. Swedes go in after it. Forsberg far corner gets it to Elias Pettersson. He's there with Forsberg. Wins the battle, but sends it back to the point right through everybody. Forsling and Hedman, and it goes all the way back down to Gustafsson. We're at the 8-minute mark here in period number 3. Swedes with an early goal to make it a 3-2 game. As a little physicality there, Brandon Hagel knocks down his man at center ice, Philip Forsberg. And here's Forsling with it again. He and Hedman are going to be well over 20, 22, 25 as that puck bounces off the side of the net. Comes to Hagel, who skates it through center, chips it in. Cirelli and Hagel going after it. Boy, the effort on this group here, 71 and 38 are all over it, but it's Zibanejad who brings it back to Rakell, who backhands it wide to the far side. That shot by Carlson, blocked by Josh Morrissey. Morrissey getting tangled up with Rakell in the far corner. Comes into the slot where Parayko has it on the center breakout and slides it down the ice. Will this curling shot make it? No. Icing is coming up.
And you see the Sweden team really making a push and activating. You're seeing Ekholm down low, really trying to make something happen. And you made a perfect point, Cooley, in the first period, talking about how important it is to get those 3 points and not have it go into overtime. And they're really not really resting on their laurels. They're trying to come back and come back early in this period.
So caught on the ice, Cirelli, Konechny, and Hagel, the 4th line with Parayko and Morrissey. Warning issued to Joel Eriksson Ek. Draw to the right of Binnington. Swedes win the draw. Comes to Lucas Raymond. He's got time and space in the high slot. Near side to Jesper Bratt in front. They score! Back door! Joel Eriksson Ek wins the draw. Finishes the play. And this game is tied at 3.
Great puck movement by Team Sweden. And then that's what they're known about. They're one of the elite passing teams. They have a lot of chemistry, and great job, and it starts with that face-off. A little bit of a set play here. Come over the top by Raymond. What does he do? Fakes the shot, passes it down, backdoor pass to Eriksson Ek to get his first of the tournament. And Eriksson Ek, he's been pretty quiet this game, but make no mistake, he scored 30 goals in the National Hockey League. That one's going in 10 times out of 10. Binnington got caught out of position there. He couldn't really recover. 3-3 game now, with 11 minutes left in this third period.
Well, that's the Ken Holland rule with Colin Campbell. Ice the puck, can't change. Tired bodies could cost you, and it did there as Jesper Bratt brings the play back in over the line, but that's offside. Mark Stone makes it 3-1 late in the second. 2 goals here. Adrian Kempe and Joel Eriksson Ek have this game tied at 3, Stewie.
Yes, they must have been drinking some extra body armor in that second intermission as they came out flying to start this third period. And for me with Binnington, it's not necessarily the quality of the save, it's the timing of the save. And I know he got caught out of position there and didn't really have an opportunity, but for me, in a tournament like this, I need to have him make a save to keep that a 3-2 game. So again, he's been sort of a little bit choppy through 2.5 periods here. We'll see how he responds as there's still majority of this third period left.
Lucas Raymond has 2 assists in the game. Young star of the Detroit Red Wings as McDavid has it in the far corner. Bodied off the puck by Joel Eriksson-Ek. Comes to Lucas Raymond, who flips it out. Safe play. Quick up to Marner. He taps it for McDavid, but they rule the pass that came from Parayko was offside, so the faceoff will be back in the Team Canada zone. Almost sprung Connor McDavid.
Yes, Mitch Marner there getting a stick on that, almost springing Connor McDavid. And again, that's with Marner. You know, he's been fairly quiet, but all he needs is that half a step or that little space to make a play as they look to now take over this game. McDavid's been noticeable, but some of these other floors with this game on the line, I feel, need to step up as Canada looks like they're running out of a little bit of gas. With still 10 minutes to go as Sweden's continuing to make a big push.
Elias Pettersson on the draw, trying to win it to Nylander. They do win the draw. Comes back to the left point for Forsling. Shot blocked by Stone, and then ricochets over the glass and out of play. 10-14 to go. A 3-1 third period lead squandered by Team Canada. 3-2 Adrian Kempe. Not a good goal. Although the 3-3 goal there by Joel Eriksson-Ek was a beautiful passing play. Jesper Bratt with a great first assist.
Yes, great job, especially by Raymond there, faking the shot, making the pass downhill, who makes a backdoor pass to Eriksson-Ek.
Puck comes to Stone in his own zone, rink wide, looking for Crosby. Morrissey backing up the play. Cross-corner dump into the near side. Stone in after it. Under 10 to go now in the third period with 3-on-3 overtime. Perhaps 10 minutes debuting at this event. Here comes William Nylander dancing in down the left wing circle with a shot blocker saved by Jordan Binnington. Stone gets it up to Hagel, who's got some speed. Over to Cirelli and over the line. Cirelli deep in the right wing corner. Back to Makar. In tight, there's a shot by Devon Taves. Great play, Makar to his Avs teammate wearing number 5 at this event. But Gustafsson with the stop.
Yeah, if you questioned if Canada was going to be on their heels now, make no mistake, they are an elite offensive team, especially on their back end. And great job by Makar hitting an activated Devon Taves, who almost gets the game go-ahead goal here too. So again, Canada needs to respond here. They need to play a little bit better to close out this period if they want to get the 3 points.
Swedes have taken over the game with that 2-1 goal. We're tied at 3. We're live from the Bell Center in Montreal on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Congratulations to the Super Bowl 59 champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts, world champion and Super Bowl MVP.
What's up, hockey fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Man, we got a lot of people in the chat cheering on Canada, don't we? Go Canada, go! Let's get the victory over Sweden tonight in the first matchup. And please help us bring more Canada fans here in the chat to hang out with us on Toronto Sports Insider while we listen to Canada and Sweden do battle in Montreal. Willie Nylander on the ice for Sweden. We've got a bunch of talent on the ice tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. McKinnon and company, Binnington and net. It's going to be a good one here tonight. Thank you for being here, and share this link out as well. Don't forget that. That one's actually really important. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up button and sharing this out. Go Canada, go!
Find the perfect fabric to keep us both comfortable. I found it in Viscose from Bamboo. I'm Tyler, founder of Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth offers the softest, most comfortable sheets, towels, PJs, joggers, and more. Our premium bamboo viscose fabric is incredibly soft, breathable, and moisture wicking, helping regulate body temperature so you stay comfortable all day and night. Unbelievably cozy, ethically sourced, and designed to add a touch of luxury to your home. I believe so strongly that our sheets will turn your bed into a sanctuary that if you sleep in our sheets for 100 nights and don't absolutely love your experience, we will refund your money, no questions asked. I'm so confident that you'll love Cozy Earth that I guarantee it. It truly is the gift that keeps on giving.
Go to CozyEarth.com/SXM and use code SXM for up to 40% off. That's CozyEarth.com/SXM.
Does every room in your home make you smile? Well, it can. California Closets specializes in making space for what belongs. We call it practical magic. Learn more at californiaclosets.com.
Face off to the right of Philip Gustafson. 3-3 under 10 to go. You can feel the anxiety in the building as Team Canada's blown a 3-1 lead. Talked about Jordan Binnington earlier. .897 save percentage this year. No fault on the 3-3 goal. The 3-2 from Adrian Kempe well out. And we've got a 3-3 game with the possibility of overtime. But here's Connor McDavid gathering speed through center. In over the line. McDavid leaves it for Devon Taves. Tries to feed Reinhart. Doesn't work. Marner stumbles. Still has it at the left point to McDavid in front of the net. Oh, what a save by Gustafson on Devon Taves. Tic-tac-toe. No. That's his best save of the game.
I would not fault Gustafson if that puck went in the net. Great vision by McDavid as he one-touches it to Devon Taves, who looks like he's had 2 or 3 scoring chances in the last 4 minutes.
McDavid with speed there almost changed the game. Marner kept it in to make it happen, and Taves pinching in. What an opportunity, but that is elite goaltending as this shot from Hedman ricochets over top of the net. Back behind the net now for Ricard Raquel in front looking for Zibanejad. As we approach the 12-minute mark, 3-3 game. Buckle up, Stewie.
I'm excited here. I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat as we watch both teams treat chances. Like we talked about that heavyweight bout, everyone seems like they're swinging for the fences with 8 minutes left.
We're going to get another look here in the building at that save. Marner, McDavid, Taves. Wow. What a stop.
And it just shows when a goaltender just has that length that Gustafson does. He looks like a young Pecorine back there and just getting extension and almost reading that play as Devontae almost ices the game.
Puck is behind the Swedish net. Brandon Hagel in after it was Cirelli. They've been noticeable. Cirelli falls. Elias Pettersson takes it through center. Gives it to Nylander. Near side for Hedman. Broken up by Konechny. But a good play by the Canucks centerman to break it back up and let Hedman start out in his own zone. 7:35 to go, third period, 3-3 game. It was 3-1 Team Canada. The Swedes have scored twice in the third. Back comes Braden Point the other way. Point has Marchand in front of the net. Can't get him the puck. Makar with a chance stop. Marchand side of the net. He had an opportunity as well as Marchand almost had his second of the game.
Makar as well, and he seems like he's been all over the ice. I've seen him probably 3 shifts in the last 4 or 5 minutes. Uh-oh.
Josh Morrissey got his stick up on Joel Eriksson-Ek. Gordy Dwyer's looking right now, whether it's a 2 or a 4. Let's listen in.
High sticking.
2 minutes high sticking. The Swedes will go to the power play. Both penalties the same. A careless stick, this time Josh Morrissey. And oh yeah, that's a penalty. He caught a break that he got him shoulder and then visor.
And you definitely got to have discipline, especially in the third period. And I didn't want to jinx it, but I was asking, well, where's the penalty coming on Team Canada? And here you go, a couple minutes later after that thought. Sweden goes on the power play as they look to take the game lead with 7 minutes left. We were watching their morning skate today, and they got a lot of puck movement here. Look for them to try to find that bumper as they try to beat Binnington here to take the lead.
Joel Eriksson-Ek on the draw with Zibanejad, Nylander, Raymond, and Hedman against Anthony Cirelli. Joel Eriksson-Ek wins the draw. Nylander near corner to Lucas Raymond. Right wing circle. They work the play into the middle for Eriksson-Ek. Went off a stick, kept in by Hedman. Behind the net for Zibanejad, near side for Lucas Raymond. Back into the near corner for Mika Zibanejad. Raymond at the right point, Hedman up top. Hedman, one-timer shot blocked by Cirelli into the netting and out of play.
And that's why Cirelli's a Stanley Cup champion, putting his body on the line in front of Victor Hedman. And that's probably why I'm up here talking about that, because many a times I was in the lane of that big shot. And let's just say I wasn't there by the time that puck came on net. So great job by Hedman, but an even better shot blocked by Cirelli to keep it 3-3.
28 seconds gone in the minors. Cirelli and Hagel were looking at John Cooper. Obviously, their club team coach, he said, no, you guys are staying out there. Here's Nylander being checked by Taves, but it's kept in by Hedman at the far point. Throws it behind the net for Joel Eriksson-Ek. The Wild Centers had a very good period and an excellent hockey game. Crowd shouting defense as Hagel comes away with it. Backhand flip down the ice, and now they'll change as 55 seconds gone in the man advantage.
Yeah, you see Marchand and Marner over the boards here. Two elite penalty killers. Well rested, see what they can do.
Carlson trying to go coast to coast with a shot. Binnington gets a glove on it. Fired around the boards and out to Marner. 2-on-2 with Marchand. Makar joining the rush shorthanded. Makar shot. Fires it high over the right, top right corner. Good shorthanded chance there, Stewie.
Yes, we talked about Marchand and Marner. They're not just sitting back in the pocket waiting. They're actually trying to make something happen as Marner almost finds Makar. Get a scoring opportunity that just missed over the net.
Makar breaks up that foray into the offensive zone. Sends it down the ice with 40, or make that 20 seconds to go on the minor penalty. Clear to the line, but not out. Kept in by EK65. Far side for Elias Pettersson. Back to the left point. Good stick there by Jarvis as he races for the puck with Carlson. And this should do it for the minor penalty. So the Swedes get their power play. They're 0 for 1. Canada's 1 for 1. A big kill with 5 minutes to go in regulation.
Yes, and I wouldn't want to see this game won on a power play.
Uh-oh, here's an opportunity for Lindholm. He spins and can't get a shot away. McDavid to Reinhart through center. Chipping and chasing near corner. Reinhart in after it, but Victor Arvidsson comes away with the puck. Far side for Kempe. Into Forsling. There's a shot by Lindholm. Goes off a stick into the netting and out of play. With 4:35 to go in a 3-3 game. We're going to take a radio timeout. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff live from the Bell Center in Montreal on the Sirius XM NHL Network Radio Network. Stay with us.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
It's time for the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. Sirius XM NASCAR Radio is live from Daytona today.
Canada fans, hockey fans, USA fans, Finland fans, Sweden fans, thank you for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider for every single game of the Four Nations Face-Off. Now is the time of the show. Please let us know where you are watching from in the chat. Are you in Canada? Let us know your city and province. If you're in the US, city and state, if you're all over the world, get that flag emoji in the chat. Let us know the country and the city that you're watching from and hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we make a real world difference every single game. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you for participating and letting us know. I'm in a little bit outside of Chicago, Illinois. Ugh. Transplant fan. It happens. Thanks for letting us know, world. We'll see you back in the chat.
Go to TireRack.com to get started. Not sure where to begin? Use their easy-to-use shopping tools to get a personalized tire recommendation. The right tires for how, what, and where you drive. Shipped fast and free to a recommended installer near you. Or choose the convenience of mobile tire installation. They'll bring your new tires to your home or office and install them on site. It doesn't get much easier than that. Go to TireRack.com to see their independent test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. And be sure to check out all the current special offers. Great tires and a great deal. What more could you ask for? That's TireRack.com. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Here comes Russ. The biggest names in the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Welcome back to live action from the Bell Center in Montreal. 3-3 Team Canada and Sweden. Team Canada squandering a 3-1 third period lead. McDavid's advantage out on the draw. McDavid wins it. Makar near side for Marner. Whether he got a piece of it or not, it doesn't matter. He was on his side of center, so we'll do it all over again with 4:28 to go.
A great job by Connor McDavid, really bearing down on that face-off, and you know how important it is, especially at this point of the game, and Sweden scoring a goal off that face-off just shows what type of player McDavid is. Game breaker. See if he can win this one here as well.
Shots are even, 19-19, score 3-3, so do the math on the goalies. Not good save percentages, as Mitch Marner can't get it out near side. Binnington leaves it for Devon Toews. He sends one down the ice that should go for another icing, and it does. The crowd doesn't like it, but it's the right call. And with 4:15 to go, we'll do it again. This is how the Swedes tied the game on an icing.
Yes, and it's equally important when you're building these lineups, you know, having centermen, guys that can play different positions and especially win faceoffs on both sides. We got Reinhart right now as he looks to capitalize on the faceoff department, where I believe Canada has the slight edge.
Face-off to the right of Binnington. Sam Reinhart on the draw. Wins it. Makar tries to flip it out. It doesn't work, but doesn't matter. McDavid skates it out. Chips it in. Marner gives chase as the lone forward. And Canada changes on the fly. Here's McKinnon in the slot. Nice stick check by Forsberg to knock it out to center. Under 4 to go now in period number 3. Game tied at 3. Mark Stone gets a skate on it, chips it over the glass and out of play. Face-off will be in the Swedish zone to the right of Philip Gustafsson, who, boy, that save on Devon Toews right now is the best save of the game and maybe the most important.
Yes, that's the NHL Sirius XM 91 turning point. It looks like it could be. And we talked about how important these faceoffs are. Canada has the slight edge, 34-26, as we round out this game.
Swedes win that draw. Coming away with it is Forsling up to Jesper Bratt. He gets it in. Watching him is Colton Parayko. Puck fired to the far side where Mark Stone has it. Into Parayko. Skates it through center. In over the line. Dumps it into the far corner. He'll head to the bench with Josh Morrissey as Nate McKinnon and Crosby are in after it. Losing the puck on the far side is Lucas Raymond. He gets it back again just to get it out to center. Bit of a weird bobble there for number 23, who's had a great game.
Yes, puck seems like it's been bouncing through that neutral zone. We got to get a little bit more ice on those pucks. Please and thank you, management.
We're approaching the 17-minute mark here of period number 3. Swedes now trying to take this one into overtime or pull off a 3-goal third and get 3 points. Remember, 3 for a regulation win. Puck is kept in by Toews at the far side. He gets it into the far corner. Backing him up on the play is Braden Point, but it does come out to center as he is watched there by Adrian Kempe, who scored the 3-2 goal that turned this game on its ear. Here comes Team Canada through center. Marner, McDavid with speed, surrounded by 4 Swedes. Chips it into the near corner. Marner couldn't get it behind the net. Getting it now is Sam Reinhart. Back to the point to Morrissey with a shot. Hits a stick and goes wide. Makar pinches in. Far corner for Sam Reinhart. Leaves it for McDavid. Back behind the net to Mitch Marner. The cycle game working here for this line. Reinhart being watched by Brodin. Gets it to Marner. Back to Reinhart with a shot. And Gustafsson looked behind him as he held the post. The key is it stayed out.
Yes, and a big save on Reinhart there, as that's sort of his bread and butter, scoring close to probably 90 goals over the last season and a half, just over that. You know, he's used to roofing that, but just shows the size and length of Gustafsson as he holds that post to keep the game 3-3 with 2:02 to play.
Elias Lindholm on the draw against Sidney Crosby is taking draws on the left side. He loses it to Lindholm. Forsling behind his own net. Under 2 to go here. And as Danny Galvin would say at the forum, overtime is looming large.
Don't jinx it.
At the Four Nations. Toews long feed looking for Makar. Went off a stick behind the net. Matthias Ekholm is there. Gets it to Lucas Raymond, who's getting tons of ice time, which is great news for the future of the Detroit Red Wings. Here's Ekholm behind the net, near side for Gustav Forsling. He just gets it out. Puck battle between Stone and Eriksson Ek, fired in by McKinnon. Under 90 to go in regulation. McDavid's line comes back out again. Elias Pettersson is out. His line for the Swedes. Ekholm through center to Pettersson with speed. In over the line, far side, centers it in front, looking for Forsberg. Steered aside by Binnington. Here's Nylander, watched by McDavid behind the net. To Hedman with a shot. Binnington got something on that one. Swedes pressing. Under a minute to go now in the third period. Here's Dahlin to the net, through a screen, and Binnington saw that. Forsberg almost got a stick on it, or the Swedes would have had their first lead of the game. Morrissey to Makar, starts out in his own zone. Hits the center red line and fires it in. Braden Point in after it, far corner. Being watched by his Tampa Bay Lightning teammate, Victor Hedman. Cirelli comes away with it to Parayko with a shot. Big save there by Philip Gustafsson. Under 30 to go now. Cirelli with the Swedes changing on the fly, dumps it in. Hagel gets it to Point. Spins away to get it to McKinnon. Left wing circle. Throws it towards the net. Broken up by Ekholm, and they just dump it to center ice.
Good speed by McKinnon there, but again, just a little bit of an area pass that just missed its mark by a couple feet.
Here's McKinnon, 6 seconds to go. A chance to win it late. He steered into the corner. Puck comes back to the point. And ladies and gentlemen, it didn't take long. Game 1 goes to a 10-minute or less sudden death overtime period. We're tied at 3. It's not a 2-1 tournament, my friend. We saw offense, whether it's the goaltending, whether it's the skill, or a bit of both.
And great response for the final 40 minutes by Team Sweden, getting back into this game, down 2-0, down 3-1, and just finding a way. And the coach was talking about from Team Sweden, just the ability of their strength is coming in as playing as a unit, 5-man unit, and the team being the strength. Not one guy, not one individual, not one goaltender. It's the team as a whole. So they did a great job battling back to make it 3-3. On Canada's side, they came out like gangbusters, getting it on the forecheck, got the rink and the building into the game, and they just seem to run out of steam right now. And we talked about Theodore going down with x-rays with a lower body injury, a little bit more volume and time on ice for some of the other Canada defense. They just seem like they're just getting tired as a whole. So we'll see how they hold up going into overtime. But I'll tell you this, when you got McDavid, Makar, you got McKinnon, you know, if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, I'm liking Canada's chances going into this overtime period.
Well, the other side's going to talk about the play of Kempe, Eriksson Ek, Dahlin, and Hedman on the back end. We've seen Bratt dancing around. Obviously, William Nylander, Lucas Raymond. So I don't know how we get to 10 minutes without a goal. And you know what's going to happen? When we get back to the NHL, people are going to say, why don't we go to 10 minutes in regulation in the NHL?
Yeah, I think we've evolved past the point of games being decided on the shootout. And, with that extra 10 minutes, I want to see some more energy. I want to see some more high-octane offense. And in that 5 minutes, they play a little bit of a chess match there. Some teams saying, you know what, we're going to now try our chances to win it because we have some elite guys that are breakaway specialists. So we'll see how we go. Well, we got another year left before we renegotiate the CBA. I think we'll be in on those discussions. They'll be listening to our opinions, Cooley. But I'd love to see that 10 minutes, especially with some of the high-end talent that's budding in today's NHL.
McKinnon opened the scoring, 56 seconds in on the power play. Marchand made it 2-0 after 1. Jonas Brodin from Raymond makes it a 2-1 game. Stone from Crosby, 3-1 going into the third. That should be 86-87% victory. No. Adrian Kempe, King's sniper, 3-2. And then Joel Eriksson Ek from Bratt and Raymond's got 2 points. Crosby's got 2 points. Stats don't matter now. We're going to 3-on-3 overtime with the Four Nations, Crosby and Joel Eriksson Ek. And Joel Eriksson Ek wins the draw. And here we go. Forsling went back behind his own net. Gets it up to Joel Eriksson Ek. He's on with Jesper Bratt, Marner, Makar, and McDavid. Here's Bratt, Devils winger. At center, In over the line, right side, stops up, waits, has Forsling back door, gets it to Joel Eriksson-Ek. Brad heads to the bench. Lucas Raymond comes on and he gets the puck. Marner watches Raymond, who once again retreats. This has got to be a strategy.
Yes. Team Sweden, team built on speed and gathering some speed in their zones. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to spring somebody.
Hedman to Nylander, being watched by Nate McKinnon. Forward playing defense. Nylander to Hedman up top. Swedes playing with so much more confidence after that first period. Nylander, left wing circle. Waiting, watched by Crosby. Man on man here. Puck is filtered toward the net. Binnington poke checks it away. An errant play by Lucas Raymond means Canada has possession in overtime. Nate McKinnon with speed. Crowd starting to roar. McKinnon and over the line. Chips to himself. That shot stopped by Gustafsson. And he'll hang on. The self-flip to yourself. And McKinnon almost buried it.
Yes, how many times have we seen that play by Nathan McKinnon, gathering speed through the neutral zone, just his feet chugging, going 16 beats a minute. Nice little pass to himself there. Almost got it between the wickets of Gustafsson to win the game there. But McKinnon, one-man highlight reel as he goes through all three Sweden defenders.
Point, Stone, Morrissey, Zibanejad, Ricard Rakell, and Gustav Forsling on again. Boy, oh boy. Face-off controlled by Point. He lost the draw, but he's battling Forsling, who grabbed his stick. You can hear the reaction by the fans. They wanted a call. They won't get one. Ricard Rakell. Pittsburgh Penguin winger leaves it for Forsling. Once again behind the net. Tamika Zibanejad. Starting out through center. In over the line. Leaves it for Rakell. He gets by Stone. Rink wide. Oh my God. What a save by Binnington on Zibanejad. That was the game.
Great response by Jordan Binnington, talking about not the quality of the save, which was amazing, the timing in overtime. Great little toe drag by Rakell. And feeding it over to Zibanejad, who almost iced the game there, but Binnington stops it to keep it 3-3 with 8 minutes left to go in this overtime period.
Elias Pettersson on the draw with Adrian Kempe and Victor Hedman. McKinnon, McDavid, and Makar. McKinnon, McDavid, and Makar. Face off to the right of Binnington.
Saw this in a dream once there, Cooley.
Well, it'll be a dream if Team Canada wins, a nightmare if they don't. Makar to McDavid with speed. He's one-on-one against Hedman. Elects to pull back. Little delay. Leaves it for McKinnon. Right in on goal. And there's another save by Philip Gustafsson. McKinnon's second straight shot in 30 seconds. He thought it might have trickled in, but he got his left pad on it.
Yeah, great job by McDavid, coming in, pulling up, did a little role play, drop pass to McKinnon coming downhill. And look how he just accelerates as he has the puck at a standstill, then boom, accelerates, gets the shot off. And Gustafsson, we talked about the save by Binnington a few moments ago. Gustafsson's dialed in where it looks like it's going to take the perfect shot to beat him as he wants this win badly.
Nylander against McDavid. McDavid wins the draw, but Forsberg was almost sprung. That's the danger or the advantage of 3-on-3. He could win or draw, but if Forsberg got to it first, he was gone.
Yes, and he's got great speed there. We've seen him many breakaways over the years in the NHL.
Here comes McKinnon gathering speed through center, working on Hedman. McKinnon, shot right on, pad save. 3 straight opportunities for McKinnon. He's got to go to the bench. And almost a breakaway feed for Nylander is picked off by Brandon Hagel to Cale Makar. Cale Makar, stop, rebound, comes to Hagel, near corner, back to the point to McDavid. Taves comes on from the bench. McDavid goes off. We've played 3 minutes. How do you like it so far?
I'm standing.
Here's Hagel, shot, shoulder save by Philip Gustafsson. Hagel, his pass almost picked off by Forsberg again. Gets it over to Taves, rink wide, but a bad pass to Cirelli, or he had a one-timer.
Just off the mark, and we talk about a game of inches, off about a half a foot for the one-timer there to ice it.
Devon Taves in his own zone, watched by Jesper Bratt, gets it to Mitch Marner, his first overtime shift. The Leaf winger in over the line. Marner He had point, didn't want to pass it, still has it. Marner waiting, still has it. Leaves it for Morrissey. Back to Marner, right wing circle. Marner shot, save. Rebound in front. Loose puck. Marner's in the crease. And Gustafsson covers up. We've played almost 4 minutes of 3-on-3. Oh, baby, as Bob Cole would say.
Great patience by Mitch Marner, where you saw the whole entire building yelling at him to shoot the puck, but it just seems Gustafsson, like he's looking like he's 6'6", 250 pounds there. That puck just seems like it's just hitting him in the pads. He's calm, cool, collected, fronting the pucks as he's keeping the Sweden team in the game in overtime.
Here comes the 3Ms, Makar, McKinnon, and McDavid. Faceoff was controlled by Team Canada, but Makar wanted to settle the puck down, so he brings it back in his own zone. Leaves it for McKinnon, who's had a very good game, been very noticeable in this extra session. He doesn't like what he sees on the zone entry, so he peels back and he does it again. Now he gains the zone. And over the line, McKinnon working on Zibanejad. He attacked his triangle, but he couldn't get a shot away. Back comes Matthias Ekholm, watched by McDavid. 2-on-1. Ekholm has a man in front of the net, and it's loose. Where is it? It's a 3-on-1 for Canada. They poke it back. McKinnon in over the line, has McDavid. McKinnon stopped by Gustafsson. Oh my goodness. End-to-end action. Zibanejad the other way. Slap shot, fires it high and wide, and it ricochets back to center. McKinnon couldn't get it to McDavid.
Scoring chances, I think 6-2 for Canada.
Adrian Kempe with a shot, then gets his own rebound and sends it back to center. Near side for Pettersson to Forsling, back to Pettersson. He fanned on it. 5 minutes into the overtime. Forsling with a shot. Makar breaks his stick. Makar has no stick. Forsling in front of the net. Binnington a big save. Hagel comes away with it now. He spins away from his man. Makar dying to get to the bench. Brandon Hagel in over the line. Still has it. Stops. Curls and takes it out smartly so they can get a change.
It's almost like a video game, Cooley. Just the amount of talent. The big saves. Like, I'm surprised they didn't charge us to come and watch this tonight.
Easy now. Crosby over to Josh Morrissey. Fans they're cheering Crosby's name. Crosby in the corner, gets it in front, picked off, and the Swedes have a 2-on-1. Brad and Nylander. Marner's the defenseman. Brad, Nylander, and it ribbled off his stick. Crosby has it going back the other way. Marner is tired. Crosby sends it back for Marner with speed. He doesn't go to the bench. Marner scores! Mitch Marner scores the goal. Canada draws first blood.
And Cooley, you were asking where was Mitch Marner, and there he is as he ices this game. Another elite play by Sidney Crosby as he comes in on the entry again, delays, kicks it back to Marner coming downhill with speed through the neutral zone, inside, outside, and he puts it home through Gustafsson. And we talked about it being a perfect shot that needed to beat him to ice this game. Great job by Mitch Marner. Even better pass by Crosby. Marner comes in 1-on-3. Boom, picks that corner. But amazing job. And for me, both stars of the game had to be the goaltending. You saw Binnington let in a couple that he probably wanted back. Gustafsson was dialed in the whole entire game as well. Amazing job by Canada as they draw first blood in this tournament.
Mitch Marner thought about going off, and then he got his second wind. And Marner was working on Erik Karlsson. And that goal wouldn't have happened 5-on-5. You know why?
Why's that?
Look at the time on the clock. We would be into a shootout. So because there's 3:54 on the clock, obviously the goal's at 6:06, and Team Canada wins, but they get 2 points, not 3. So the Finns in US in theory should be happy, and at least the fans here are happy because Canada did not blow a 3-1 lead and get nothing. And that was Crosby that sent it back out. He was not on the ice for the game-winning goal.
And great resiliency and, just on-ice awareness. As he sent that puck back, I was thinking maybe he was going to be offside, but he found a way to jump off as Marner came downhill. And we talk about best-on-best tournaments, seeing Crosby still perform at a high level, you know, as he closes in on age 40. Amazing to see. I talked to him before the game today, and he looks like he did as he was at 18 years old as I played with him at the junior. So amazing job by Canada. They don't say how, they say how many as they get their first win of the tournament.
Could you believe Cale Makar broke his stick? He was dying to get off the ice. I think what Brandon Hagel did, that's hockey sense. That's hockey sense. He didn't panic. He got it out. He gained the zone and allowed the possession to never change. That could have been the game right there. Nylander had a great chance as well.
Oh, yes, and you know, Binnington, you know, we're going to go over the video, I'm sure, down the line, and he's going to want a couple of those goals back. So I'm sure, you know, he was out of position, but he is a true competitor, and he understands. He is his number one critic out there, and he said, you know what, this game is on the line, and when it matters most, that's when I'm going to step up. And he did that when he won the Stanley Cup a few years ago with the St. Louis Blues. He is a gamer, and he shows up when it matters most.
3 assists for Sidney Crosby. 3 assists. Set up Marner as he left the ice because he knew he was at the end of a shift, and it's about possession and control. At 37, wow. At this level, Sidney Crosby, 3 points in game 1.
And Cools, does he look like he lost a step? Like, he still has the speed, but he has the vision, he still has the patience, and I'm most surprised by that in today's game where it's evolved so much, where not just the speed, but the quickness. So for him not just to survive and thrive in today's game, I'm definitely amazed as I sit here just turning 40 years old, and you couldn't pay me $5 million to come play here. So great job by Crosby. Amazing as he gets the MVP here, Cooley. Who else would you pick for Canada? Nobody.
And Vincent Damphousse is the one. Former Hab and Oiler and Leaf greats. And the crowd is shouting Crosby. And for those who talk about a decline, yeah, okay, he's not going to get 66 goals and 132 points. But think about it for a moment. If that play with Hughes and Haula knocked him out of the tournament, you're telling me Canada wins a game like this? No. They're 0-1, my friend, and a nation weeps. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this. Well, we wondered when the Ole Oles would come out. They have. Canada up 3-1. Swedes, gutsy, come back and tie it. Almost win it in regulation. Almost win it in overtime. Jordan Binnington with his best save of the hockey game. And then in overtime, Mitch Marner buries it far side on Philip Gustafsson. Canada has 2 points. Sweden has 1. Finland, USA play tomorrow, and I think those two teams are happy that they get a pre-scout, and they know whoever wins in regulation would be in first place. Stewie.
Great performance, right? And it's come as advertised, where this is the best of the best, and the stars are elevating when it matters most. And Sidney Crosby, well-deserved, getting first star of the game as he had his 3 assists. Mitch Marner, we were discussing him, you know, just about his play, and I said all he needs is a step and an opportunity, and he's elevated. He's elevated when the time is called upon the whole entire season as he sits top 5 in goal scoring. And you know, we're not going to get into the politics of, you know, his contract status and all that, but he is a world-class player, and he showed that tonight as he scores the game winner.
Well, here's another world-class player, Stanley Cup champion, one of the best defensive and offensive forwards, of course, in the NHL. He's having a great year this year. Captain of the Vegas Golden Knights and a member of Team Canada, Mark Stone. Mark, wow. I say Sidney Crosby. What do you say?
Just a legend of the game, right? When you need a big play, he gets it done for you. So has that calming presence to him. Obviously, that game got a little closer than we wanted to, and we had the 3-1 lead. But guy like Sid can just calm the game, calm the nerves for the guys on the bench, and he makes 3 unbelievable plays to help us get that win.
Yeah, Mark, take us back to your goal there on Crosby there as he enters the zone and he delays. Did you know he was waiting for you to sort of catch up and get to the slot there? Did you read off that?
Yeah, I know it's interesting. He's playing a little bit of wing, right? So we've been making some plays, and he's kind of stretching the zone. There were some plays where you really see the the strength and that he has. I mean, he's just fends off guys, and I think actually not being the fastest guy actually helped me a little bit there. He was able to pull up, draw 3-4 guys to him. That's what the best players in the league do, and he just found me coming right down Main Street.
Mark, what do you think you learned from this game? Both some good and maybe some bad with the 3-1 lead squandered.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have come out better, right? We were flying, and it kind of took our foot off the gas a little bit. But you know what? They, Sweden's got great players. They got a great defensive core. They got some guys that just play the game the right way. So we knew that they were going to push. Obviously, we didn't want to, get that game to overtime. But there were some good things that came from it, right? We had a good penalty kill. We might have that going forward in this tournament. It was a huge kill for us at a big time, and you never know when you're going to play a little bit of 3-on-3 too. So that's I liked what we had in the 3-on-3. Those guys are pretty fun to watch.
You're in the Western Conference, so you get to see Jordan Binnington on a pretty regular basis, and tonight I don't think it wasn't necessarily his best night, but what you see is he is a competitor and he steps up when the moment matters most. How big was his overtime in getting you guys the win? Yeah, he made 2 or 3 huge saves for us, right? Made the one, I think it was Zibanejad, kind of fanning out. He made a huge save there. He plays the puck so well, too. He helps out our D. Another thing, we went down to 5D, so we had some guys playing some big minutes. But Binner, he's a gamer. Gives you a chance to win. That's all you can ask from your goalie.
Well, we hope the news is good for Shea Theodore for obvious reasons. I don't think you'd ever thought you'd love to hear ole, ole, ole at the Bell Center, Mark, but you did, and you hope to hear it again Saturday night. Congrats on the goal, congrats on the win, and thank you for doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Mark Stone, what a goal he scored, and at that point, I'll be honest with you, who doesn't think when you're up 3-1 going into the third that you probably win? The math helps you, the stats help you, the mindset. But no, Swedes had a terrible first and an outstanding third. At least they got a point, and they almost won it, Stuart.
Yeah, we got to take those analytic glasses off, right? Because, again, you could throw those numbers out the window in a tournament like this, right, where those 3 points are very, very crucial, and teams aren't going to sit back. They're going to do what they can to take control of the game or get back into the game. But remember, this is the best on best, and you're looking at teams that are bringing in 4 lines of high-quality players. All these players are pretty much stars on their respective teams, and you're looking at the Swedish team with, Eriksson Ek and Raymond and Bratt. Those guys are stars, on their Minnesota Wild, Detroit Red Wings, and New Jersey Devils teams. So all teams in this tournament have 4 lines that can play at a high level, and no lead is safe. But what protected this game was the goaltending when it was all said and done, and Binnington showed up when it mattered most. Gustafsson had an amazing game as well. And I've definitely been impressed. I'm ready to do another game right now. When's our next call here? I'm ready to go.
Tomorrow we're going to go and have a hot water and lemon, my friend. What a showcase for 3-on-3, 10-minute overtime. 6:06 was the GWG. 6:06.
And I think what happens when you have 6:06, right, and you're now looking down your bench, you're like, you know what, we might not have an opportunity to win a game if we got to go to our third or fourth line. So we got to find a way to maybe stack a line back to back and try to get that win before you get to minute 7, 8, 9, or ultimately 10. So I like it. And, it was back and forth. There wasn't too many kickback plays or circle backs. Most teams are on their toes trying to get that win. For me, I'm definitely impressed, and it was definitely entertaining from up here.
Mitch Marner, the game-winning goal in overtime. Canada wins, gets 2 points. The Swedes get 1, and we're back here tomorrow for Finland, USA. But don't go anywhere, folks. Scotty Laughlin is coming in with the post-game show. All the analysis, all the sound, all the reaction. He's joined by Dennis Bernstein. Ole, ole, ole. We'll take the break. Scotty Laughlin is next.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Thank you for sharing out the link and bringing more hockey fans to our awesome community here on TSI. And let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! Let's tear them up!
Get him on his stick! Score!
Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac! Go Leafs, go.
Everything is better on ice.
Right circle, not a Martian. Shoots, he scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Connor moving in, shooting, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Zach will feed him again.
Hockey lives here.
He looks left side, shot, score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's Kaprizov on a 1-on-1 over the offensive line, pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
With a centering feed, they score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Outlet pass for Panarin, moving it on a breakaway.
Games
Panarin
in the world.
And scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
To Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period alongside, wow, number one of many more to come here in this tournament. If this is any indication, DB, as to what we're in store for as Canada beats Sweden 4-3 in overtime, Mitch Marner, the overtime hero, Canada gets 2 points, Sweden gets 1 point. If this is what we're in store for, buckle up.
We go to midnight. We could go to 1 a.m., but, we got to get out of here. Just a fabulous way, a great first act for this tournament that, I don't know, I think they care about this tournament. Everybody. The fans were amazing. The players were amazing. A thrilling overtime victory for Canada. And, like I said, a great launching pad for the Four Nations.
Well, I tell you what, the way the game started, I mean, the building is electric as expected. Mario's out there dropping the ceremony opening face-off. The crowd's just electrified. And Canada comes out, and they look like they're absolutely going to run the Swedish team out of the building.
Yep.
So William Nylander takes an early high-sticking penalty. Canada's power play goes to work. And, boy, you really like that power play goal. It was 97, 87, 29. That was the combination that got Canada on the board. And we thought at that point, didn't we, DB, that this one's going to get ugly early?
Yeah, because they were aggressive. They were punk hunting. And I said to you, Scotty, aesthetically, execution-wise, we've seen a lot of international hockey. And, look, nothing's going to clip the golden goal. But I think that's a top 5 goal in international play. That was just indefensible. There's no way you could defend that play. It was amazing. It's a great launching pad, and you're right, they were aggressive, but I don't know whether it was Sam Allen or if it was Peter Forsberg that went in the room after the first. Sweden really bounced back and pushed back hard in their second period.
They really did. They tipped the balance in the first half of the second period, I thought, for sure. Marchand, by the way, had given Canada that 2-0 advantage going to the dressing room. But in that second period, again, Sweden comes out. They seem to settle the game down in the first half of the period. They get on the board with Jonas Brodin with a bit of a flutter ball that gets past Jordan Binnington, certainly. And not lost in all this, too, we should point out that it was right around that time that Canada lost Shea Theodore on defense. And I tell you what, for playing with 5 defensemen for the better part of the second half of the game, more than second half of the game, I thought Canada did it very well. And we talked about it before we came on the air here for the postgame show, DB. I thought very quietly, Devon Taves, because everybody will talk about Makar and dictating play, and deservedly so, right? That's to be expected. I thought his defense partner, Devon Taves, who kind of just got mixed and matched with everybody along the way, I thought he was outstanding tonight, very quietly on the back end for Team Canada.
And remember, Drew Doughty's just coming back from his injury, so they're really...
Thank goodness he was playing 27 minutes a night for the Kings, because he had to get prepped for something like this.
He did, but Taves was great. Taves almost won the game with about 8 minutes left. Gus made a huge save on him from the slot, but he's one of the unsung heroes for Canada tonight, without question.
Well, the Swedes, of course, get back into it, and then Canada gets that goal later in the second period. It's 3-1. Everybody's thinking, okay, no problem. This is what we expected to see. And then the Adrian Kempe goal. Now, he used his teammate Drew Doughty as a bit of a screen, a little bit of a king-on-king crime there, that's for sure.
There's going to be some chirping when they get back to L.A. between those two guys.
Yeah, but I think you and I think most people out there that watch that goal get scored are thinking, hey, Binnington's got to get in front of that puck. Somehow, some way, he's got to make that stop. And that seemed to give Sweden a little bit more life. They cut the lead to 3-2. And I thought, Dennis, from that point forward, you could just sense that there was an anxiety in the building, a little bit of nervousness that people are thinking, wait a second, is this game over? I thought this was signed, sealed, and delivered for a Game 1 victory for Team Canada. And, of course, that eventually led to a tying goal for Team Sweden. And then you want to talk about finger-biting nails time, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of finger-biting nails going on at that point for sure.
Yeah, and remember, Morrissey takes that high stick late in the third, and that's really nervous time. But they found a way. And about Binnington, didn't like the first goal, didn't like Kempe's goal, but you weigh that against the saves he made in overtime. So now the question is, who's going to go? You thought that, from Cooper, the way he talked prior to the tournament, that it was going to go with one guy. I think there's a decision to make it for Saturday night against Team USA.
And it's interesting, too, because John Cooper, before the tournament began, we kind of got the indication from the Team Canada head coach, John, saying that he was kind of leaning towards going with Binnington throughout. This might give him pause for thought. Now, in defense of number 50, we did see him make a big stop in Zibanejad coming up in the third period, actually in overtime, as it turned out, with the game on the line. It was a one-shot game. Team Canada easily could have been on the short end of the stick, and he makes the big stop on the Rangers centerman. So he did maybe redeem himself to a certain extent, but I think that goal that he allows to Kempe in particular is going to leave a bad taste in the minds of a lot of people out there, and got to be some concern going forward about what we had concern about coming in, and that's Team Canada's goaltending.
But let's be real, Scotty. If Canada wins, they're not winning on their goaltending. So they could get by with that type of performance and still win because their offense is so great. And not for nothing, I think Sid's arm's okay. I'm not really sure, but I think it's okay. I think he was playing a little possum.
Yeah, well, he was named as the first star. The crowd here at the Bell Center was chanting Crosby, Crosby, Crosby as he took the honor. And at 37, I mean, boy, he just finds different ways to get it done. We talked about it, maybe not having the wheels he had earlier in his career. We saw that where the goal that was scored earlier when Mark Stone scored. Crosby maybe in his earlier days would have been able to outskate a guy like Gustav Forsling. Forsling had the angle. Crosby does the 180 and puts the puck on the stick of Stone, who fires it home for a Team Canada goal. And again, at that point, it was 3-1, and we thought, okay, this one's signed, sealed, and delivered. Far from it, as it turns out. So we've got much more to break down. We are going to take a break. When we come back, just in case you missed it, we'll have some of the great calls that Steve Coulias and Anthony Stewart had for you North America-wide here on Sirius XM. So you are listening to the Four Nations Faceoff post-game show. We're back after this from the Bell Center in Montreal on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
NHL Morning Skate.
Team USA alternate captain Charlie McAvoy, what is expected of you as a defenseman?
Whatever role I need to do, I'm absolutely going to do it to the best of my ability, and being able to match up against whoever the other team's top lines are, and that's going to be the responsibility, is to play great defense against against some of the best players in the world.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Set the mood for Valentine's Day with SiriusXM channels that speak your love language. Rekindle your passion for 70s and 80s romantic hits on SiriusXM Love, Channel 16. Or treat your SO to love songs from the 90s to now on EXO, Channel 15. Both here through Valentine's weekend. And there for you year-round in the SiriusXM app.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across. Mark with a fabulous save.
Hear all the action on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, live from Montreal and Boston. Four Nations Face-Off. Visit SiriusXM.ca/4Nations for schedules.
Winnipeg will poke the puck away. It's a breakaway.
Hockey lives here.
Line in. Shankly moves in. Shoots. Score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
We are back here at the Bell Center in Montreal. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off Postgame show on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Team Canada outlasting Team Sweden 4-3 in overtime in an opening night thriller at the Four Nations Face-Off. And we're going to talk about this and going forward here. Again, we went from the mindset, DB, Scott Laughlin back with Dennis Bernstein. We went from the mindset that this one could get really ugly really early for Team Sweden to giving them credit for tipping the balance of the scales in the second period towards what we saw in the third with them coming back with a 3-2 goal and then equalizing as well to make it 3-3. And 3-on-3 in overtime, you knew, DB, that with all of the world-class talent and skating ability that was on the ice, felt like McDavid, McKinnon, and McCarr for Team Canada in particular just never left the ice.
I would have left
in
them
the
out for
extra
10
period.
minutes. Yeah, should have played. Yeah, I mean, Hakel got there a little bit. Sorelli had a shift, but Marner obviously scored the game-winning goal. But those are that's a handful to defend. But credit Gustafsson was great in net, and they found their way. This is a tough, determined, well-coached Sweden team who hung around and got some saves and found a way to score and to get the game and to get a point. All right, so let's do a recap now and looking back on the night that was on Wednesday night from the Bell Center. It was Steve Koulias and Anthony Stewart doing a great job with the North America-wide radio call. We'll take it back to the opening period. I mentioned it earlier. 44 seconds in, William Nylander gets his stick up. It's a high-sticking penalty with Nylander in the box. It didn't take Canada very long at all to get on the board, and as we talked about, that 97-87-29 combo worked out just fine. Thank you for Canada.
Crosby, near side to McDavid. McDavid and Crosby play catch in the corner. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Canada draws first blood. It's 1-0.
1-0, a power play marker. We knew that vaunted Canadian power play looked awesome on paper, and we saw it go to work early on. So at the 56-second mark, McKinnon scores from Crosby and McDavid. It was 1-0, and before the first was out, as a matter of fact, just over 13 minutes into the opening stanza, Canada would strike again. This time it's even strength.
As the puck comes to Jarvis on a 2-on-1. Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand from Seth Jarvis. And just like that, Team Canada leads. It's 2-0.
So Marchand scores from point and Jarvis to make it 2-0, 13:15 the official time of that goal. 2-0 Canada after 20. Shots on goal were 7-3 in the opening period. In fact, it took Sweden nearly 14 minutes to register their first shot on goal. It was a rather innocent chance from Nylander down the left side, a backhand that was stopped by Jordan Binnington. 2-0 Canada in full control after 20. As we say, things kind of changed in the second period. Jonas Brodin got the Swedes on the board. This really came as a result of a great forecheck, I felt, by Lucas Raymond to outfight Drew Doughty for that puck. Hedman gets involved as well. A flutter ball, and the Swedes were on the board.
Great play by Red Wing right winger Lucas Raymond to get it back to Hedman. Walks the line. No shot. Brodin scores! Jonas Brodin, short side shelf. What a play. What a shot. The Swedes are back in it. It's 2-1.
Great shot by Brodin there, and a perfect time to get that goal, to get back into this game, to make it 2-1.
All right, so Brodin gets it from Hedman and Raymond at 9:33 of the second period. They're back in the game. The Swedes are trailing it just 2-1. Again, a little bit of anxiety kind of creeping in the building, especially with fans knowing, Canadian fans at least, knowing that Shea Theodore had left the game. And there were a number of guys seeing some extra ice. We talked about Taves kind of bouncing around, not only playing with Makar, but, bouncing around just a little bit. You had Parayko playing with Doughty at one point, too. Yep. Right-handed shots on that defensive pairing as well. So some concern for Canada having to go the rest of the way as it turned out, without Theodore going with 5 defensemen for sure. At 17:28, however, a little bit of an exhale from the crowd here at the Bell Center. Sidney Crosby gets away on a break.
Stone has to recover and send it to Crosby right wing, and here he comes. Sidney Crosby, shoulder down, cuts to the net, stop, in front, they score! Mark Stone buries it late period number 2, and Canada now leads. It's 3-1.
Yeah, 17:28 was the time of that goal. It was Crosby again. In his earlier days, would have just blown past Forsling perhaps and getting his way to the net. Saw that the defenseman from the Panthers did have the angle on him, got cut off. Crosby turns 180 degrees and drops the puck for Stone, who goes in to beat Gustafsson. And it was 3-1 after 40 minutes. Everything seemingly under control. But then came the third period, and just under 2 minutes into the third stanza, this happened. It was king-on-king crime, as it turned out. Kempe, one-on-one with Drew Doughty, and tried to beat the goaltender, Binnington.
Carlson tries to get it to the near side and does for Adrian Kempe. 602 games, all with the LA Kings. Scored 35, 41, and 28 goals over the last 3 years, and they score! Guess who? That's right. We've got a game again as the Swedes close the gap. It's now a 3-2 affair.
And Kempe using Doughty as a little bit of a screen, but still it's a shot that's got to be stopped, no doubt, I think, DB, from Jordan Binnington. That would one he would want to dulver on. Interestingly, of course, goalies never get that opportunity. So that cut the lead to 3-2. And then just under 9 minutes into period number 3, here we go. It was Joel Eriksson-Ek. He wins a key face-off against Anthony Cirelli. And we talk about face-offs. Sometimes they mean something, sometimes they don't. When you're talking about something at this level, on this stage, in the third period of a tight hockey game, they do mean something, and Jack went to work.
Draw to the right of Binnington. Swedes win the draw. Comes to Lucas Raymond. He's got time and space in the high slot. Near side to Jesper Bratt in front. They score! Back door. Joel Eriksson-Ek wins the draw. Finishes the play. And this game is tied at 3.
All right, so Eriksson-Ek wins the face-off, goes to the net. You want to talk about tic-tac-toe. That was the Swedish version of what Canada had on that power play marker to open the account in the game. Eriksson-Ek gets his first, obviously, from Bratt and Lucas Raymond, who picks up his second helper in the game as well. It was 3-3 at 8:59 of the third period. So we would go to overtime. Nothing would be solved up until that point. So you're going 3-on-3 for potentially 10 minutes. If it was still tied, they would have gone to a shootout. Boy, like we said, for Canada, to put out McDavid and McKinnon and Makar as much as they did in the extra period certainly was a boon. That having been said, Binnington did stand tall, and there was one stop in overtime in particular that he made that really stood out above the rest.
Once again behind the net, Tamika Zibanejad starting out through center. In over the line, leaves it for Raquel. He gets by Stone. Rink wide. Oh, my God. What a save by Binnington on Zibanejad. That was the game.
Yeah, that could have been the game right there for sure in the extra period. If you watch the replay, too, you can see that the shot from Zibanejad looked like it went off the Canadian defender's stick as well to make that even more of a challenge for the Canadian netminder. He came up big when it mattered most, trying to make us forget about that goal that Kempe scored on him earlier in the third period. It was 3-3 continuing on in overtime, and like we say, just all kinds of back and forth action. It was like who would have the puck last, that's who'd win the game. As it turned out, the game was on the stick of Sidney Crosby, and he gets together with Mitch Marner to win it for Canada. Let's take a listen.
Crosby has it going back the other way. Marner is tired. Crosby sends it back for Marner with speed. He doesn't go to the bench. Marner scores! Mitch Marner scores the goal. Canada draws first blood.
At 6:06 of the extra frame, Mitch Marner from Sidney Crosby. For Crosby, the first star, as we say, his third assist of the night. The 37-year-old looking nothing like his birth certificate suggests he should look like. And Mitch Marner, who I thought, DB, was fairly quiet throughout the game itself, really step up the right time. I mean, it's a one-on-one situation after he takes the feed from Crosby, and just a picture-perfect shot to beat Gustafsson just in off the goalpost.
Yeah, and as Cooley mentioned, at the end of the shift, he was tired, but that wrist shot, Gustafsson didn't really have a chance, and they go off with their 2-point victory.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, Team Canada in the second period lost Shea Theodore. They had to go with 5D, so it says a lot about Canada. Chris Pronger on Twitter was even saying, in watching the game, looks like Canada's defense is starting to get a little fatigued out there for sure. Yep. Which is certainly understandable. And if Theodore is out for the rest of the tournament, we'll have to wait and see on that. More news to come on Thursday. Obviously, Travis Sanheim's going to draw in to face the American squad coming up on Saturday night in that much anticipated
They can't
game.
Add to the roster, unfortunately.
That's the thing. They have to have less than 18 skaters to be able to add to their roster. So still an injury or two injuries away from having to go to the depths, certainly, of their system. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll have more reaction from postgame with regards to Canada's victory. Canada on a Mitch Marner overtime goal beat Sweden 4-3 in the opener at the Four Nations Faceoff. You were listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show on Sirius XM from Montreal, NHL Network Radio.
On and off the ice.
USA, GM Bill Guerin.
Your team looks like a really difficult team to play against.
And everybody's got their own way of being difficult to play against. Matthew Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk are going to have a different style of that than Jake Gensel and Matt Boldy. We look good on paper. Now we have to go out and play the games and prove it.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
Cheers, Insiders! Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Go Canada, go! Go Canada, go! Let's go Canada! Let's see it in the chat. And just really quick, I wanted to stop and say thank you for helping me create this amazing community. And thank you for being here tonight and making a difference in our donations to SickKids Hospital in Toronto. We just wrapped up our football frenzy, over $1,200 in donations, and probably about $2,000 more from our percentage donation that we'll be making at the start of the March Madness campaign. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Now go Canada, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
100. If it was big in the 80s, it's on 80s on 8. And listen at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest plays.
That was knocked away the backhand scores!
Yes.
Oh, and a good hit there by White Cloud.
Goals.
Better at front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
Insiders and the best analysis on the air.
They got a better defense. They got better goaltending. They got more balance up front.
The NHL on Sirius XM.
Hear every team and your hometown call.
NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
Get a little home cooking right on your phone. Your hometown announcers are always on the SiriusXM app. SiriusXM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
We are back
at the Bell Center in Montreal. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Canada outlasting Sweden 4-3 in an absolute thriller to open up the Four Nations tournament. Mitch Marner plays the role of overtime hero, and he scores at 6:06 of the extra period, taking a drop pass from Sidney Crosby, who, as DB mentioned earlier, was at the end of a shift. And it was the third assist of the night for Sidney Crosby. You know, he was outstanding, Dennis, and I really thought, too, going back to the opening period, I thought that Connor McDavid was the best player on the ice. It was like he was ready to take the game over.
Yep.
And then came the second period where Sweden somehow made some adjustments, took him out of the game. McKinnon the same way, outstanding in the first period, a little bit quiet in the second. And then, as we saw in the overtime, they would be omnipresent in the 3-on-3 extra period.
I just think the energy in the building motivated those players because it wasn't even that they were dominating puck possession. They were hunting pucks. They were so aggressive on the forecheck. It was a dominant performance. And it took 12, 14 minutes before Sweden got a shot on goal. And it was sometimes the shot clock belies what's happening on the ice. It wasn't the case. It was an accurate portrayal of what was going on the ice. But again, Sweden took a step back and got a little bit of a break in the room and found ways to get back in the game.
Well, in that first period we talked about it, Canada outshot the Swedes 7-3, but in the second period, Sweden outshot Canada 9-7, 10-6 in the third period as well in favor of Sweden. Canada had the better opportunities in overtime, as it turned out, and outshot the Swedes 8-4 to outshoot Sweden 28-26 overall in the game itself. And I would think that when we hear from Team Canada coming up on Thursday, I would think that what you're going to hear is the players saying, we loved our start.
Yep.
We've got to find a way to make sure that we maintain that edge that they had to start the game, because against a team like Team USA coming up on Saturday night, I don't think you can get by with the ebbs and flows.
60 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can get by with 20 good minutes of hockey, taking your foot off the gas ever so slightly against Team USA and getting away from it. So I think that they're going to probably talk to a man about the fact that they kind of let up a little bit and that they allowed Sweden to get back up off the mat when it looked like it was going to get ugly, as we say, in that first period, the way that they started the game. So that'll be that search for the elusive consistency, perhaps, that Team Canada will be trying to promote.
And I think the USA players in the stands watched the game and said, we got a shot to win this. If we thought we didn't, now we do. Right? And I will tell you this, Brad Marchand will not get a bigger round of applause in this building ever. Nova Scotia was huge. It was Nova Scotia 2, Sweden nothing in the first period, too, Scott. It was a great performance. But I think that as we get deeper in the tournament, I think Coop may just lean into his star players. I think the time on ice for these players will go up, I think, in the USA game, and certainly if they get to a championship game, it'll happen. So I'm interested to see how he utilizes his top six and bottom six. And some of these players don't deserve to be on the bottom six, but I'm interested to see how these star players are utilized by Coop going forward.
You know, we talked about it too before the game tonight, before the game on Wednesday night. We talked about the fact that John was going to have to approach this tournament in a much different way than he would in coaching the Tampa Bay Lightning.
100%.
And that is that, if you've got a line that's not working and you're playing an 82-game NHL schedule, you can afford to be patient, give them a game 2, 3, 4, whatever it takes for that line to maybe form some sort of chemistry and to get things going in the right direction. Here it's such a short tournament. You have to be very careful with what you do. You don't want to rush to overreact. At the same time, you can't really sit back either, because one loss can mean the difference between you playing next Thursday night against whoever and going home a little bit prematurely and getting 3 games and going home. So I'll be interested to see if John is entertaining any thoughts about making any changes to the top 6. I don't think he's going to. I think we saw enough in that first period from the top 2 lines for Team Canada, specifically their front line players, their most dynamic players, to say, you know what, I'm going to keep these guys together for at least one more game against Team USA to see where it goes. I mean, they won the game. Again, getting outplayed like they did for the most part in the second period has got to be of concern. Giving up some opportunities in overtime to Team Sweden has got to be of concern as well. But I think getting a feel of this for John Cooper, I think he's probably going to ride it out to at least start the game against Team USA that way.
Yeah, you have one thing right. There's no luxury of time for John Cooper. time is of the essence at this point. So he doesn't have that luxury. So we'll see how it falls out in the next couple of games.
We are going to take another break. We will have more coming up from the Bell Center in Montreal. Canada beats Sweden 4-3 in overtime. Mitch Marner is the overtime hero. He wins it for Canada. Sidney Crosby, the game's #1 star, records 3 assists, including setting up number 16 for the one that won it for Canada over Sweden. We're back after this. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
The biggest plays.
Fakes. Save. Samsonov.
Yes.
Timing gets filled in and center eye.
Goals.
Better in front. Point. Score.
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet
And the best analysis on the air.
It's got to be the coach then. Like, if they're waiting on something, like, what significant change you going to make?
The NHL on SiriusXM.
Hear every team and your hometown call.
NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on the SiriusXM app and talk about all the EPL drama on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Here's what's happening on SiriusXM Sports.
It's time for the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. SiriusXM NASCAR Radio is live from Daytona today, with cars hitting the track for the first time and Media Day featuring interviews with the top drivers. Daytona 500 coverage at SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90, and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM Sports, wherever you are, your team plays here.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Eric Tulsky, general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, the hope of 96 stays long-term in Raleigh.
Certainly that's our hope also. We believe we have a good team, a coach that players like to play for, a city that's fun for people to be in. But, give him a little time, let him get used to it, let him make sure he thinks he has a good role and sees this as a fun team to play on, and then we'll get to work.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The fastest game on ice.
With 30 seconds to go, beats Thomas, walks in, left circle, shot, score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Back from Montreal at the Bell Center. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off postgame show on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Canada beats Sweden 4-3 in overtime to win the lid lifter on what should be a fantastic next week of hockey as we look forward to Thursday night, and we'll get to that in mere moments. But Canada happy in the fact that they won the game. Yep. Disappointed, no doubt, that they couldn't win in regulation time. Yep. We are using the international system.
We are.
And so, DB, they pick up the 2 points. Sweden gets the loser point, if you will, in overtime for battling back courageously the way that they did.
They did, yep.
Canada won. If they had lost, it would have been all of a sudden north of the 49th, a little bit of a crisis-type situation, but a little bit of a collective
South of the border,
exhale.
too. For the networks, they would have been sweating a little bit. No Canada-U.S. final. That would have been tough.
Absolutely. So a great first period, not so great second. Canada has enough in overtime despite giving up that lead in the third period to win it. What do you think deep down? Is he going to ride with Binnington going to Saturday night versus Team USA for the big one, with all due respect to the Swedes who put up that courageous battle, as I said, tonight? You think he strays from Binnington, or you think he kind of just makes the decision that, maybe Binnington's the guy, as I indicated before, he's won at the most important time, albeit it was a long time ago, going back to 2019.
One of the guys sitting on the bench does have a Stanley Cup ring. One of the other goaltenders, Aiden Hill. Aiden Hill hasn't been great this season, but Scotty, go back to the Blues' last game against Chicago in the regular season before the break. Binnington was not good in that game. He gave up 5 goals. I think wound up winning in a shootout. And now tonight wasn't a great performance. So I think Cooper's got to have pause and say, I have a decision to make. I don't think it's a no-brainer. I think there's a decision has to make because you have a guy with championship medal who's been there before, who's won big games. His game hasn't been great either. I think his save percentage this season is 900 for Aiden Hill. I think a decision has to be made.
Well, and again, people, are going to talk about this probably now, and depending on how the tournament shakes up and shakes down, people will talk about, the fact that Logan Thompson wasn't here in the whole bit. But we know they were working up against the timeline, and they had to make a decision perhaps a month earlier than they really wanted to deep down. Agreed. So they went with the experience and the guys who had won the Stanley Cup before as well. Now, as we shift gears and look ahead to Thursday night, Team USA's opener comes against Finland. Now, the U.S., arguably the team to beat in this tournament to begin with.
Yes.
Going against a team that I quite frankly feel a little bit sorry for. And the fact that the Finns have been so decimated on the back end.
Can you skate backwards? We might need you for a seventh defenseman.
I can, but I might be a little bit outclassed at this stage, for sure.
You may not be able to do post and pre because you might be playing for Team Finland on the blue line.
And I know one thing too, DB, that I probably couldn't beat Connor Hellebuck. And that's the whole thing. We're looking at Connor Hellebuck versus UC Saros on Thursday night. Again, Team USA is going to go into that game as the heavy favorites to win. And like you said earlier, I mean, they see tonight that Canada has a little bit of a trip up and they get the 2 points and not the 3. So a real golden opportunity for the American squad coming up Thursday.
But now, Scotty, that game can turn into a trap game. You watch Canada play tonight, and they weren't great. They weren't dominant, right? You're looking forward to Saturday night, USA and Canada. That's a trap game for the U.S., and I agree with you. They'll be prohibitive favorites. And if they go to overtime against Finland, that's a problem for USA. Like, they should win that game comfortably. Saros hasn't been Saros that we know of this season, but that's a function of the entire Nashville Predators team this year. It's been terrible, so it's going to be really interesting. But, yeah, you got to be super confident of the USA, but you got to go out and play a full 60 minutes against an undermanned Finland team, and then you point towards Saturday night.
Well, look, we look at the pregame festivities, and we talked about Mario and the great ovation that he got. I think that they jumped in, because if they hadn't jumped in, that 66 probably would have still been receiving some sort of a standing ovation from the fans here at the Bell Center that just love to do that sort of thing to recognize the greatness. Austin Matthews, just before that, gets introduced, and as the captain of the hated Toronto Maple Leafs and as the captain of Team USA, I don't know that we were surprised that Austin Matthews got booed the way that he did.
That was pretty harsh treatment, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Saturday night. But yeah, I think Austin's going to be, it's just going to give him more motivation to be the villain here in the Four Nations in Montreal.
And AM34 kind of had a smirk on his face. I think he knew what he was getting into.
Exactly.
If he had been cheered, I think he would have been shocked. Let's just put it that way, too. So the lid lifter goes to Team Canada as they beat Team Sweden by a score of 4-3. It's Austin Matthews' teammate and good buddy Mitch Marner who wins it for Canada at 6:06 of the extra period on a drop from Sidney Crosby. 3 assists for the number 1 star, the Penguins captain, Team Canada's captain, gets it done. And now we're looking ahead to Thursday. We hope that you'll join us. We'll have the game just after 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Steve Coulias, Anthony Stewart on the call. You can join myself and Dave Pagnotta at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific for the pregame show as well. This has been our coverage on a Wednesday from the Four Nations Faceoff in Montreal.
In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
Back in front, celebrating on the doorstep, and Montembeault takes one away off the goal line with a spectacular glove stop.
Makar left point. Drops near side for McKinnon. Passes to the back door. One-timer. What a save by Demko. He robbed Lehkonen across to his left. An unbelievable stop from number 35 for the Canucks.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Don't miss MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning this month.
This is what I love.
Great to have spring training finally be here.
Tune in as we visit with all 30 teams on site across Arizona and Florida.
A young player now turning into a star.
Hear from the star players, managers, and front office executives.
Shohei's really changed the landscape.
MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training this month on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
For Valentine's month, we've got a little something for the lovers.
Hey, it's me, Maxwell, and for the month of February, it's just you and me.
Maxwell is taking over.
Sirius XM Silk is
Maxwell's Serenade Radio. Playing timeless R&B slow jams.
all month long.
Channel 330 and on the Sirius XM app.
And I want you to be my Valentine.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
I'm going to start my campaign for Zach Werenski for the Norris Trophy. I think it's time. He currently has the most goals by defenseman. This is not the 84 Oilers he plays for. This is the 25 Blue Jackets. And this is maybe the most important part. He's got his team in the playoffs.
You have the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Who brings you 24/7 hockey? Awesome play-by-play. And in-depth analysis. The best.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
The Warriors and Mavericks are going down to the wire in Dallas.
Mooney gets to the long rebound, takes it to the front court, doesn't have a numerical advantage, waits for Draymond and Butler to get up the floor, over to Curry for three, right side, good! Golden State on top by one, Curry!
That's Warriors Radio on the call, but Kyrie Irving is at the free throw line. He got fouled shooting a three a moment ago, and he's already knocked down the first two. So Dallas has the lead again, 104-102. You got 2:20 remaining in the ball game. You can hear the exciting finish on NBA radio. That's Channel 86. Clippers lead the Grizzlies 78-68. That one in the third. Jamal Murray, 55 points. Nuggets beat the Trailblazers 132-121. Thunder won their seventh game in a row, 115-101 over the Heat. Bucks beat the T-Wolves. The Cavaliers won their fourth in a row, 131-108 over the Raptors. Celtics won their third straight, 116-103 over the Spurs. Jason Tatum, 32 points, 14 rebounds. Knicks beat the Hawks in overtime, 149-148. They've won 9 of 11. Jazz beat the Lakers, 131-119. Luka Doncic, 16 in the loss for LA. Rockets topped the Suns. The Pistons beat the Bulls. Nets took down the Sixers. Pacers got past the Wizards in overtime. The other winners, Magic and Kings. College basketball, third-ranked Duke blew out California, and ninth-ranked St. John's lost on the road at Villanova. Four Nations face-off. Canada beats Sweden 4-3 in overtime, and a goal from Mitch Marner. It'll be USA taking on Finland on Friday, which you can hear on NHL Network Radio Channel 91. Baseball, third baseman Alex Bregman gets a 3-year, $120 million deal to join the Red Sox. I'm Rob Brender.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM.
Great pass from Rusty Springs. The latest news of the night. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Is there anywhere else that you'd rather be than right here, right now? Team Canada versus Sweden, Game 1, 2025, Four Nations face-off. Best on best is back. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand. Brodin scores! Jonas Brodin, short side shelf. Shoulder down, cuts to the net, stop, in front, they score! Mark Stone, and they score! Guess who? That's right, we've got a game again as the Swedes close the gap. They score! Back door! Joel Eriksson-Ek wins the draw, finishes the play, and this game is tied at 3. Crosby sends it back for Marner with speed. He doesn't go to the bench. Marner scores! Mitch Marner scores the goal. Canada draws first blood.
This is exclusive coverage of Four Nations Face-Off on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Let's get back to Montreal and Scott Laughlin.
All right, welcome to our postgame show, the Four Nations Face-Off postgame show on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. And DB, if that's what the rest of this tournament has to offer, sign us up. Canada outlasting Sweden 4-3 in overtime. Mitch Marner's the overtime hero at 6:06 of the extra period. He wins it. Canada lets the point get away, but not the game as it turns out.
Scotty, 9 years of worth of the wait. It was 9 years since international hockey, and people question why we made this tournament. What a great opening act this game was. It's a great way to open a tournament. Drama, big saves, big goals. Mitch Marner wins it. So, yeah, just an incredible first opening act for the Four Nations.
Well, and inside the game itself, if you break it all down, DB, I mean, we saw a tale of a couple of different games, a couple of different periods, and in the opening period, I mean, Canada takes advantage of an early power play opportunity. William Nylander gets the high sticking penalty. He's in the penalty box, and 11 seconds after he enters the box, he gets to leave. And that's because it's 97-87 to 29. Nate McKinnon opens the scoring, and then Marchand scores just over 13 minutes into the opening period. Canada's up by a pair, and you're thinking, this is going to be a rout. Canada is really boosted in confidence by the great fans here in Montreal, and this is going to get ugly early as it turns out. Credit the Swedes, though, for kind of tipping the scales back in their favor in period number 2.
Agreed. Well, Scotty, I've said to you this before. We've seen a lot of international hockey. That goal, execution-wise, aesthetically, it's not the golden goal. Top 5 international goal for me. That was just an indefensible power play. That's why the Swedes didn't go in the box much. And it gave them the impetus to be more aggressive, so they were puck hunting, and the impetus from the crowd as well. So it was a great motivating factor. But the Swedes, they steadied, because that's what Swedes are. They're calm. They're calm. They didn't get too nervous. They went to the room. I'm sure the coach might have yelled at them, maybe brought Peter Forsberg in the room, and they steadied the game, and they found a way to get it to overtime and wind up getting a well-deserved point because they bounced back really well.
Just a bunch of William Nylanders, right? Just calm, cool, and collected. And they just don't get flustered, as you say. Kept their composure. In the second period, they really turned the tables, and there's no question about it. They get on the board with a pretty goal of their own, just from the standpoint that Raymond's able to outfight Drew Doughty behind the net, get the puck back to Hedman over to Brodin. Bit of a flutter ball gets past Jordan Binnington. But the big story as well, right around that point, DB, was the fact that Canada lost Shea Theodore.
Yes.
So they were down to 5 defensemen, had to play basically a little more than the second half of the game with 5 defensemen. I thought that Devon Taves was very quietly, sneakily very good for Team Canada, not only playing alongside Makar, but mixing and matching along the way. That really, I think, kind of fatigued Canada, really left them a little bit vulnerable there on the back.
And Taves almost had the game winner with about 8 minutes to go. Gus made a huge save on him from the slot, and I agree with you. Now, Sanheim will go in, I assume, if the Shea Theodore injury is more severe than we think and he misses any games, that's going to be the replacement, and they can't replace him on the roster. But, I just think that, with respect to Taves, he's always like that, though. He's always the underrated guy. He plays with Cale Makar all the time, so he's always going to be that understated, steady presence that this team needs. Certainly, you got a lot of stars, but you need guys like Devon Taves who can come in and play, understated hockey.
He was outstanding tonight in that secondary role, as we know, for Canada, because Cale Makar is always going to be the guy that garners all the headlines and controlling the game like a point guard.
First guy out on overtime, he's going to be the guy.
Absolutely. Then came period number 3, and I think of concern for Canada, other than the obvious, which is the Theodore injury, the Adrian Kempe goal that he scored. He uses his Kings teammate, Drew Doughty, as a bit of a screen. That being said, there's got to be no way that puck gets through Jordan Binnington. He's got to find a way to get in front of that puck. That was a soft goal.
It was.
And that gave the Swedes some life, and they cut the lead to 3-2.
They did. And look, the Eriksson goal, you can't stop. That was a great feed from Bratt to Eriksson across ice, across the Royal route, and it was in the back of the net, so you can do that. But, Scotty, I think John Cooper's got a decision to make with respect to who his goaltender is on Saturday night. I really think so, because if you go back to the Blues regular season game, the last regular season game before the break, he wasn't good against the Blackhawks. He gave up 5, won up in a shootout, and tonight he wasn't great. Right? But here's the thing, Scotty. Canada is not going to win with their goaltending. They're going to win with their offense. So maybe you go back to Binnington, but you got a guy who's on the bench, who has a Stanley Cup rating, Aiden Hill. I'd roll with Aiden Hill. I thought Hill would be the starter in Game 1, so we'll see. But I think Coop's got a decision to make.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking Binnington at the very least to make the saves he's supposed to make. Right?
Exactly,
and that was one.
Stoppable shots.
That he should have stopped. A little bit later on, the Swedes would tie it 3-3. Big key face-off win for Joel Eriksson as he outfights Cirelli on the draw, goes to the net, gets rewarded on a tic-tac goal. It was 3-3. They'd go to overtime. So 2 points up for grabs for the winner. Not the third point, as it turns out. And then that set the stage for Mitch Marner to win it 6:06 into the extra period. Crosby at the end of a shift, doing the right thing as he always seems to do, and just basically dropping the puck off to Marner. He was basically in a one-on-one situation, and not the hardest shot, but boy, was that accurate, just enough the goalpost to beat Philip Gustafsson.
And to your point that you mentioned to me before we came on air, is that Sid, 27 years old, beats that defense and beats Forsling and gets the goal, but his hockey IQ is so off the chart. He knew exactly where he was, where the position was, where Marner was coming down the slot, fed him, and the game was over.
All right, so the third goal for Team Canada, just as the Swedes had cut it to 2-1 going back to the second period, the third goal to make it 3-1 was scored by Mark Stone of the Vegas Golden Knights. And right afterwards, he was in conversation with Steve Kouleas and Anthony Stewart.
Well, here's another world-class player, Stanley Cup champion, one of the best defensive and offensive forwards, of course, in the NHL. He's having a great year this year. Captain of the Vegas Golden Knights and a member of Team Canada, Mark Stone. Mark, wow. I say Sidney Crosby. What do you say?
Oh, just a legend of the game, right? When you need a big play, he gets it done for you. So has that calming presence to him. Obviously, that game got a little closer than we wanted to when we had the 3-1 lead, but a guy like Sid can just calm the game, calm the nerves for the guys on the bench, and he makes 3 unbelievable plays to help us get that win.
Yeah, Mark, take us back to your goal there on Crosby there as he enters the zone and he delays. Did you know he was waiting for you to sort of catch up and get to the slot there? Did you read off that?
Yeah, I know it's interesting. He's playing a little bit of wing, right? So we've been making some plays, and he's kind of stretching the zone. There were some plays where you really see the the strength and that he has. I mean, he's just fends off guys, and I think actually not being the fastest guy actually helped me a little bit there. He was able to pull up, draw 3-4 guys to him. That's what the best players in the league do, and he just found me coming right down Main Street.
Mark, what do you think you learned from this game? Both some good and maybe some bad with the 3-1 lead squandered.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have come out better, right? We were flying, and it kind of took our foot off the gas a little bit. But you know what? They, Sweden's got great players. They got a great defensive core. They got some guys that just play the game the right way. So we knew that they were going to push. Obviously, we didn't want to, get that game to overtime. But there were some good things that came from it, right? We had a good penalty kill. We might have that going forward in this tournament. It was a huge kill for us at a big time, and you never know when you're going to play a little bit of 3-on-3 too. So that's I liked what we had in the 3-on-3. Those guys are pretty fun to watch.
You're in the Western Conference, so you get to see Jordan Binnington on pretty regular basis. And tonight I don't think it wasn't necessarily his best night, but what you see is he is a competitor and he steps up when the moment matters most. How big was his overtime and getting you guys the win?
Yeah, he made 2 or 3 huge saves for us, right? Made the one, I think it was the Benajad, kind of fanning out. He made a huge save there. He plays the puck so well too. He helps out our D. Another thing, we went down to 5D, so we had some guys playing some big minutes. Binner, he's a gamer. Gives you a chance to win. That's all you can ask from your goalie.
Well, we hope the news is good for Shea Theodore for obvious reasons. I don't think you'd ever thought you'd love to hear ole, ole, ole at the Bell Center, Mark, but you did, and you hope to hear it again Saturday night. Congrats on the goal, congrats on the win, and thank you for doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, Steve Koulias and Anthony Stewart in conversation with Mark Stone, the guy who scored that third goal for Team Canada, and they thought that would be enough. As we say, the Swedes came back in period 3, and then we went to overtime, and we saw what happened out there. It was funny to hear Mark Stone say it was fun to watch those guys in overtime do their thing.
He knows.
Yeah, Mark knew that
that's
he wasn't
not his
getting
game
out there.
3-on-3, baby.
He wasn't getting
He
out
has
there
the
on
best
ice.
celebrations, though, in the league, without question. But, yeah, he knows his game, and certainly Coop knows his game. He's not going to be out there for 3-on-3, but he's a gamer, and that was a nice goal from great assist from Sid Crosby.
Yeah, in overtime, it kind of felt like 97, 29, and 8 just never left the ice for Team Canada,
minutes.
right?
Yeah,
they can
exactly.
skate forever, those guys, as it turns out. Sidney Crosby did fairly well, as we know. I don't want to alarm anybody, but it was late in the second period in the last TV timeout. And I saw Crosby jump on the ice and get away from the bench.
Yep.
And we're in a TV timeout, and commercials are airing. And there's Sid skating around, kind of shaking his leg a little bit. I saw him do that in the third period as well, too. So I don't know if he tweaked anything along the way. Nothing to worry about, obviously, because there was no talk of that as it turned out afterwards. But anytime you see something like that, you get concerned, and we know he's dealing with an upper body injury as well.
And they're down one player with Theodore going out.
Absolutely,
right?
So I mean, anytime you see that happen, you have to be concerned. But the reality is that he was one of the best players on the ice, and maybe at the end of it, maybe he was the top player on the ice, and that's why he was named as the game's first star and got that honor. At the end of it all, from Vinny Danfus, as it turns out, the Canadiens ambassador who presented him with the award after the game. But Connor McDavid was outstanding in the opening period. Nathan McKinnon was outstanding in the opening period. With all the speed that they showed in controlling the game, they were omnipresent for Team Canada. As for Team Canada, John Cooper, of course, is the head coach. And we talk about John having all the great
embarrassment of riches that he's got in coaching Team Canada. They get away with the win. They get 2 points. Sweden gets 1. Canada wins at 4-3 in overtime on the Mitch Marner overtime goal. Post-game thoughts now from Team Canada's head coach.
John, what do you think a goal like that can do for Mitch Marner?
I don't know. If you're saying that, like, is that a confidence-building goal? That kid oozes confidence. So I thought it was a big-time player making a big-time play at a big-time moment, and that's why guys like him are on this team. He was fabulous.
Left side, front row.
Hi, John. On Shea Theodore, any update you can provide at this point?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
On Shea Theodore.
Yeah, to be honest, Shea's out for the tournament. So that's a big blow. What a kid, and he only got to play 6 minutes, and it's heartbreaking for the kid. And he was the first one there at the door hugging everybody when we came off, and that's a tough one to swallow because you just know how much it means. But I guess hopefully in hindsight he got to touch the ice and get some time in there. But it was for us it was tough because you talk about the speed of that game, and you have to fight through the last 50 minutes with 5 defensemen. That's a grind. They did a hell of a job.
Can you say what the injury is, or
no?
Right side. Yeah. Right side, front row.
John, what can you say about Sidney Crosby's influence on the outcome and on your team in general at times where Sweden was able to get some momentum?
Yeah, I don't know. I could write a book on just my time around Sidney Crosby in this short little window I've had. I think if you were really listening what happened at the beginning of the game when everybody was announced, and that Mario Lemieux's roar aside, Sidney Crosby, the roof was coming off, and he's been a Pittsburgh Penguin his whole life, and that just shows you how much people care about him and respect him in this country. And I thought that was, if I'm going to think about my top 3 or 4 moments of this, it'll be the ovation Sidney Crosby received from this. What a crowd. But just his demeanor on the bench, that just says all the right things at the right time. And then you need a lift, and teams pushing, he's the one that sets up the helper. And then you need a lift in overtime, and he's the one that sets it up. And it's no coincidence his record of when he's wearing a Canadian jersey. It's not fluke. And he will go down as the greatest player to ever represent his country. If not, he's going to be on the Mount Rushmore for sure of people that have thrown the Canadian jersey on.
Right side, standing.
John, just a lot of talk about your goaltending coming in. Just can you say about Jordan battling tonight and getting you guys the win?
So, we spoke, and when I, told him he was going to start tonight, and we just talked about, playing in big moments and big games, and he's done it all. And even in his cup run, he had to go on the road to win Game 7. And but in the end, I said, you're gonna have a team that's gonna be playing hard in front of you. Just make the saves that you're supposed to make. Maybe slide in one that you're not. And that's what he did. And when you need the big save in overtime, he made it and gave us a chance to win, and we did.
Left side, second row.
John, early in his career, you saw something in Mitch, coached at the Worlds. I know you guys often after games will stop and talk. What was it that early on that you saw in him, just at this point?
Who, Mitch? Like I said, when you're that size, you have to have something. You have to be unique at something. You have to be better than everybody else at something. And if you really watch, that game, the plays he made in tight, the plays he made in traffic, and he's not the fastest kid on the ice. He doesn't have the hardest shot on the ice. doesn't do a whole bunch of things that a lot of guys out there on both teams do better than him. But that's really hard to sit here and say, well, is there a better player? You know, he puts himself at that elite level, the way he thinks the game, the way he processes the game at such a high level and at such a high rate of speed. And that's why he's the player he is. And, you know, I've watched him close up. I've played against him and coached against him in playoff series, and I've watched what he can do. And, you know, there's not too many guys that can excel both as a power play player and a penalty killer and a 5-on-5 guy and 3-on-3. And, you know, Mitch can do it all. And I've watched this kid grow from when he was a young kid in pro hockey to what he is now, and just keeps getting better.
All right, that is John Cooper, Team Canada's head coach, and obviously with what he had to say there, DB, concern about Shea Theodore, and obviously the Vegas Golden Knights will now be concerned about Shea Theodore. He is gone for the rest of the tournament. John would not really go into much further detail than that. But that is a huge loss for Team Canada. Now they're down to the sixth defenseman, Travis Sanheim, who was scratched tonight. It did take the pregame warm-up, by the way, too, as Sam Bennett did also, and he was scratched up front for Team Canada. Sanheim's going to draw back in the lineup to face Team USA coming up on Saturday night, but boy, then you think, well, what happens if they have another injury on the back end? I know Mitch Marner, with all due respect, Marner has played defense before. He would be the first guy that they would probably turn to if they were undermanned, because as we said earlier, you need to lose two more players in order to bring somebody in as far as a reinforcement is concerned. But without Shea Theodore, this is going to be a challenge for Team Canada.
Different type of player, Travis Sanheim. Very much different. Speed and skill from Theodore. More toughness, more stay-at-home from Sanheim, so it's going to be interesting. But Coop sounded like it was the seventh game in the Stanley Cup Final. He sounded drained. It's the first game, Coop. Relax.
I absolutely agree with
you.
that.
You got 2 points. He sounded really... Maybe he was upset over the Theodore injury, which, you know, Adrian Kempe hit him, so the Kings-Vegas rivalry might be dialed up a little bit the next time they play, but that's a big loss for the team because it changes the dynamic of the blue line. You're absolutely right.
Earlier on Wednesday, I did talk with Shea, and I mentioned to him that I thought, and everybody else out there that covers Shea Theodore, thought he was playing the best hockey of his NHL career.
He's been great for them. Yep.
Yeah, he agreed with that, and now this injury that knocks him out for the remainder of the tournament, according to John Cooper, and now Sanheim's back in for Saturday against Team USA, and we'll see where they go from there. I agree with you, too, on John Cooper. I was thinking the same thing. He sounds like he went through the ringer there in the first game of the Four Nations Faceoff. Now, for the other side of the story, we are going to hear from Sam Hallam, the head coach of Team Sweden. 45-year-old young up-and-coming coach, has coached for Team Sweden at different levels over the years. Former player as well, going back to his time in the Swedish Elite League from years and years ago. Had to be happy, no doubt, I think, in the fact that his team showed that fight, down 3-1 after 40, responding the way that they did in period 3 to at least force overtime, to at least pick up the point in losing 4-3 to Team Canada. Some post-game thoughts now from Team Sweden head coach Sam Hallam.
Coach Tracy Myers, NHL.com. Tough start, but just overall, you know, what are your thoughts on what you guys were able to do tonight?
I think that our group showed what we're here for. We kept our calm. Like you said, a really tough start. Unintentional high stick there in the first shift. Some big plays from some big players. And I think that got Canada going, and I think we weren't where we wanted to be in our game. I think our movement was really low. I think our puck management wasn't up to the level we expected it to be. But at the same time, I guess there was 5 Canadian players chasing us around too, forcing us to look that bad. But I think the last 50 minutes of the game really showed ourselves first, but also hopefully all the Swedish fans that were here to compete and try to win this.
So we'll stay in that same row.
Taylor Haas, DK Pittsburgh Sports. Just what can you say about the play of Rickard Rakell tonight? It looked like you're getting a lot out of him at the net front, especially.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good player with a really good confidence in himself now, and I mean, he scores a lot of goals around the net. He knows where to go. He plays with good players today too, and he had a couple of really good looks. And he made some big plays for us. I think.
Sid, you talked this morning about this building and how special it is to you.
Scoring wise, I think.
What do you remember about tonight? The
decisions
atmosphere,
he made,
the ovation,
played hard. So I'm really happy for Racky's game and his line.
Right side, second row.
Tom, Sid, you talked this morning about this building and how special
your team tonight getting a point out of this game.
Oh, I just told him after the game, like that save he did with a couple of minutes left, that gave us a chance to win the game. He was huge. He was calm, and I mean, it's easy when things go your way. When you start giving up a goal less than a minute in the game, and then you have 2-0 with really poor support from in front of him, just keep him as calm. And I think he pretty much stands for how the whole team handled the situation today.
Right side, back row.
Sergei Feldman, NHL International. Coach, what did you say between the first intermission and second period? Or did you leave it to the players?
No, I don't know what was said in the room before. I was in there for 2 minutes. So I guess there was a lot of talk in the room before I came in. We tried to point out a couple of tactical details, just change a couple of things in our breakout or clarify what we need to do. But also just saying that after the first 8-10 minutes, we started to actually engage the battles, the one-on-ones in a different way. We're winning more pucks, and we have to do that, but we also have to be smarter tactically, and I think we really executed it last 40.
Right side, front row.
Andrew Ardini, NHL.com. SV, Sam, you got 3 goals. Goalie makes that great save, but the star, or at least one of the 3 stars from your team, is Raymond. What did you see from him?
This is the 3rd tournament I'm coaching, Lucas Raymond, and he's just he was great the first one, he was even better the second one, and now he looks even better in the 3rd one. He's just taking a step to become like an elite player in this league, and he plays with that confidence. You get some really good, offensive looks from him, but he works his butt off. In the forecheck, back check, he's reliable. Had him out there a lot in defensive zone faceoffs against top lines in Canada, and he never disappoints you there.
Well, you want to talk about a player who is elevating, not only for the Detroit Red Wings in the NHL,
he's their
for
best
Team
player.
Sweden. Lucas Raymond,
Larkin, Sider, he's their best player without question.
It's ironic too, DB, too, because when you think back to when Lucas Raymond was drafted, everybody said he reminds us of Mitch Marner.
Mm-hmm.
And it's ironic that, Lucas Raymond might have been the best player for Team Sweden tonight. Yes. And Mitch Marner's the overtime hero for Team Canada, too. So they each played a part. And again, I don't think Raymond is completely Marner, but he's got all kinds of Marner-type characteristics that have boded well for Detroit and for Team Sweden, as it turns out. So, you wonder what they can take from this game, Sweden, and fighting back to at least gain a point and taking into that game Saturday afternoon against their arch rivals from Finland.
Scotty, they couldn't have, quote, mailed it in, but down 3-1, the crowd is going crazy. You're playing Sid Crosby and Connor McDavid. It could have been 5-1, but they hung in there. They hung around. They were pesky. They didn't give up. He said, Malum said they changed some stuff strategically. I give them full credit. That's a good point. Right? That's how you look at that game, because it could have went the other way very, very quickly. They hung around, they hung in, they got some big saves from Gus. I mentioned Taves, with about 8 minutes to go. So, it's a good point, but now you got to go beat Finland, and they take your chances after that.
And you wonder on Saturday afternoon, DB, who starts in goal for Team Sweden? Did we see enough from Gustafsson to go back to him again?
I think so, because he even Malm mentioned he didn't have enough support in front of him early on, and you can't stop that power play goal. So, and the second goal was a good goal too. So I think I'd go back to Gus.
I got a feeling they won't be talking as much in Sweden about their goaltending concerns as they are in Canada, even after Canada won the game tonight, no doubt. Well, we go back to the first period, too. As DB mentioned, it was Nova Scotia 2 and Team Sweden nothing. Nathan McKinnon and the team captain, Sidney Crosby, meeting with the media after a 4-3 Team Canada victory.
Sid, you talked this morning about this building and how special it is to you. What will you remember about tonight? The atmosphere, the ovations, the way the place of play, everything?
Obviously the ovation for Mario to start, that was pretty cool. And then just, the crowd coming out for warm-up. Just the anticipation, through the whole overtime. Seeing Nate and Connor pick the puck up and do their thing, and just, Yeah, all that stuff. Just it was kind of a roller coaster, just the way the game went. But they were incredible, and it was a lot of fun to play in a game like that.
Right side, third row.
Question to Sidney. Sidney, again, about the crowd. You played your hockey in Rimouski, so you have probably a special link with this province. You learned the language also. Have you feel maybe a different vibe, different kind of love from the fans tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I felt that at the start of the game when they announced the starting lineup, and all the way through, right up till the end of the game, and that was as someone who loves loves to play in environments like that. I grew up a Montreal Canadiens fan, and have an ovation like that here was really special and something I always remember.
All right, Sidney Crosby and Nathan MacKinnon front and center, as it turns out, for Team Canada, as we expected that they would be. Canada beat Sweden 4-3 in overtime in the lid lifter on what should be a great week of hockey with regards to the Four Nations face-off. We are back with more from the Bell Center after this, including some highlights and a look back on the opening night from the tournament with regards to this Team Canada victory. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off postgame show right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
Team Canada assistant coach Bruce Cassidy.
It feels like every game has significant importance.
Well, I think in playoffs you can live with a loss. I think in this tournament it's going to be a lot more difficult to live with a loss. Once you pull that sweater on, I think every country, it's about compete. The X's and O's part will come together as long as the players are on their toes and ready to go.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
For Valentine's month, we've got a little something for the lovers.
Hey, it's me, Maxwell, and for the month of February, it's just you and me.
Maxwell is taking over.
SiriusXM Silk is
Maxwell's Serenade Radio. Playing timeless R&B slow jams.
all month long.
Channel 330 and on the SiriusXM app.
And I want you to be my Valentine.
Honey, I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, hon.
You know, my brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos.
I know it's been on our list, but isn't getting life insurance a huge pain? Oh, it's so much paperwork, and you have to go see the doctor. I wouldn't even know where to start.
With Ethos, Dave said it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. Plus, it's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house. He was able to choose an amount that worked for his needs, and Ethos made the whole thing so easy and clear.
10 minutes with no medical exam? Ethos, here we come.
Here's to sleeping better at night.
Help protect your loved ones today with Ethos. Life insurance made easy. Visit applyethos.com to apply today. That's applyethos.com.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Do you look around and think, where am I going to put everything? California Closets designs highly personalized storage solutions for the whole home. We call it practical magic. Learn more at californiaclosets.com.
We are back here at the Bell Center in Montreal. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off post-game show on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Team Canada outlasting Team Sweden 4-3 in overtime in an opening night thriller at the Four Nations Face-Off. And we're going to talk about this and going forward here. Again, we went from the mindset, DB, Scott Laughlin back with Dennis Bernstein. We went from the mindset that this one could get really ugly really early for Team Sweden to giving them credit for tipping the balance of the scales in the second period towards what we saw in the third with them coming back with a 3-2 goal and then equalizing as well to make it 3-3. And 3-on-3 in overtime, you knew, DB, that with all of the world-class talent and skating ability that was on the ice, felt like McDavid, McKinnon, and McCarr for Team Canada in particular just never left the ice.
I would have left
in
them
the
out for 10
extra
minutes.
period.
Yeah, should have played. Yeah, Hakel got there a little bit. Sorelli had a shift, but Marner obviously scored the game-winning goal. But that's a handful to defend. But credit, Gustafsson was great in net, and they found their way. This is a tough, determined, well-coached Sweden team who hung around around, hung around, and got some saves and found a way to score and to get the game and to get a point.
All right, so let's do a recap now. And looking back on the night that was on Wednesday night from the Bell Center, it was Steve Coulias and Anthony Stewart doing a great job with the North America-wide radio call. We'll take it back to the opening period. I mentioned it earlier. 44 seconds in, William Nylander gets his stick up. It's a high-sticking penalty with Nylander in the box. It didn't take Canada very long at all to get on the board, and as we talked about, that 97-87-29 combo worked out just fine. Thank you for Canada.
Crosby, near side to McDavid. McDavid and Crosby play catch in the corner. Out in front of the net, they score! Nate McKinnon, just like that. Canada draws first blood. It's 1-0.
1-0, a power play marker. We knew that vaunted Canadian power play looked awesome on paper, and we saw it go to work early on. So at the 56-second mark, McKinnon scores from Crosby and McDavid. It was 1-0, and before the first was out, as a matter of fact, just over 13 minutes into the opening stanza, Canada would strike again. This time it's even strength.
As the puck comes to Jarvis on a 2-on-1. Jarvis in front, they score! Brad Marchand from Seth Jarvis. And just like that, Team Canada leads. It's 2-0.
So Marchand scores from Point and Jarvis to make it 2-0. 13:15, the official time of that goal. 2-0 Canada after 20. Shots on goal were 7-3 in the opening period. In fact, it took Sweden nearly 14 minutes to register their first shot on goal. It was a rather innocent chance from Nylander down the left side, a backhand that was stopped by Jordan Binnington. 2-0 Canada in full control after 20. As we say, things kind of changed in the second period. Jonas Brodin got the Swedes on the board. This really came as a result of a great forecheck, I felt, by Lucas Raymond to outfight Drew Doughty for that puck. Hedman gets involved as well. A flutter ball, and the Swedes were on the board.
Great play by Red Wing right winger Lucas Raymond to get it back to Hedman. Walks the line. No shot. Brodin scores! Jonas Brodin. Short side shelf. What a play. What a shot. The Swedes are back in it. It's 2-1.
Great shot by Brodin there, and a perfect time to get that goal, to get back into this game, to make it 2-1.
All right, so Brodin gets it from Hedman and Raymond at 9:33 of the second period. They're back in the game. The Swedes are trailing it just 2-1. Again, a little bit of anxiety kind of creeping in the building, especially with fans knowing, Canadian fans at least, knowing that Shea Theodore had left the game. And there were a number of guys seeing some extra ice. We talked about Taves kind of bouncing around, not only playing with Makar, but, bouncing around just a little bit. You had Parayko playing with Doughty at one point, too. Yep. Right-handed shots on that defensive pairing as well. So some concern for Canada having to go the rest of the way, as it turned out, without Theodore going with 5 defensemen for sure. At 17:28, however, a little bit of an exhale from the crowd here at the Bell Center. Sidney Crosby gets away on a break.
Stone has to recover and send it to Crosby right wing, and here he comes. Sidney Crosby, shoulder down, cuts to the net, stop, in front, they score! Mark Stone buries it late period number 2, and Canada now leads. It's 3-1.
Yeah, 17:28 was the time of that goal. It was Crosby again. In his earlier days, would have just blown past Forsling perhaps and getting his way to the net. Saw that the defenseman from the Panthers did have the angle on him, got cut off. Crosby turns 180 degrees and drops the puck for Stone, who goes in to beat Gustafsson. And it was 3-1 after 40 minutes. Everything seemingly under control. But then came the third period, and just under 2 minutes into the third stanza, this happened. It was king-on-king crime, as it turned out. Kempe, one-on-one with Drew Doughty, and tried to beat the goaltender, Binnington.
Carlson tries to get it to the near side and does. For Adrian Kempe, 602 games, all with the LA Kings. Scored 35, 41, and 28 goals over the last 3 years, and they score! Guess who? That's right. We've got a game again as the Swedes close the gap. It's now a 3-2 affair.
And Kempe using Doughty as a little bit of a screen, but still it's a shot that's got to be stopped, no doubt, I think, DB, from Jordan Binnington. That would one he would want to dulver on. Interestingly, of course, goalies never get that opportunity. So that cut the lead to 3-2. And then just under 9 minutes into period number 3, here we go. It was Joel Eriksson-Ek. He wins a key faceoff against Anthony Cirelli. And we talk about faceoffs. Sometimes they mean something, sometimes they don't. When you're talking about something at this level, on this stage, in the third period of a tight hockey game, they do mean something, and Jack went to work.
Draw to the right of Binnington. Swedes win the draw. Comes to Lucas Raymond. He's got time and space in the high slot. Near side to Jesper Bratt in front. They score! Back door. Joel Eriksson Ek wins the draw. Finishes the play. And this game is tied at 3.
All right, so Eriksson Ek wins the face-off, goes to the net. You want to talk about tic-tac-toe? That was the Swedish version of what Canada had on that power play marker to open the account in the game. Eriksson Ek gets his first, obviously, from Bratt and Lucas Raymond, who picks up his second helper in the game as well. It was 3-3 at 8:59 of the third period. So we would go to overtime. Nothing would be solved up until that point. So you're going 3-on-3 for potentially 10 minutes. If it was still tied, they would have gone to a shootout. Boy, like we said for Canada, to put out McDavid and McKinnon and McCarr as much as they did in the extra period certainly was a boon. That having been said, Binnington did stand tall, and there was one stop in overtime in particular that he made that really stood out above the rest.
Once again behind the net, Mika Zibanejad. Starting out through center. In over the line, leaves it for Raquel. He gets by Stone. Rink wide. Oh, my God. What a save by Binnington on Zibanejad. That was the game.
Yeah, that could have been the game right there for sure in the extra period. If you watch the replay, too, you can see that the shot from Zibanejad looked like it went off the Canadian defender's stick as well to make that even more of a challenge for the Canadian netminder. He came up big when it mattered most, trying to make us forget about that goal that Kempe scored on him earlier in the third period. It was 3-3 continuing on in overtime, and like